Monica, is my mic hot over a stream or like right now? Well, good evening to 1146. I'm News 4 Chief Meteorologist Chris Uche. I want to get you in a weather update here on this commercial break opportunity on where things stand with the round 3 of the expected storm development and flooding rain potential, and it is now underway. You see this little zone right in here that we have. This, of course, is that one storm that we had earlier in western Bexar County. It's up into Bernie in Kendall County, but this is the main show that's right in here. So this is live powered Doppler radar. We'll do a little bit of a tour on what we have here right now. This one little storm is passing just by Bernie here at the moment, a pocket of a little bit of heavier rainfall that you see here as it continues to lift off to the north. So what we'll do now is pull this out. Let me bring you back down over here to the west-southwest. This is the area we'll be watching here through tonight with the storms that we see here developing into Uvalde and Medina County. Notice how they are a little bit more tightly compact and clustered in here, so you have heavy rainfall rates, and then you have the storms traveling nearly over the same area that potential exists as they're lifting north, so you can get a compounding effect here of high rainfall rates plus another storm comes in behind it to boost those rainfall totals over extremely saturated grounds that we have here. So we will be watching those storms there as they're lifting north right over Sabinal, just to the south and east from Uvalde, but this batch here is lifting into Uvalde. Hondo on the west side is where you have these storms, so the bulk of this will be just to the west of Hondo as it lifts up to the north. That'll be heading into Bandera County, where you could also see this batch here in Kerrville, Ingram in Kerr County. So you have this batch developing, more to come in here, and so you're setting up a potential the next 2-3 hours a scenario of flash flooding taking shape here. And obviously, it won't take much to get flash flooding going here after all the rain we have seen. By the way, I just want to point out, we'll go down here a little bit closer in, and there has been a very broad spin on this storm too. So you can see right in here, that little bit of that curvature shape to it here. It's not strong enough to get a tornado warning, but we are watching it with the National Weather Service here. And right now, again, a little too weak and broad with the rotation on it. But for those of you in Sabinal to Canepa here and along 90, understand that we'll be monitoring the trends on it just in case, see if it does try to attempt to maybe get a little bit stronger. So heavy rainmaker, and just going to keep a watchful eye on that over the next 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes as it's lifting north. This is the flood risk. It's Bexar County West in particular, level 3, level out of 4. It's a lower risk as you head south and towards the coastline. And then during the day tomorrow, after 7 o'clock in the morning to early Friday, you notice how it does favor parts of the hill country. Highway 90 from Medina County west is the most likely area for flooding rain, and it does drop off sharply. Bear's still in it technically, but the risk does drop off sharply the further east you are. So we'll show you a future radar simulation here. You can see how these storms are taking shape. This is at 2 to 3 in the morning. See how they're lined up there into the hill country. That's pockets of heavy rain there. And then through the rest of the morning, through sunrise into your Thursday morning, we may see that batch a little bit further south. So again, I have to have a little bit of flexibility on exactly where that does set up, but the potential is here to get this kind of an orientation of some very heavy rainfall. Based on what I just showed you, here's how much rain we would see. And again, this could shift a little bit more down to the south. There are some computer models that have it a little further south. That yellow shading is 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. This is our IBM graph model. You see that signature here. That is really heavy rain. We have over Uvalde, Real County, Bandera, some of Kerr County. Pretty slow, sluggish movement here, sitting over the same area with those high rainfall rates. And then it has it backing off a little further west. But when we look at the rainfall on this particular model, just to kind of give you an idea, you can see it has this little bullseye right in here of 8 to 10 inches plus. And again, this could be, it could shift around a little bit. But you see the general idea is that we will be watching the western third of our area very closely. And watching those radar trends here from the 4Zone Weather Center. We'll update you throughout the night. Our 4Zone Weather app, of course, it's a free download. Just scan the QR code. And you said Webb is streaming us through PC2? Okay. Okay. Well, then I'll just pop on here. Let me just... Okay. Okay, it's 11:52 here as we get a little closer to the midnight hour, and we'll do a little live stream update on where things stand here with our weather tonight. As for all intents and purposes, we're getting ready to go into what I believe for really most of our areas, the final round here of this week's tremendous rainfall here. So with that said, that was the early day rain. This is the lull that we had for the most part, and now you can kind of see right in here, this is the makings of what's going to be a busy overnight into your Thursday morning in our region. And again, just to kind of highlight the focal point area, it will be in fact in this sort of zone right in here is kind of how I see it as the most favorable area to watch for this next batch. You can see how the storms are developing, and there's going to be some measure of training storms coming in right behind another storm, and so you get the enhanced rainfall rates and accumulation of rainfall in that kind of a scenario. And so it's going to be setting up at times in here. And, so we've got to watch Edwards, Kerr County, and Real, Bandera, Uvalde, and Medina, which have been really hit hard here. Some of McKinney County as well. And I don't want to rule out Del Rio to Eagle Pass, too, for some potential to get in some pockets of heavy rainfall through the day. Right now, as we zoom this in here for you on Live Power Doppler radar, we have and as we work our way around, you can see this one little thunderstorm here in Kendall County. That was originally over Alamo Ranch and Government Canyon, passing by Helotes. That's moving along here at about 15 miles an hour here to the north here. So just a little pocket of some heavier rainfall. It does not have storms coming in behind it that would create that training scenario with an area that's been extremely hard hit over the past 24 hours with tremendous amounts of rainfall with creek and river flooding up in here. Cibolo Creek in particular has been really raging today, well over 20 feet. The gauge heights here as you work from Bernie through Bulverde and eventually heading down towards Selma with that. Then we go a little bit further over here to the west, and so this is to me kind of just the start of things here. You see a little pocket of some heavier rainfall. There is a little bit of an alignment of training here too, even though it's not big formidable storms with intense rainfall rates. You see kind of the overall idea of what's happening here, south to north motion. So this is just an area right now of a continuous rain that we have. We'll only get a little bit heavier here deeper into the night, another little shower there. And then we go down here to the south. This here will be coming and spreading in. So eventually in time, that will be spreading northbound across Bandera County right up into Kerr County here. And then we go down into Medina County. You see that little pocket of heavier rain here on the north side of Hondo. South of Hondo, though, you do not see storms coming in. So again, this is just the edge, but this is the scenario as you work west on 90 into Uvalde County, Sabinal to Uvalde down to La Pryor here on 83. That's a batch here of some heavier rainfall, which is going to have some flooding potential with incredibly sensitive soils too out here to any kind of downpours based on all the rain we have seen. So that has made life very easy for these thunderstorms to put areas back into flood. And so unlike what we had Monday with that first round where it would take a little bit to get there, not so much now. It's been a tremendous week with incredible numbers in terms of how much rain we have seen and the issues that we've had from it here. So again, we can see it there. That's the little bit of the broader view right there. And again, this will kind of have just sort of a tendency to sort of lift, spread in. It gets some expansion over here to the west too with time. And overall through the night, it'll have a tendency to sort of favor just west of Bexar County. Do want to point out, and this is really broad, you see it right down in there, there's this little moment there with the Weather Service, and it caught our eye too, that you can see there was just a little spin that was attempting to get going, and now it's not nearly as impressive with the signature here. So this is pretty weak at the moment, but we'll still watch it. We've had a day today. It's been very interesting with these little areas of spin in some of these cells and that one tornado we had earlier in the day in Bexar County there. So again, for Sabinal to Canepa, kind of keeping an eye on that. But right now, I feel very comfortable to tell you that we're holding our own with this here. This is a pocket of heavy rain, and it's a noisy storm. It has a lot of lightning with it. So this is the flood risk outlook that we have for the rest of tonight into early Thursday. Level 3 out of 4 is in Bexar County on the edge of it, and you can see how the focal point, though, is right in here. Level 4 maxed out again, parts of Kerr, Bandera County, to Del Rio and Eagle Pass. And so this, to me, is the corner of our region that will be really sort of the target zone for this final round of big weather that we're going to have. And then during the day tomorrow, which is the morning tomorrow after 7 o'clock through the morning, to early on Friday. It's a level 3 out of 4, really in the same area. So if you're in this area, you just can't drop your guard through the day into Thursday night. And then do note that there's a sharp drop off across Bexar County and just to the east. So this is you can't completely drop your guard level 1 out of 4, but the odds are quite a bit lower. So this is about, I believe, about a 5% chance of flooding within any point, 25 miles of any point in here. This is a 15% chance, and that's a 40% chance. That's the percentages, the probability percentages there with those outlooks. Okay, so I'll show you 2 computer models here just to kind of give you the feel of the trends. And again, I'll always say this too, because the model run to model run, it just sort of changes and shifts around. And not all those changes are correct and in the right direction. So you have to look at this with some ounce of flexibility to understand that it could be really anywhere in here. This could actually be a little further south. The key takeaway you see is how the model's attempting to cluster and align these storms. And so I do feel that is very likely a scenario tonight where we get these clusters. There could be some level of training over the same areas in this kind of a scenario, some storms that could be developing and feeding into it. And then you get this massive heavy rain. And again, this could easily shift another 50 miles further south here too. So again, somewhere in this general zone. I do feel like through the morning that we may see a little bit more development down here too, where it looks like it's completely dry. That may not necessarily be the case. And you see during today, Thursday, how we do have our best rain chance here out to the west in this particular model. So based on that, this is how much rain we would see, just to kind of give you an idea on this particular one model's version of events. And the yellow shading, I always want to point that out because I think oftentimes we don't really look at the colors as much as just these individual numbers, but that yellow is 8 to 12 inches of rain. That's what you see there. And again, that could be anywhere in here too. And certainly this is completely, I tell you, this is completely underdone here. We already have the thunderstorms here. So this is a case where you look at the model and you go, doesn't quite have a complete handle on things. It's not initializing the best with these storms in this area, because this will be an area of some heavy rainfall already, and that'll boost right up in here. So this is already, to me, is very much underdone. So that's my professional opinion on that one model. This is our IBM graph model. I think it's actually doing a little bit better initially to start, and then for the next, I'd say through about 5 or 6 o'clock. This is really a pretty plausible, reasonable scenario to me. So through midnight to 2 in the morning, that cluster here is kind of shifting a little further north. And then we'll take this just a little further. That's to 3:30, still sort of in that same area. These are intense cores of heavy rain as seen by that model, setting up in the western half of Kerr County, which has been a reversal from the last 2 rounds of rain, which have really been more eastern half of Kerr to Kendall, especially with this last round. Not to say we haven't had some decent rain here, but it's been really favoring more here and then down to the south. So this batch has a tendency to kind of fill in a little bit more western Kerr into Edwards County and more of Real County. And that's right through 7:30 to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning over Rock Springs. And again, keep that flexibility that it could be a little more over here too. So that is always a scenario. But you see the general area where this model is trying to keep the storms. And then that's a continuation of a flash flood signal right there. And then we may get clipped later in the day with a couple of fast-moving showers of thunderstorms. But overall, winding down then as we head into our forecast on Friday. So this model's rainfall, well, it's got that bullseye again. And this one's probably a little bit more reasonable compared to where we are right now, although it's still a little underdone down here where we have some of that heavier rainfall that's underway. But this is a better handle compared to the last model on this. And that is essentially, that's 4 to about 8 inches or more of rain as seen in this model in parts of Kerr, western Bandera, Real County. And again, in here could be a spot that's hitting 10 plus in that. All right, so here is our forecast here for the day, Thursday. We have that scattered chance in the afternoon, 40% chance of a few showers or storms. A little warmer, but by mid-July standards, that's a bargain there, 86 degrees. And it's now just 2 minutes here after midnight, so our 7-day forecast automatically has jumped ahead another day. So no value in showing you that to you there because it skips past Thursdays now that we're in Thursday. But let's go back over to live power Doppler radar. And again, just one more look here at the storms. And then we'll leave the stream up here for you tonight on our platform so you can check it out, kind of see how things are trending on your own time here too. And I'll be here through the night doing these updates and cut-in opportunities on News 4 to update you on it. But again, here you see these storms here. That one little one right there in Kendall County. This is becoming the immediate over the next 2 hours. Sort of the focal point for the heavy rain potential is right in here, as this will have a tendency to kind of lift and fill in here. So everything's kind of getting underway. We may see again quickly going into some flash flooding here, parts of Uvalde into Medina County. By the way, those warnings are there because of the earlier rain that we had and because flooding is still ongoing there. So the Weather Service opted to keep those in place rather than drop them, and because that sort of confuses the messaging and folks think everything's clear and we don't have issues. So keep the warnings up. But now these are flash flood warnings that are starting to accommodate more rain coming in. So it kind of changes the nature of the game here with these flash flood warnings here when you start introducing pockets of heavy rain. And again, and the Weather Service will be adjusting the flash flood warnings based on this rainfall moving in here through the night tonight. We'll be watching it from the 4Zone Weather Center. Okay, we just had a tornado warning issued right now. It's from Zavala County into Uvalde County, and that's going to be until 1:15 this morning. So this is a radar indicated tornado located 7 miles north of La Pryor, moving north at 15 miles per hour here. So let's get you caught up here on that particular storm, and here it is. This is the warning right here from Zavala into Uvalde County. So we'll take this in very close here for you. Working up 83 right there. You see that little bit of a spin and sort of that little bit of a hook shape. That's the signature to watch. This is a broad area of rotation. So it's a circulation that's in here on this storm. And you see it is lifting north towards Uvalde, right up 83. And so what we'll do is we'll switch over. This is my radar velocity product here. So this shows me wind direction and wind speed. And so this time the radar we're using is not New Braunfels. This is from Kinney County. So this right here is air moving towards the radar, and in that little maroon shade, that's a little pocket of air moving away. So that's the circulation. There's a very weak that's not even really much of a circulation there. There's another one here south of Canepa, right in here, very weak. So these storms all have these little weak circulations. The Weather Service felt compelled, based on how this one is behaving, to let's go ahead and get a warning on it just in case, to see if it tries to tighten up. So let's go ahead and take this in just a little bit closer here for you, and we'll bring this in one more click, and it's right there. This is where we have to watch to see if it comes together just a little bit more. That's this storm attempting right now to maybe try to shape a tornado and drop one down here. So that's the outbound winds moving away from the radar, and then this is the inbound winds toward the radar. And so you're looking to see if you get suddenly a brighter pixel of red and a brighter pixel of green co-located side by side. That's what we call gate-to-gate shear, a little velocity couplet. And so what we'll do is I just want to take a look here at the wind speeds on this. And we'll do one right there. And then one, let's do one right here. Kind of give you an idea. And so what we're looking at, let's see if that plot right there for you. This one here, let's see if we can do this. This is going to be on the weaker side, these winds. So 18 and 25, so that's a combined gate-to-gate shear of about 43 miles per hour. That's still pretty weak on this here. Generally speaking, you want to get around about 50 plus, and you're getting into a more of a tornado parameter there for development. The other thing too is they're not necessarily right up against each other just yet. So let me try this again one more time here. Get them a little closer together right there. So that's 17, and we'll do a click right there. So not quite strong enough or tight enough just yet, but it's trying to drop in maybe a brief and a weak tornado. The environment we're in is not big, violent, strong tornadoes. I know we had the one that was earlier in Bexar County that was an EF1 that peaked at 100-mile-an-hour winds as it did damage to an apartment complex with the roof. The nature of the cells here for the rest of the day, it's not the same atmosphere. They're just not as robust and powerful. So if they're able to produce, you tend to get something that's a little bit weaker, EF0, maybe not even EF0, 85 down on the wind speeds here if you're able to get one. And we had one in southeast Bexar County. It was like that. It was just almost like a dust of a little whirlwind that kind of kicked up below a storm. So anyway, that's what we're watching right there. That's the spin. That's 83 in northern Zavala County, and it's not really moving that fast. It's north of La Pryor, and it's going to eventually, if it can hold, it's going to cross into Uvalde County. So here's Uvalde right there, and so you still got some distance here from it. But you could see that at the moment, pretty stationary in the spot as it's having an intensity to more or less try to sort of spin, and it's trying to kind of wrap itself around right there. This is a product where I'll occasionally look here just to see if I see any kind of what we call dropout. This red is all rain, but as soon as you start working down the legend here, you start getting the green into the yellows, and if you see all of a sudden this little hole like that, that's usually debris that's launched from a tornado, and it's a debris signature. And we do not see that in here. So but this is just a tool that if it tightens up, this is another tool I can use in this to try to see maybe if I could see debris. Do not see that. I don't think it's quite there just yet for the ability to get a tornado. So this remains right now shy of the ability to produce one right now. It's not quite there yet, but we want to watch it here for those of you that are in Uvalde and just south of Uvalde here on 83. You got the warning on your phone. It always gets a little bit anxious, for some folks there to get the alarms going off. You look down at your phone and it says tornado warning. And tornado warning doesn't mean there's a tornado. Sometimes it does. If you have confirmation, really strong rotation, you've had one spotted, you can get that variety of tornado warning. That's different. When they're radar indicated and the presentation is very weak like this here, just because you read tornado warning doesn't mean you got one coming at you here. But it creates a level of awareness. It has you ready to move or act if necessary, if the data supports it. But again, the good news is this is still pretty broad. It's not quite there in terms of being able to produce a tornado. So we're going to just, again, a little bit closer. It is trying to. There's no doubt about that. We're going even a little bit tighter there on that little circulation. Here you can see the bend here in 83. And so I would look for a bright pink up against a brighter green, and it's just not quite there just yet as I analyze this here with you on the air. But that definitely is the circulation right in there. And if we had daylight and you were able to observe it, you'd probably see a low-hanging wall cloud in here, and you might even see on occasion maybe an attempt at a little funnel dropping below it. I could envision that kind of a scenario here, especially in this really tropical air mass where the cloud bases are really pretty low, close to the ground anyway. But that actually looks the presentation here a little bit better than what I had in western Bexar County earlier, except for one brief little moment here. This one here has got a little bit more of a semblance of an attempt at one right there. And so what we'll do is, so you'll look at that little pixel right there. So that's only 11 miles per hour. And then, right here, that's 29. So, around about 40 combined. You just add the two here for your gate-to-gate shear, and still a little on the weaker side. So it's not quite ready, but that's the little storm there trying its very best. This is the radar view here of it as we bring this back in, and you could probably see right about in here. This is where it's embedded in this overall mass of storms right now. It's just south of, it's right about in there, just south of the county line. And that's the air flowing in, and there's this little wraparound right in here on it. By the way, I do want to point out, this is really heavy rain spreading up 83 coming into Uvalde, into the town of Uvalde, and you're getting training now, right? So you have heavy rain here, and there's more heavy rain coming in behind it, and it's very noisy. Look at all the lightning in here and thunder. So a lot of folks out here probably are rattled by the thunder. You're watching me right now and saying, what's going on? We got this tornado warning here. Again, the good news I'll start with right now is that radar indicated. This is not a warning that comes with the tornadoes on the ground and it's barreling north. And these storms have had a history. Like there's another one right there. So, the Weather Service is want to be watching this too, south of Canepa. You see that there. So, we'll watch that too. But they're pretty similar. That's been the pattern here. You get these weak circulations, and the atmosphere is just not quite supportive to take them over the edge to where they're producing tornadoes. And we've had a lot of this today here. It's very marginal. So if it was a spring severe weather season and you had these same storms, you probably have stronger shear, and it's a different ball game. And all these warnings through the day are producing tornadoes. But many of them have not, except for really one that was early in the day. But these are all attempts from these little storms, just trying to take advantage of the environment. Let's go up here a little bit closer, and on this one here, just take a closer look at that. And so again, you see how it's wrapping around. That's the air flowing around towards the radar in Canepa, and now you got a little bit of a semblance here of air moving away from the radar. So that's a circulation right there that we'll want to watch. It's not there just yet to support a tornado warning, but I'm sure the Weather Service, if I was in front of the chat right now, I could see they would tell me they're watching this here too. So you have that one there, and let's back this back out here. My apologies on that. And let's bring this back down to the actual warning that we have. And there you can see, again, this is right here. That's the spot. And let's just bring this right back in a little bit closer here for you, as now it's 12:41 here tonight. And third night, we're going to be with you here all night tracking the heavy rain, the flooding, which is setting up, by the way. We're going to cover that here in just a second. But again, still kind of want to focus in on this because that is still a little bit of a better presentation here on it. The storm wants to, and that's a little bit of a stronger kick of wind moving away from the radar. We call those outbound winds. That's what the red is. That's moving air moving away from the radar. The green is toward the radar. And so it's just, so there you can see that's 29, 30 miles an hour. But you see how it's kind of separated from stronger winds here. The stronger winds are actually up here. So it's just not quite putting it all together here. And so, 50 is kind of the general rule of thumb. When you get to 50 plus, then your odds of getting a tornado start to increase. And then the strength of one does increase too. So just not really quite there, but that's an attempt at it. And we'll want to stick with us here for sure to watch that if it gets a little bit stronger and tighter as it's coming up to the Uvalde County line. So again, as you watch me right now, this is north of La Pryor, well south of Uvalde right now on this one here. And again, just to kind of show you, there you get La Pryor right down to here. And you can see how the storm is kind of wrapping itself up here just around the county line. And then there's Uvalde, so we bring this in here. And you'll see there's you got Uvalde Estates down in here too. But that's Old Eagle Pass Road right here. And then as we go up a little bit more, there you can see, of course, you're getting into downtown here. And that's 90 slicing right through here through town. And then as you go south of town, you can see as you're driving down, then you're going to get into that tornado warning right there. Now it's still pretty broad. So it's a broad circulation. Strongest outbound winds or inbound winds are circulating out here. And then the stronger outbound winds here, you want to see them together. And that's when your odds are increasing to get a tornado. It's just not quite there. And so that's the good news here with you with this tornado warning that you've gotten on your phone. Chances are maybe it woke you up and maybe you're huddled around with the kids, or what do I do? Do I have to go to my safe room? Don't have to do that right now. And so we just sit back and we watch it. And as it's getting closer to town, if it's still holding and it's strengthening, then that changes things. But again, also want to reemphasize too that the nature of the storms this afternoon to this evening, if you are able to get one, typically ends up being a little bit of a brief, more of a weak variety of tornado than a big power-packed, massive cone that's violent in nature. These are tropical air mass. They tend to be on the weaker side. And so you don't want to dismiss them or disregard them. But the word tornado is a little bit scary sometimes to some folks here. Well, and you see the movies and you see the documentaries, and you think every tornado is like that. Sometimes they're really pretty weak overall. This is the environment that traditionally doesn't support really big, powerful tornadoes. So you get these brief little circulations that maybe can occasionally drop a funnel down, touches the ground, and it's on the ground maybe for a little bit and it lifts back up. So again, we'll watch it here for you south of Uvalde. Let's check out the other one here too. I don't want to, I've been spending all the time watching that one. Let's just see up here what it's doing. And that was around Canepa right in there. And so that one's a little bit more broad in comparison. So this is another sort of a broader, weaker circulation right there. There was another one that was coming into Uvalde. You could see that there earlier. You might have actually got some wind gusts as that came through. Probably hit some gusts hitting 20, 30 miles an hour to get a little windy, a little breezy there with the heavy rain and the lightning thunder. I could see that coming through and also see some of the wind pushing up here. And so then that's the circulation there on that. And as we look at this particular product, it's called a dual pole correlation coefficient, just to kind of see if I see any sort of what we call dropout in it. That's a debris signature, and I don't see that. Saw one plain as day this morning in northwest Bearcat here, but this one here doesn't show me that. This is all rain, by the way. This color, this massive maroon color here. So again, let's go ahead. While we're doing this coverage, just want to also point out that while we're doing this, that we also have the flooding risk is going to be increasing out here too. So that is something that's we're on guard for here through the night. We've already had a tremendous amount of rainfall in this same region, and so you can really kind of see what's happening here. These are slow movers, increasing rainfall rates, training over the same area. So flash flooding is going to be really quick to set in here if it hasn't already in some cases, because you see this is the old existing flash flood warning from the earlier rain. So that's kind of lining up. You kind of see how it's lining up right into Kerr County. Kerr County, we've had this persistent area of rain, moderate to heavy rain here, a little bit more fragmented in Bandera County. And then this here will have a tendency to kind of come in. And so this whole zone here, I think, is over the next several hours is going to be very active and a very heavy rainfall. So for the western half of Kerr County, Bandera, Real, Edwards, very much on guard in this area, maybe even a little bit of western Kendall. But this is going to be the focal point, the sort of triangulated area right in here for flooding there. Bexar County kind of on the edges of it, and remains to be seen if we're able to get anything in the way of a heavier downpour through the night to tomorrow morning. Close, but really does kind of favor just a little bit more here to the west. So again, 2 circulations, the 1 tornado warning, this is in effect until 1:15 on that one, I believe. And let me just go ahead and kind of double check here on it. Yeah, till 1:15. Okay, and go ahead and control room if you could tell me what's at 102 on that here. Oh, okay. Well, just give me a heads up on that, if you will. Thank you very much. So I've got some fine folks there in the control room that are with me here tonight, too, to help you out with the coverage here of the weather that's rolling in. Again, that's the 1 warning. There are 2 circulations here. Only one of them has a warning on it. This one here, there was a little bit more of an attempt, perhaps, to try to get a brief tornado to try to form. Do not believe we quite got to that mark here. So some good news in this warning. This is not an active warning for 1 on the ground heading north into Uvalde. You see, that's taking dead aim at Uvalde, right? Coming straight at it, the town of Uvalde. And so for you watching here, the natural inclination is to say, okay, tornado on the ground coming right at me here. So again, good news is we're holding our own on this right now. And so we're just going to be with you here tonight. Should there be any changes, you'll see me occasionally cycle back because the radar obviously occasionally gets the scans in there. I can kind of evaluate the very latest. This one here, that's also spinning, but it's more of a broad spin. And let's see if I can kind of bring this in, and you can probably see it here if I zoom this in here on this. All these little storms up here are just sort of acquiring a little bit more of a circulation. And right in there, you can see it. You actually see the circulation kind of pulling the rain around. That's what's happening. That's why you get this sort of squiggly look. That's just sort of the wind kind of flowing around and pulling some rain around it. And that's how sometimes you get the sort of the odd looking configuration or shape to sometimes the rainfall pattern in radar there. So that's the circulation right there. That's right around about in there on that one there. And then you have this one here. That's the circulation right there. So this massive storms, these 2 circulations, you can see the heavy rain kind of wrapping around that are updrafts. Notice how there's a lot of lightning here and there's a lot of lightning here. So those are 2 pretty strong updrafts. They're strong storms and they have the higher rainfall rates on them here. And that looks like that's going to be an update there on the tornado warning. When you see it flash like that, that's an update on it. And that is probably them trimming the warning up a little bit. And it's still in effect until 1:15. No change there. So they're just kind of trimming up the polygon, and that will blink anytime there's a change to the polygon. And sometimes it's time-based, or it's just trimming where areas are removed out of the tornado warning. Earlier, the warning was a little further south here, so they brought it up just to here a little bit. And again, for those of you here watching me in Uvalde, really no change here. This is really good news, is that I do not see signs of 1 on the ground or attempting right at this very moment. There was a little bit more there in the past 10 minutes of a push of some stronger outbound winds that looked a little bit more interesting, and you start seeing that brighter red start to creep in there. You're working up the intensity scale on the wind, and just was not quite there, but that looked like a little bit of an attempt right there, a little bit of that pulse. So again, still a little bit of a broad circulation right in here on that. Okay. Oh, we can. Right past 102? Okay. So while we're covering the rain and the storms with the tornado warning here, by the way, I do want to point out the flooding risk here. Again, no changes here. It's level 3, level out of 4. Tomorrow into Friday morning, it's a level 3, really same area out west. And so I want to show you a future radar simulation here to kind of walk you through the night, because that's really the more guaranteed hazard of the night tonight, is another round of flooding rain. on top of extremely saturated soils here that we've had from recent rounds of heavy rainfall. So this is I think a reasonable look from this future radar simulation from our IBM graph model, where the storms are here, right? And so it's projecting in the next really 2 or so hours that they'll be a little further north here. And this is really heavy rainfall right in here with the rainfall rates. And so then you go from what 3:30 now, another hour, and there really wasn't much change on the location. So they're kind of sitting there, could be sitting there for 3 or 4 hours with high rainfall rates, could be hitting 2 to 4 inches per hour. And so that's how you're going to get, potentially into a 5 to 10 plus inch rainfall scenario. And that's at 6:30, and still not much change, right? Parts of Real County and Kerr and Edwards, and always have a little flexibility that it could be still down here. It's not just locked into one spot. There's always these little shifts that could occur, but this is the model's attempt to try to simulate it here for us so you can kind of get a feel for the trend. And then as we work our way a little past sunrise, 8:30 in the morning, it's kind of shifting a little bit more towards Edwards County. That's flash flooding out there into Rock Springs and northern Kinney County. And then we just get a couple scattered later in the day here. By the way, I do want to point out too, you're watching that in Del Rio or in this area here, Bracketville, Eagle Pass, Spofford, Comstock. You have to be on guard too through this third round for the risk of some flooding rainfall potential too. So you're not out of the woods on this one, even though it felt like the focus was really more just up here and less down here. It's possible that there could be quite a bit more that's impacting around the Rio Grande there to Del Rio through this last phase of it all. So we'll still show you the rainfall based on what I just showed you with the future radar, and you can see how it's painting this zone. This orange shading here is getting 4 inches, so it sees 4 to 8 plus to around probably 10 or maybe about a foot isolated in this pocket here. And this is pretty close to already where we've had some very heavy rainfall here. And rivers are raging out there too. So the Nueces and the Frio, Sabinal, big pushes of water flowing down, and that would just add to it. And then of course you have the western part of the Medina and Guadalupe that would be getting into that. They're the headwaters of those river basins here, and they're high as well. So let's go ahead, back this up, and show you what we have. Again, these 2 circulations. This one here does not have a tornado warning with it. It's still pretty broad. Weather Service, I'm pretty sure, is watching that one. And then you have this one down here in northern Zavala to near the Uvalde County line. And it's not completely coming together. So there's good news there on that in this warning. There's been no change. And do note the warning now is shaved just south of downtown Uvalde. So based on the fact that it's a little bit more of a sluggish motion north and how the storm has been behaving, the Weather Service did kind of trim a little bit on that, so it doesn't quite go up into the town of Uvalde on this warning. And right now, if we were to get something here in the next couple, 3 minutes or so, it would be maybe right over here where there might be a little bit more, perhaps at a pulse moment, kind of pulsing around, maybe just briefly. That's what I would be watching right there on this here, if we're going to get one here. That's not quite there yet either, though. But that's where I'm looking at the latest data trend that's come in here on radar. And as you try to keep up with the storm and where it's maybe the little area of circulation gets a little bit better organized, it would be right about in here, just on the west side of 83. And then there you have Old Eagle Pass Road here. And there, of course, is the county line. So, in this general area, and of course, you're familiar with this area and where you are in relation to it here. You see that's the area of interest right there, is right near the county line. And then here you have 83, just the west side of 83 that are on the county line. And again, that's still not quite put together just yet, as I see it, to have a tornado there. But as we continue to sort of watch the trends on it, that would be the spot right there. And then we bring out this view here for you. There you can see Uvalde. We also have the other circulation. So while we were doing this here, just kind of always keeping an eye too on the other spot. And that's up here. But that, again, is, while it's sort of a broad circulation here, and again, that's air moving away and then air toward the radar here. Really easy to see, right, the circulation on it, but not with a tornado warning. And then this is the rainfall that we have, this massive area of heavy rain, really kind of centering now into Uvalde County. And so you're kind of getting hit, taking aim at Uvalde County. When you look at the three counties here from Kinney to Medina, which have also had their fair share of some rainfall, right now, once again, and this is an area that's had about 10 to almost 20 inches of rain in here. And so now all of a sudden we're introducing another absolute deluge into Uvalde County. And with the Sabinal again in flood stage right now through Sabinal, forecast to reach, I believe, around major, very close to major, moderate to major. Frio coming down through Uvalde, also in flood. And then you have the Nueces over here on the west side, which has been in flood too. And that surge is working south here. But, if we start introducing more rain further up to the north, that'll obviously, flow right back into that river there. And we'll see the increases back here, Uvalde, right up through Laguna to Montel, heading up towards Camp Wood, depending on how this rain trends here tonight. And it's heading north. So we have that batch there, and we'll bring this in and kind of work our way up. So also to point out too, while we're with you here, there in Uvalde, real noisy storm. So there's actually a fair amount of lightning right in here, and that tells me that's a pretty strong storm too. So when you see the amount of cloud to ground lightning strikes like this, definitely feisty, aggressive. It's got its little circulation here with it, not quite tornadic. But this is enough to where it's really pumping out some pretty high rainfall rates in here. We're probably hitting about 3-4+ inches per hour on that storm. And so you have a multi-hazard deal here with frequent lightning, torrential rainfall, and then just that real outside chance of a brief tornado. That's the third hazard here. Even though that's a warning for it, it just hasn't been quite putting it together to produce, as we've been walking you here through the night here on this. Make sure that you have the information here too. And so I want to also be a little bit of a voice of calm for you here if you're in Uvalde, as we're here with you deep into the night now, coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning. And so I know I hear from quite a few folks that, they like getting warnings, they like getting alerts, but boy, it's kind of scary to get them on the phone. It comes with that nasty little alarm on it. And then you read down tornado warning, and sometimes, boy, it just gets the anxiety levels up here. So I do want to reassure you here that, yeah, we've got a warning, but we're really doing pretty well with it here. And based on everything I've been looking at. And in fact, here's the most recent scan. So I'm getting a look here, a brand new scan here from radar, and even less of a signature there for anything that's close to producing right here too. Really weak, pretty broad, and that's been sort of the flavor here of the past couple of hours. We've been watching these storms, and they've had these occasional weak circulations on them, and never quite got there to the point where you would have a tornado warning issued. And this one here just sort of crossed the threshold a bit, and the meteorologist at the National Weather Service doing a nice job here said, you know what, let's go ahead and get one out there, create a little bit of alert and awareness on it. So never want to second guess them on those kind of decisions like that. And the warning has expired. So we no longer have a tornado warning for it. Now that said, I'm going to continue to watch these storms. We're going to be here all night long. I'm going to be doing more updates here on News 4 here through the night. Of course, live streaming as well on our various platforms. But that'll do it here for now. Don't forget our 4Zone weather app. It is a free download for all the warnings, tracking that rain. Just scan that QR code. I'm here. Do you hear me? Okay. Okay. Well, good morning to you at 1:31 here on this Thursday morning. Want to get you up to speed on where we stand with these storms developing. This is the big expected third round of flooding rain, and it is underway. And we already have a flash flood warning from Kerr into some of Bandera County. The most intense portion of this batch is right here in Uvalde County. It's a pretty heavy batch too, Kerr into Gillespie County. And you can kind of see the orientation of this here, how it's sort of lining like this. And so this little corridor right in here is going to be carefully monitored right through sunrise. It is entirely possible with the rainfall rates that we're seeing, the training of storms over the same areas here. This is a recipe of getting 10 plus inches of rain in spots in this kind of a setup here. So that said, let's get you right into live power Doppler radar, and we'll remove the clouds. Again, very heavy rain that you see here in Uvalde County. With a lot of lightning too, very electrical storms, so it's very noisy, coming down in absolute buckets. And of course, goes without saying, based on the amount of rain we have seen already in Uvalde County, this is going to be really causing some problems here through the night into tomorrow morning with this kind of intensity level sitting here over the area with a gradual lift north over incredibly saturated areas where we've already had flooding and impassable roadways because of the prior two rounds of rainfall. So again, extremely high rainfall rates in Uvalde here along 90 to Canepa. Sabinal right now, it's a little bit more of a moderate rain. At this time here, you're on the margins of it. And then you can see again, a lot of lightning in here as noted here. So these are pretty strong storms with what you see here. And with that lightning, of course, also giving a boost to the rainfall rates. And just kind of slide us over a little bit more here to the west. And there you can see we also have a little bit more development here. And notice that's kind of also lifting up. So that'll cover western Uvalde County and eastern Kinney, just east of Brackettville. Go up 55. This is gradually going to be spreading up towards Camp Wood, going up 83 into Concan. You know, getting right onto the edge of it here as you're working up north, up 127. And as we take this north, you can see there in Utopia, we've had this one storm here, kind of throwing out some lightning now too, but that's a pocket of heavy rain. Occasionally you get some gusty storms too that are hitting 25 or 30 or so miles per hour. So I do want to also acknowledge that. And then we come up here. This is that new warning that was issued where in this warning about 2 to 3 inches of rain fell. And obviously we're going to be adding to that here total too. So that's the warning that's active. That does go into Kerrville and about Ingram here. And that's really heavy rain that you see right up in here. Center Point over Kerrville, torrential rainfall is underway, and it's going to be around for a while too. And again, the fear I had and the concern I had that I was talking about yesterday was that this is going to be Kerrville, Kerr County, and a little bit more west than really what we have seen so far this week, where it's been more of the central eastern side down into Kendall County or eastern Bandera for the bigger totals. So now this round here is a little bit of a different configuration on that. And what I'll do is kind of pull out the view here for some perspective. There you can see also right up into Gillespie County, heavy rain moving up in here as well here. So this zone in here will have a tendency to sort of persist and fill in. Right now it's more light, patchy rain, steady rain in Bandera County. You see the pocket heavy rain there, heavy rain to the north, but we may be seeing a little bit more in the way of heavy rain in time in here. Real County for sure, you're on the quieter side for the moment. That'll change. And then right up into some of Edwards County here too here. So again, let's kind of pull that view out. You can get a little bit more perspective here on this zone that we have here. Here are the rainfall rates, and just want to kind of give you an idea of what you're dealing with down there. And in fact, let's go ahead and just zoom this in a little bit closer here in Uvalde County, make it a little bit easier to hit some of these cores that we have. All right, so now I just want to kind of show you what we're dealing with inside here of 90. And so as this stops, I'll put a marker right here. You can see the rainfall rates there on that. That's 6 inches per hour on the rainfall rate. Down here, here's another massive area of rainfall. A little over 6 inches per hour is the estimate there. And right over town in Uvalde, let's do that one again because that was a bad click right there. There you can see it. So this whole zone, what this tells you, this whole zone is 4 to just around 6 inches or more per hour, the rainfall rates. So with that being said, slow movement, it's been sort of sitting here. You can see, and actually getting a little bit more intense too. You see the amount of sort of that purplish color to white sort of expanding a bit. This is a real problem that's setting up here in Uvalde, in the southern half of Uvalde. Provided this continues to hold here in this position like this as you see it here with flooding issues here. So again, extremely heavy rainfall right now there in southern Uvalde County. You also see some of these heavier pockets too, but this is a larger area of that rainfall. We come up here, well, I'll tell you what, that's not what I want to do here. So let's go ahead and pan this up. First of all, I want to pan this up. Thank you. There again, that there is about 4 to around near 6 inches per hour, that little downpour right there. And then the rainfall rates are really heavy in Kerrville, just not as intense as is over Uvalde. So again, we'll come in here and bring this in. But these are some pretty impressive cores too. And just to kind of give you an idea here, around Kerrville, we'll put a marker right there. 4 inches or so per hour. Another one down here on the south side of Kerrville towards Center Point. And then we'll hit this little area here. And close to 3 inches per hour. Then there's another bullseye that's out here. And that there. So generally speaking, around about 3 to 5 inches per hour, the rainfall rates up in here too. Very impressive. And this is right under the target region for the highest outlook for flooding, level 3, level 4 here in this area. And then for the day on Thursday, it kind of continues in this area too. And then everything will shift away by Friday. All right, so let's walk you through a model here that kind of will give you some feel moving forward. This is the a new run here of the HRRR computer model. So now we're at 1:38, so we've jumped ahead about almost an hour and a half, 3 in the morning. And, it might be a little bit fast on this here too. So do we have this all up here, or is it setting up a little bit more here? So those are the little details, but the general idea, this is the corridor, some pretty intense rainfall here, sitting over the same area. Can't rule out a shower or thunderstorm in around Bexar County, but this is really the more dominant focal point. Now this is a little bit deeper into the morning, heading towards daybreak. This is at 5 in the morning. Again, a scattered rain chance in around Bexar, more of a widespread flooding potential from Edwards stretching across the hill country. And then that's at 7 in the morning. And you see how we just really haven't overall changed our location of concern. Very heavy rain here at 9 in the morning in Kerr County, back into Real County, and then still over the same area, maybe a hair less intense by the time we get to a late morning, and then winding down a little bit into the afternoon. Heavier development back out west towards Del Rio, maybe towards Eagle Pass. And then as we work our way deeper into the day, the rain chance in and around Bexar County would be a little bit more spotty. So this would be the rainfall amounts based on what I just showed you there. And you can see this sort of the zone. The orange to the yellow is 4 to about 10 plus inches of rain that you have up in here. You know, there could be a spot anywhere up in here I do think is capable of getting a foot of rain with the intense rainfall rates and the general pattern of the rain sort of sitting over the same area or training over the same area. So it's going to be a long night and a long morning to get our Thursday started here as we back this up here for you. Again, one more time, just sort of run through it, show you the broad view here on this and where we are. Again, we have the active flash flood warnings here in this area, the new one that was added up here in the Kerr and Bandera County. But everything really is now starting to intensify and align, and you can see kind of how this corridor is shaping up to be pretty rough here on the rainfall. Areas that are not seeing rain just yet, it will be raining before long and probably quite heavily as well here. So this is really, as expected, this whole little zone really going to kind of favor, western Kendall to about Bandera, Medina, west in particular, and then anything a little bit further east that would include Bear to Comal becomes more spotty. Not to say we can't get rain, but it does drop off in terms of the flood potential here. We will be here all night long. More updates here on News 4, and of course live streaming on our social media platforms. Our 4Zone weather app, free download here, getting all those warnings. You could track the rain, future radars on there as well. Just scan that QR code. All right, it's 1:57 here on this Thursday morning. A new tornado warning has been issued in Uvalde County, right here around Canepa. On this one here, just east on Highway 90 from Uvalde. This is also an area with torrential rainfall right now, pretty stationary storms with rainfall rates are hitting for about 4 to 6 inches per hour. A lot of lightning. This is a dangerous scenario right now with flooding rainfall potential and a lot of lightning. And now into the mix is another one of these tornado warnings. Now I will tell you, bulk of the tornado warnings that we've had have not had a tornado. So they're very precautionary because there's little spins, little circulations that develop in these storms and you end up getting a tornado warning. So right out of the gate, even though you've got the alarms going off, your phone, you see tornado warning, just want to urge caution on just assuming, jumping the gun to say, there is a tornado. This is a radar indicated, and it's right here around Canepa. And what I'm going to do here is actually kind of show you what I'm looking at here with the winds inside this storm. Absolutely pouring. It's a loud storm. And the two areas of interest is, there's actually two in this tornado warning. You had this one spot here over Canepa, right about in there, and then right there, which kind of loosened up and it's weaker. And then there's actually a secondary area down here in the tornado warning. So these two spots right now, this one here compared to this one is the one that's become a little bit more dominant in terms of its potential. If we're going to get a brief little tornado to touch down right here, you see those are pretty strong winds toward the radar site. And then this is air moving away from it here. So what we'll do is, and here you can see there's a Garnerfield Road is right here too. So you see on our street level mapping, we're kind of highlighting some of these locations here for you for some perspective. So, right in there, that is a pocket there of some stronger winds. So there's definitely some wind gusts in here. Even if there's no tornado, it is windy here in this storm. South of Highway 90. So that is inbound winds around 58 into the radar. And then right here, not far from that, 17. So this is the area to watch right now if we're going to see a brief tornado touchdown here in Uvalde County, right there. That's the little spot, the little couplet here, if you will, with outbound winds versus inbound winds. And you can kind of see that little circulation right here in the midst of the real heavy rainfall and the tremendous amount of lightning we have. This actually, looking at it, looks like a little bit of more of a stronger circulation right now that has to be watched closely. You can see that's right there. And again, I'm going to use this tool here. And what we look for is called a tightening of the circulation, where you have a bright red box up against a brighter green or light blue box. That's usually where you're going to have that tornado verify with one down. So this is a little bit of a stronger circulation right here on it. It remains to be seen if we're able to get it to come together to produce one here, but that's the spot. So we're in so tight here. Let me zoom this out so you can get some perspective. Here you see, here's Uvalde right here. You're not in this tornado warning, and so it's just off to your east. That's the area of some spin right there that's of interest right now to watch it. And then you can see here, of course, you have 90. So this is south of 90. There's Canepa right there. And do note, too, that this is actually pretty stationary. So overall, when you look at this warning, you see it goes all the way up here on the north side of Uvalde, crossing 83 and way up here. But overall, this particular feature pretty locked in this one spot. And then you also had here, right over Canepa, there was a little flare up right there of that circulation. And you can see this sort of this burst of brighter blue, if you will, light blue. And that may have been a little bit of a radar artifact. I can't quite tell on that. But nonetheless, this is much weaker. And so there were these really sort of these two zones here of interest. And that, to me right now, is the one that's become the dominant feature to watch, where the air is flowing out here and then the air is flowing here. So that's definitely some spin that we have right there. And it looks a little stronger to me there. So if you're on the east side of Uvalde, here Highway 90, just based on those inbound winds, I would now treat this as there's possibility of a tornado developing right now based on that presentation right there. See that bright blue right in there? It's a pretty strong pocket of outbound winds aligning with it here. It looks like this is strengthening here to me. So I believe we may get a tornado out of this in Uvalde County, east from Garner Field Road, south of 90, and right in here. This here looks like, disregard this pink shading here, but the blue, do not disregard that. That's pretty strong wind. So this overall circulation is tightening up. That's, if we're going to get a tornado out of this warning, it's going to be right here on this. And so let me go ahead and just kind of show you the wind speeds just in that little pocket there of inbound winds toward the radar, which is off to the west, 60 plus. So that's some pretty decent wind going toward the radar. And then the air flowing away from the radar here. Let me just drop one right in there. And there you can see, 34. So getting a little bit of a stronger tightening here. So we'll go in even closer here just to look at this. And then I'll right here aligned with that. I believe we might be on the verge here. That's enough of a threshold here of gate-to-gate shear, this velocity couplet. I think we may be getting a tornado developing right now here in Uvalde County, right there. Okay, so there's Canepa here, east from Uvalde, and pretty stationary right now. And there's also a secondary little area down here, but right there, that's definitely tightening up. I believe we're going to be getting a tornado on that. And I'm going to come over here. I want to use another tool, make sure I have it activated here, just in case. This is going to show me it's our debris tracker. So bear with me for just a second as I bring this into the fold. And I'm going to set it up there and make sure it's centered properly where I want it. There it is. Okay, so it's right there. And we will definitely see this if we get any kind of debris. If there's a tornado and the debris is being lofted from a tornado, we will see that right there. So, okay, so now what I'm going to do is, pardon me for a second here, you're going to see some other maps here going to come up here as I kind of get back into this. Let's reset this here and bring this right in here. So this is radar traditional reflectivity. It's right in here is the spot. See this little hooking right here? That's the hooking around the circulation. East from Uvalde, south from Canepa right now. If you're in this area, I would consider going to your safe room, a small room, interior portion of your home, lowest portion of your home, an interior room. Bathroom, storage closet, or a something of those, just away from the exterior walls in the windows. I would definitely do that. If you hear a roaring sound, if you live in this area and you're hearing a bit of a roaring sound outside, not from the thunder, but maybe wind, another telltale sign that there could be a tornado developing right there. So that's a very interesting look right there. This is definitely tightening up. And right in there, I believe we're getting a tornado. I think we're getting a tornado right there, east from Uvalde, and very well could be getting a tornado right now, wrapping up here. And so that's really strong, impressive compared to every other tornado warning we've had. This one here is looking the part of a producing one. And so that's pretty strong pocket of inbound winds right here. My apologies, let me pull this back out. I didn't mean to do that. And then we're going to go grab our query tool here and just kind of show you what those winds are doing in there. Now hitting 70. So definitely, if nothing else, we got damaging wind. Whether there's a tornado or not, just damaging wind is possible now in this storm too. But this whole area here, that's 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And then aligning it here with some stronger outbound winds. And maybe right in there too, let's see on that. So yeah, I think this is definitely a spot here where we're getting developing a tornado here potentially in Uvalde County. Notice too, not much movement with it here. I mean, it's sort of locked in this one spot. So it's wrapping itself up. It may produce one, and it may just sort of sit in this general area right now. It's not heading to Uvalde. It's not moving in that direction, or it's not heading north necessarily, just sort of wrapping itself up right here. And so we'll bring that view out again. So I just want to make sure that you're out there in Uvalde County and you're watching this coverage. You see the big polygonal warning goes way up here. This is the focal point, south from Canepa, right there. And this is our radar, dual pole radar, we call it correlation coefficient. You can call it a debris tracker. And so, and probably ought to retitle this here. But what I'll be looking for is to see if we get all of a sudden what we call dropout, or this is rain, this is all rain. If I start seeing yellows and greens start showing up here in a little pocket, that's debris that's being launched. into the air, and the radar sees it. And that's a debris signature there. So don't quite see that just yet. Want to keep tabs on this particular product, though, as really for the first time in a while here today, we've had a number of these tornado warnings, and they've all been pretty weak circulations. We had one earlier, Zavala County line with Uvalde. Never really had its act together. This one does. So this one here is in the process of getting stronger, and we'll bring this back down in here. Strong inbound winds and still that little pocket of outbound winds here. And so in the recent scan, still definitely a strong circulation. Maybe, and let's go in a little bit closer there on it for you. And maybe perhaps cycling down a little bit on it. I'll cautiously say that there. I still think we could have a tornado that's on the ground right here in a one spot, just sitting here in this one spot here. And this is well east from Uvalde and south from 90. And again, just kind of, since we're zoomed in here, we could plot some different roads here. If you're, you can kind of pick out your spot. Here you have Uvalde here. And of course, here's 90 coming in. So you can kind of see in relation to where you are, that's the location out here. That's a little bit of a stronger circulation right out here. All right, so there again, you can see. So I want to make sure that as you're watching this from Uvalde, we're looking off to the east, you can get some feel here for it. And what I'm going to do here, pardon me for just a second, I'm going to step over here. And while we're looking at this, and I'm going to go over to the Weather Service chat and just see if we're getting any kind of reports of anything. It's in the middle of the night. It's 2 in the morning. Heavy rain, tremendous amount of thunder, and so it's going to be harder to come by to get any kind of reports on this here. So we're also, let's see here. So yeah, so they're noting the strong rotation here on that one. And let's see, so yeah, so okay, so nothing to add in terms of there's noting the strong areas of rotation here as I scan through there on that there. So that tornado is going to be, the warning is in effect until 2:30 right now, so that's 20 minutes. Now, that will be extended if this doesn't change. And it's right there between Uvalde and Canepa. And it remains a radar indicated. So as soon as, if we were to see a little bit of a debris signature show up, then it would become radar confirmed on it here. Let me go ahead and go back over to that particular product, and don't really quite see that just yet happening there. So, but that's something I'll keep tabs on there. And again, just to kind of go back over that here for you, occasionally you'll see, especially when we're in a tornado warning and it's a stronger circulation. We had this earlier this morning in Northwest Bexar County where we had what we call dropout on this particular product. This is all just rain, and then all of a sudden you get this blob of blues and greens showing up. That's just the radar seeing debris that's in the air, and so it becomes a wonderful product here for us using radar data here to kind of confirm. And it's still a strong circulation here. In the last couple of scans, maybe a little bit weaker than it had been, but still do not want to drop our guard just yet here on this here. So it's 10 minutes here after 2 o'clock this morning. Many of you are up with me. You might have been up all night long because it's so loud. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of lightning out here and loud thunder, and it's absolutely pouring. Flooding is a very dangerous scenario out there right now with stationary torrential rainfall over the super saturated grounds we have out here in Uvalde County. And now we're introducing this into the mix. And again, even if there wasn't a tornado, there were some strong winds in here on this storm. So strong gusty winds on it as it was wrapping up. But let's get a little closer in there. This is still something worth watching, keeping an eye on here just to see if it tries to cycle back around, if there's a new circulation that maybe is trying to take shape in here. But that would be the one right there. Again, maybe certainly a hair less impressive in terms of maybe producing one. And when I say impressive, I don't mean in a good way necessarily. I'm just trying to tell you the trends inside the storm, how they're behaving, if you're going to get one or not. And that looked like it was definitely cycling up and trying to put one down there. It was trending up, if you will. and now maybe unraveling a little bit. And do we get a new one developing down here? That's some stronger winds going out away from the radar. So it's still a spin here, and you see how it's moved very little. So we have it here with Uvalde here off to your east, and that's that area. And so do want to point out here too for the tornado polygonal warning that you see here as we kind of pull this out. You see it's pretty expansive, and it's just really this little corner here of it. Earlier, it was over Canepa. There was a little spot that was kind of spinning a little bit too. So you had two areas of interest. That quickly faded away. This became the dominant one here. But you end up getting this large area. So if you live in here, you're going to get the notification that you're under a tornado warning. And it gets to be pretty scary when the alarms are going off and you look at your phone and first thing you see is tornado warning. And so again, as we're with you here on this, just again, notice that do note that this is the focal point here of interest and concern is right in this little spot here on this here. It's not quickly advancing up through the tornado warning here. And it may be attempting right now to kind of reconfigure itself to sort of be here on this portion of the tornado warning. But again, that was quite a departure from recent tornado warnings we've had here over the past 12 hours. Through the afternoon, evening, where most of them couldn't quite put it all together to produce a tornado. It was a pretty weak and marginal environment, but this one here, much more robust. And I do feel that could be an attempt at kind of reorganizing one right now. That's a brand new update here we have, kind of bring this back in. And again, you're starting to see, well, let me bring that back out, grab this here, right here. And so this here is, again, that's some stronger winds that's flowing towards the radar. This is air flowing away from the radar. And, well, that's not a good click right there. Let's try that again right there. And so there again, you can see. And so if they tighten up any more than that, you're getting sharp in very short distance, outbound, inbound, and you're going to get a tornado potentially on the ground from that. That's a tightening of the circulation here. We call that gate-to-gate shear when they're right aligned together here. So strongest is there, strongest winds right here. And closer they kind of get together, then you're talking about the possibility of a tornado. But that definitely, it was originally up here, that faded away, and now it's kind of the circulation is kind of reforming here a little bit further off to the south. And for perspective, there's Uvalde. Of course, 83, here's 90 into town. And this is Uvalde right here in this quad screen that you see. This is our Raul B. Rodriguez Law weather cam view there. The heavy rain, some winds, but this tornado warning is well off to the east because this is looking east at 90 and then kind of off in this direction, which is out of the camera view. By the way, that's Kerrville right there with a torrential rainfall. And while we're at it here, let me just quickly, there you see the very heavy rainfall, flooding rains that are underway there in Uvalde County. And then we also have up here flooding rain that's up into Kerrville right now with all that lightning and thunder here. So you have that. And then we have this tornado warning. That's very much a valid tornado warning in terms of the ability to put one down compared to the other tornado warnings, which were much more marginal and less than stellar presentation if you're going to get one, where your confidence is not as high that you're going to realize one. That right there is much more impressive to me right there. Boy, I think we're wrapping up a tornado again, or an attempt at one, here just east of Uvalde there. So right here, as the crow flies here, it's kind of, what I'm going to do is I'm going to step over here for just a second. And what I want to do is let's go ahead and I'm going to stop this right here. And what I would like to do is, and just kind of give you an idea. You can see that's about, from downtown, it's about 7 miles away. And so what we'll do is we'll bring this in. And we're going to plot, okay, so we're going to go in really close here. Let me see some of these streets out here, and you'll see them too. Agape Road. Let's see if we can get a couple more. Let's see if I can plot a couple of these here. well, that's not what I want to do here. Anyway, there's Connor Lane, County Road 366. So that's the spot. That's the area of interest right there. Let me see if I can bring this in. If any other roads, all right, there you go. Gardner Field Road is over here. And a lot of these little offshoot roads I'm not as familiar with as you would be out here. There's Farm to Market 1023, and trying to get our labeling product here to kind of throw some on. So anyway, the area of interest would be essentially it would be right about in here. So this is air flowing out this way here, and so right in here. And again, let's go ahead and just kind of give you an idea. So here in town, about 7 miles. It's about 7 miles here off to your east on this one here. And then again, as we put this into motion here for you, you can see that attempt at wrapping up. And right in there and right there. So that's the attempt at a tornado right there east of Uvalde. And by the way, let me real quick here, I just want to, while I'm on this product, I'm going to come right back down there. Just want to look up here in Kerrville. And, we'd want to kind of keep an eye on Kerrville too. Looks like there might be some gusts up there. But nothing like down here. So that's definitely incredibly interesting to me here on the possibilities here. Let me go ahead and save that there. And while I'm over here, I'll come back to the wall here in your TV in just a second. Just want to pop this up really fast. And, just kind of want to see, do I see anything that's showing up there just yet that's really prominent? Really big, it's very obvious. All right. And let me see here, the update on the tornado warning still remains radar indicated. It's really hard, unless we can see that debris signature show up. It really becomes very hard to confirm it without that, because it's at night, it's heavily raining, it's not during the day. Not many people are out right now. Everyone's kind of hunkered down for the night with a night like this out there in Uvalde County. But that's definitely close. That's close to trying to put one down. It remains a radar indicated tornado here until 2:30. And they have it moving northwest at 10, but it's just not moving much at all. And so the only thing I will say, if you're in Uvalde, I just put a distance calculator on there showing you it's about 6-7 miles to the east, is, if this thing's drifting, if it ends up drifting closer into town, that changes things on the east side of town there for sure. So we want to watch that. This is well south of Knippa here, and but it's kind of just sort of lodged in this spot, right? But that is a strong circulation, and but it remains a radar indicated tornado. Pretty strong spin. That's definitely the strongest circulation that I've seen here from the tornado warnings I've been covering. We had a pretty strong one, brief one up in Bexar County this morning, and that was an EF1 tornado. And so of the tornado warnings here through the day, this is the one that could produce, to me, a tornado of that caliber like we had up there in Bexar County, if it can put it all together. And so, this is a different level of intensity compared to the other tornado warnings, which were very weak, and just, you never had anything develop here from them. But this one here, that's a strong area of rotation. And again, here on the east side of Uvalde, south of Knippa, just in this area here where we do have some of these streets and some home potential, consideration of getting into that safe room here with you and your loved ones and the kids. Make sure you also have proper footwear too, just in case. Sneakers, so don't go barefoot. As we've often happened, if we do end up getting one, it's on the ground and it does some damage, then if there's glass and things of that nature, you'd have to walk on. And that often causes every year injury from just having to walk on that. So make sure you have some proper footwear on too. If you go to that safe room there, make sure you have the volume up on your TV if you're away from the TV so you can hear my information here too. And again, a little room, an interior in the lowest part of your house is maximum safety for you. Bathroom over a closet with the piping in it. Makes it a little bit of a stronger room than the closet, more resistance, if you will. But you definitely want to put as much distance between you and the exterior walls of your home, and certainly not with windows. You don't want windows. I would recommend strongly considering doing that here, especially if you also hear a roaring sound, because we don't have any real visuals out here. You got lightning flashes, but you don't want to be sitting there looking out the window and waiting to see if you're hearing some roaring sound. And with this kind of a signature here, that we could get one that's on the ground that develops pretty quickly here. So strongly consider that. I would with my family if I was there for this here too. So I'll just put that out there too. That's pretty strong signature there on the outbound and inbound winds here if it could put it together right there. And so that's definitely a very strong circulation. And again, let's just kind of give you an idea. And if nothing else, this is producing some strong winds. I'm pretty sure in there you're getting some pretty potent wind, hitting 60 or so in that, which is severe thunderstorm warning criteria. So that's a burst of some pretty strong wind there, even if there is no tornado. So you may also hear a little bit of that roaring sound just from the strong winds howling in this thing. And then you have the outbound winds, which are not quite as strong. And again, when it comes to a tornado and when we're assessing the inbound, outbound winds, we're looking to see what we call gate-to-gate shear, where the pixels are tightly aligned together. In general rule of thumb is you get around about 50 or so, say 25 miles one direction, 25 miles the other, just add them, you get 50 miles an hour of total gate-to-gate shear. That's usually the low-end tornado threshold for development, and then it goes up from there. So most of the day we've been in that 35, 40 mile per hour range, but this one here has the potential to be quite a bit stronger than that there. So that's the circulation right there. And again, hasn't moved at all since I've been on the air here for about, the better part of 20 minutes, just in this one spot spinning here. You can see there was one attempt there, kind of fell apart, it's kind of cycling it up down here on this thunderstorm. And this is the way it looks with radar reflectivity here. You see this mass of rain and a lot of lightning in here. And you can see that's the strongest storm. That's a pretty potent updraft right there. And you can use the lightning as a great indicator on the intensity of these storms and where you have the strongest part of it. Well, look at that beehiving of lightning right here. And you can see how that's co-located with that strong spin. So you have, the air sucking into that storm, and then the circulation kind of pulling the rain around it. And that's how you get a little bit of this sort of that messy look there with the radar reflectivity, and in your updraft, punching up right there. And so that's what we have going on. Really a loud storm, windy, and that tornado warning, that's a well-placed tornado warning here for you from the National Weather Service on that one. And but I'm not seeing that really pronounced a dropout on here, which we would use as a debris signature to say radar is confirmed there's one that's active on the ground. So every now and then you want to pop in, you want to take a look at that. This is just rain that you see here. So dropout means that you quickly drop out from that shade of maroon down the scale here, and that's when you're getting into debris. And we had that this morning up in Bexar County here. So again, there you can see that's that area of spin. This is about 6 to 7 miles here off to the east, and from Uvalde. And in this most recent scan, that's a little less organized. So that's still some damaging wind potential right there. So at a minimum, I could see that there would be reports of hitting 50, 60 plus on the winds on this. But it's just not quite aligned with the outbound winds as well as it has been. So a little bit more disheveled here, but that's still strong winds right there. That's still a pocket of some strong winds with the really heavy rainfall here. And nothing showing up on that with the debris. And these are the intense rainfall rates, by the way. Just want to kind of point this out here too. So in here as well, just kind of drop a couple of markers in there. You see you're hitting that's generally about 4 to 5 inches per hour on the rainfall rates right in here. So torrential rainfall, frequent lightning, some strong winds in here. And that looks like that's probably a flash flood warning that's being added here to it. So let me just go ahead and kind of or no, that's an extension. That's an extension of the tornado warning. That's a new one until 3 o'clock. So because it's now moving at 5, so they're adjusting the motion of it, which is really not much of anything with motion. It remains a radar indicated. And so this will be now till 3 o'clock into the morning. And that's going to replace the old one, the old tornado warning there. And so this one actually went just a little bit more south, and it's also including a little bit more there in towards downtown Uvalde. So more folks in here are getting the notifications on their phones of a tornado warning. It's in progress. The alarms are going off, and maybe you're just now joining me here. So I've been on with this here for the better part of a half hour. This is a strong circulation. So if you've been with me through the past 12 hours with tornado warnings, most of them have not been like this. And it still remains a radar indicated tornado. We haven't seen a debris signature from it. Certainly at this hour of the night in a big thunderstorm with heavy rainfall and lightning, you're not really going to get visuals on it from anyone saying they see a funnel. So it makes it extremely difficult to verify from that perspective. So you lean on your debris signature on radar. We haven't seen that just yet. So this is now a little bit more disorganized, but this could be a third attempt to kind of cycle back up a new circulation. So oftentimes these storms can be deceiving, where you think it's unraveling and that's it, and yet you find another one that forms in a new circulation. So, could that be it right there? I would want to watch on that to see if that's maybe a new one trying to wrap. Maybe not, but I would want to watch. You do have still that little bit of an area right there that would be worth watching here. And again, right in here, I'll just always point this out, that little spot right in there, that's still some strong wind gust potential, even if it's just straight line wind. And what we'll do is, let me just kind of over here, just bring this in. Whoops, my apologies here on that, didn't mean to do that. And I'm going to pause this here just to make it so a little easier to focus. And see if we could maybe get a couple of streets on here. So you see, there's Gardner Field Road. There's Farm to Market 1023 is in this area. Agape Road is here. And as I go a little further over to the west, there you see Barnes Road, Ham Lane. I'm just kind of reading off things I see that are in that warning. There you got Main Street there getting into downtown, right? So you can see all the homes and businesses you would have here in this general area on Uvalde. And then you can see other parts of Uvalde not in the warning, but that's the warn for part of it here is just off to your east. Now, that's a new tornado warning right there. All right, so we've got 2 tornado warnings that are ongoing right now in Uvalde County. 2 tornado warnings. That's a new circulation that is now developing on the southwest side of Uvalde. And let me go ahead and this one here, that could be a little bit of a debris. Is that right there? Do you see that there? That might be it. There might be a little tornado down in here southwest of Uvalde right now. See if the Weather Service is, they're probably assessing it here, but that's what I would be looking for to see if we actually maybe have one on the ground. Is maybe you're looking for what we call a little bit of a dropout. That might be it. And so what I'm going to do here is let me go over to the Weather Service chat. We're going to continue on here. Let me zoom this in for you as I come over here. I want to assess things here and just see if they're getting any new reports in here. So bear with me for just a second here. 2 tornado warnings. We have the one, it's to the east of Uvalde. That one looks actually a little less impressive in terms of its organization and strength on it for a tornado. And then we have this interesting area to the southwest of Uvalde. Okay, so nothing that I can add there from that on the chat. Reading that. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now in Uvalde County southwest of Uvalde. And then we have the one to the east, which we've had for a while now. And come back in here. And what I want to do is, let's go back over here. Just want to see this here again. That looks to me like there might have been a tornado. It's a little hard to tell on that, or is there just maybe a little radar artifact there? So, you know, I don't want to jump the gun on that, but, you know, that's kind of the deal there. There may have been one briefly on the ground and maybe launched a little bit, but, you know, that was the kind of, sometimes you want to evaluate that and see if you see it in multiple scans, if it sticks around. So maybe not on that. But that's kind of the deal that I'm looking for, and when it comes to that particular product. And when we look at this here, and as this re-racks, there was a moment there, it got a little stronger. So I wouldn't discount that maybe that was a little bit of a debris signature there. I wouldn't completely discount that. We may have briefly had one down, spun up there, because it did get a little bit tight on that circulation for just a second. And what I'm going to do here is, I just want to hold on. Let me so you know, I'm going quiet right now because the control room is giving me some information here. So I'm going to go quiet just for a second so I can hear them out. Go ahead. The road Kerrville to Hunt is flooded. It's impassable now. Okay. So rescue cannot get in there right now. So that was a report that just came in that was relayed to me by our control room. That being up in Kerr County right now. And that was one of my big fears, is that we're going to start seeing things really go downhill tonight up there. And we're going to go up there in just a second here to, I just want to take a look at this here. So that right there, I don't mean, pardon me, I didn't mean to do that. No code red? There's no code red up there for that area just yet. Okay. So anyway, that right there is the, that was what I was looking at. You see, this is as about 10 minutes ago, southwest of Uvalde. That's what it looked like. It was tightening up there. And it may have briefly at some point in there tried to drop one down, or maybe achieved it. And when I come over here and I look at this, I don't see anything now, but there was just this little spot right there, and it's gone. So that may not have been anything. I'm not, but that's the reason why I watched this here, and it may not have been. So I don't want to jump the gun on that and tell you absolutely that was. And in fact, what we're going to do over here is just make sure as I'm reading the warning, because they'll add if they, observed. Radar confirmed. That was a debris signature, tornado debris signature was on it. So confirmed on the Weather Service, we did get a tornado southwest of Uvalde here on that, near Uvalde Estates, or 9 miles southwest of Uvalde. Pretty stationary, but that was upgraded. That warning from radar indicated to radar confirmed. That's the beauty of that tool at night, where you just don't have the luxury of eyes on it to see it during the daylight hours, and you're in the midst of a heavy storm. But we did get a brief tornado here in Uvalde County. And so what I'm going to do is, let me go ahead and let's zoom this in here on that little hotspot. I just want to kind of see some of the streets down here, see if we can plot that. And come right up here. There's Old Eagle Pass Road, so it was right about in there. More click there, see if we can get so we're not getting really much. So that would have been the spot right about in there. So what I'm going to do is kind of pan this around a little bit, because you're watching this here and you might be able to kind of identify your location here to it. That's the tornado warning right there. There you have 83. And so, yeah, it would have been right about in there. That's where I believe we would have had that. Let me kind of pull this back out here. And so you can see in relation to, that would have been the spot. Briefly, maybe a funnel that was down, it made contact with the ground, spun up something down there, threw it in the air, and it's gone, it lifted. And so, but radar did see it. And you can see in relation to Uvalde here where that was. And of course, you have a Uvalde Estates in here too, so pretty close to you down there, and Uvalde Estates right there. Now that weekend, so I will tell you that confirmed, radar confirmed, but no longer do we have one here based on this. So it was pretty tight, it was brief, and it loosened up and it's much weaker now. Come over here and never did get dropout on this one here, but boy, that was pretty formidable looking for a time, and it never did see one on that in our debris tracker here on this. And it looks like it's still swirling out here pretty broad right now at this point. That's a pocket of strong wind here near Canepa, but it's not aligned very well with the outbound winds here. So that's too broad to think about getting a tornado. Now that's strong wind. You can get winds hitting 50 plus in that to near 60, and that can do some tree damage or branches and loose items out on a property. But that alone, so you do have strong gusty winds in there, but it's just in terms of the tornado warning, a little ill-defined here in terms of that possibility. And then you'd want to see if that kind of reorganizes itself here south of Canepa here. Okay, so that's that spot there, that tornado warning, and then this one here, and that was that moment right there where we did get one, and you'll see it here. See that little blip? That was it, right about in there. Well, actually, it was right about in here. It wasn't around very long, so that tells you it was extremely brief, but Weather Service running with that as that was the debris signature that showed up there briefly on our radar here. This is all rain. And so the beauty of this is that, when the radar is assessing what's in the air with raindrops versus, say, a tree branch or a piece of sheet metal, it will display it and tell you that's not raindrops. And so then it drops out on the legend here to tell you that we've got something that's in the air too, along with the raindrops. And that's how all of a sudden you get this sharp contrast. And we had that this morning in Bexar County when it was coming up into the rim into the shopping district there. So, but right now I do not see debris on either of these tornado warnings. So that's the good news right now, is when I look at that tool, which is extremely useful to me, and it helped me tell you right there, it's like, oh, I think we got one right there on that warning. But fortunately, it doesn't look like it had much staying power. It was on the ground, back up. And then this one here looks much more disorganized. And that one that was really strong. And I expected at some point, I fully expected we would see probably a debris signature on that one here. That was the first time today that since I've been working since early this afternoon with the warnings that I've had, that was the first time I thought this is going to be one here. And so that's east of Uvalde and Canepa, but I never did see a debris signature on that. Strong winds. I'm happy to report to you that that is a much weaker look and disorganized. And if that trends like that, this warning will be gone. And then this one here, you still want to watch it, but that's broader and much weaker in its presentation as it's getting a little closer into, of course, the town here to Uvalde and some of the folks that are living out here right now in this. And you see the warning doesn't quite go into town because it's been pretty stationary overall, 5 miles or less, really on the motion for the most part. So you don't get these long, polygons kind of stretching across because there's not much motion with them, sort of sitting there doing a sit and spin. But this one really has unraveled quite a bit compared to what it was. Now you want to watch and just see, just in case there's an attempt to try to maybe get a little bit stronger. In the meantime here, let's also talk about the rain on these here while they are a little bit weaker on their circulations, because this is the other big issue, is the flooding rain. Now this has been sitting here really for the better part of about 2 to 3 hours. Very high rainfall rates, ongoing flooding. The flash flood warning is active in here for that. And you see there's been a lot of lightning too. And this lightning here was around that updraft with that circulation. It was a secondary storm in here that kind of merged in and had that pulse up there. So that is the other facet to all this, and the story and the hazards here tonight is the flooding rain. And this is going to be a problem tonight in Uvalde County as it sits here, and with very slow movement. You see it's in no hurry to dislodge and lift north. And in fact, you also see some feeders coming into it here, kind of reinforcing this cluster. So that's a rough night there. And where last night too, it's kind of interesting to note, Last night it was really the northern half of Uvalde County, and then up into Bandera and some of Real back to Kinney was the heaviest of the rainfall, a little bit less down to the southern part towards Zavala. It's a flip tonight right now where everything's heavier on the south end. Now, eventually this is probably going to be lifting north, and so that'll change in time. But right now, that's the difference for those of you way down south. You didn't get quite as much rain as just up to your north. Of course, you're seeing all the river flooding there with the Frio and the Nueces. You've seen that in the Sabinal. Let's come up here too, because as control room was telling me, now having issues with emergency crews, can't even make it from Kerrville into Hunt because of the flooding rain that's setting up here. And so and you see how it's pretty stationary here too, with really high rainfall rates. Get right in there. And so my concern tonight with round 3 of this weather is that this could have a better chance of hitting Kerrville west. And so that is obviously the headwaters, the South North Fork. You got Johnson Creek out here, and just piling this water in. If this continues to fill in, and then now it's going to be the western half of Kerr's getting into it with some of the big time rainfall here. So right now it's Kerrville, Ingram, back to around about Hunt right now is getting into it, and you see how it's just persisting in this zone right in here with a tremendous rainfall rates. In fact, let me see if I can bring over our. Hold on one second here. I'm going to go to our rainfall rates tool and bring this in and kind of give you an idea as we zoom this right in there. And so right here, this is around, that's around Hunt. That's 4 inches per hour. So if it sits there like that, you would have about 4 inches in your gauge in an hour's time or a little over. Then right up here. So you can see, generally speaking, this is sort of like a 3 to 4.5 inches per hour rainfall rate that we have up in here with ongoing flooding issues around Kerrville. At the moment, it appears it may be a little bit lighter there around Kerrville, at least on this here. But let's go back over to that traditional radar here. Just take a look at that again. And so, not so much. That's pretty heavy rain there around Kerrville. Let's go in a little bit closer here on radar. I want to take a look at that. Yeah, there are some spots maybe where it backs off a hair, but overall, when you see that shade of red and that maroon, boy, that's pretty intense rainfall. And let me back this up here to you bring our camera views in here. I have the cameras activated. I just don't have them turned on. So let me go ahead and you'll see me step off here, and let's turn those on. And I'm going to bring up, this is our quad screen view here across our 4 zones, and that's Kerrville right now. And we may have taken a power hit there with our camera. No, that's active. That's got to be active. But anyway, yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, so that camera is ongoing there. Earlier I had a lot of lightning here with this camera view. So you see that there in Uvalde. That's that storm looking east towards Canepa. That's putting out that lightning that you see there. And, well, there you go. There's some of the lightning up here in Kerrville. Really heavy rainfall. And you look at the lights there. But I zoomed that in so we could have a little bit more of a view. And you see the heavy rain here in Uvalde at the moment. There you can see it coming into street lights here on 90, coming into town on the east side. Now back over here, let's get into those tornado warnings. We've been on the air here since about 2 o'clock. Good news. Let me just tell you right now, first impression here as I go back to this is, wow, they are really winding down and unraveling. So that looks much less organized and ready to produce a tornado. Feel really good about that for you in Canepa, in better shape compared to what we had earlier when that was really a strong rotation. This here too, for those of you on the west-southwest side of Uvalde, that also looks like it has really unraveled quite a bit. And it did produce one brief tornado there. There was one brief tornado that touched down. And just west of 83, here is for perspective here on it right there. And so there you can see there's Old Eagle Pass Road right there. And you can see that little flare up just on the west side of it there. That's where we had it sort of, boop, it showed up and it quickly faded away. No sooner did it drop one down. I don't even know if it was on the ground for 2 minutes or so, but it was right in there. And then it quickly lifted. and really hard to see with all that heavy rain too. So you don't have that luxury of seeing it. But if you were in that vicinity in there, you would probably hear it with the strengthening winds, absent of the thunder kind of masking it here. But again, we did have a debris signature on there, briefly showed up, and that was it. That was that moment right there. But that has really unraveled and weakened. So for those of you in Uvalde, with an ongoing on the west side here, this tornado warning, that looks certainly much more benign compared to how it had looked earlier. Happy to report that here to you here. And again, the other one, so we have two of them you're sandwiched on either side there in Uvalde, right? So this one here too. Now I will say, let's watch that for Canepa right there. All right, so are we trying to sneak in one last little sort of a circulation right there that needs to be watched? Don't want to discount that right there. So that's some pretty strong wind coming into Canepa as seen here. Getting pretty windy, I'd imagine, up here right now based on that. And just to kind of give you an idea, we're going to bring this back out, try to grab the query tool, and just want to show you sort of the radar estimate here on what those winds are doing. And the radar beam is a little bit off above ground level here too, so you do have to take a little bit of a reduction on the value you see here, but that's probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. There's 60, so I would say anywhere around 50 to 60 is probably possible here coming into a Canepa right now. They're on 90 with the torrential rainfall. The little outbound winds here very weak, and so right now doesn't quite look like it's put together. But if your winds are really strong coming into the radar, you don't need to get that much on the south end of it here. And so you don't want to watch that there. But very weak here, strong here. At a minimum, you're going to get some strong wind gusts. But just to kind of give you an idea on what these winds are doing, it's really kind of inbound wind dominant here right now on that. But that there is enough to where you'd want to still have a tornado warning just in case you get a little spin up. But definitely some gusty winds in here. And that's the last, to me, right now at this moment, probably an attempt here at maybe this tornado warning trying to produce one. This one here so far has not, compared to the other one on the west side here of Uvalde. But that would be right now in the upper corner of this tornado warning from the Weather Service. And that last scan update did come down a bit. And then you have another one down here. Is that another one trying to form? So you can see it's like they're just sort of dancing around each other down there in this one spot because the storm's not moving. And it's been just here, lodged here, and for a better part of 2+ hours. That's also another attempt at a circulation right there. So it just keeps sort of, the storm just sort of keeps fostering these new little circulations. And on a moment's notice, within 5 to 10 minutes, you get a quick little tightening of it and you got another tornado. So these are a couple of warnings here that you can't drop them just yet because of that kind of a trend right there. There's 1, 2, you have a third right there that might be organizing right now. So that's fascinating to see. Let me go over here to just take a look here. Again, you see that prominent little dropout that we had right there. That was the one that was the radar confirmed. Nothing showing up in here. And I don't think that's anything right there, but definitely you had that one. And so this is still something that you would want to monitor just to see if it gets stronger there. And then this right now, it hasn't wrapped around. And then that's the one there right now near Canepa that I want to take a closer look at. Just kind of see it here a little closer up. Just there as we zoom this in. And there you can see here right around 90 on this one here. So here you can see coming in to the intersection, and it's just off the intersection here to the west, right there. A little circulation right there, very close into Canepa right there. But appears to be that it's coming down a little bit right now, trending down. So what I want to do here is grab this little tool here and see if I can 45 inbound winds there, and then right here, it's pretty marginal right here on that. But now it's even weakened even a little bit more. My apologies, my nose is itching here tonight. And again, that's weakening right there. We'll watch that. That's where the old stronger circulation was. And then this here, just kind of keep an eye on it, but that doesn't appear to be really in this last little update here doing much. But again, 2 tornado warnings here. Just pulling an all-nighter with you, a third straight night of some really wild weather in our area. The other big story is we've got the rain. And so as we look at this here, Kinney County heading out towards Del Rio. And Del Rio, by the way, you kind of missed out here the last round of rain. You got some in the first round, but you're going to be a little bit more in play for some heavy rain out here with this third round through the day too. So you see some attempt at trying to get a little bit more development out there west on 90. And then we come over here. Let's bring this all the way over. And for those of you in and around Bexar County, we are getting into some light to moderate rain spreading in. A lot of this is just sort of blowing off here from these storms that are off to the west. So this is not flooding rain. This is just kind of reinforcing, wet streets for the morning commute and a little bit more rain on top of what we have seen. We've seen some pretty impressive rain in Bexar County, especially on the northern reaches here of the county. It gets even higher as you go up towards Boerne, which had a colossal amount of rain. And on the east side had some really heavy rain, shirts to Converse and out here in western Guadalupe County. But this is more light to moderate rain. Now that's moderate steady rain falling here in Boerne. And then up here in Kerrville, if you're just now joining me here, we did get, my control room did receive word from the newsroom. We have flooding issues up here, and to the point now where rescue crews cannot go. That's how bad it is. They can't make it from Kerrville into Hunt, is my what I was relayed to me. So again, flooding issues right up in here in Kerr County are underway with essentially pretty stationary storms. You see how they're just sort of sitting here. These rainfall rates in here are around about 4 or so inches per hour. So working Kerrville through Ingram, coming in towards Hunt, and then of course you branch off to the South Fork, and the North Fork goes out west here. But that's the existing flash flood warning. Pretty well positioned here by the Weather Service. That was actually issued a little bit earlier when there was a band of rain that was stretched here. So this is now filling in. The original flash flood warning was for 2 to 3 inches of rain. So this is now going to be pumping in another 2 to 3, 4 inches of rain on top of that right there. And so we're going to want to be, closely monitoring the Guadalupe River up here as the water is going to be collecting in. Then you start looking at the feeder creeks, Johnson Creek, and all the other little creeks into the South Fork, North Fork, as they'll start collecting water here. And we're going to be watching that through the morning. We do have a crew up here that's going to be bringing you live reports in the morning in Kerrville. So we have Uvalde, we have Kerrville. They're going to be on it here for you first thing in the morning. You check in with us in our team coverage. But again, the expected flooding is underway up here in Kerrville and Kerr County from this particular batch. This is really following the forecast script as expected, unfortunately. This here is, you see this heavy downpour here. The feel I have based on everything that I've been kind of looking through this evening through tonight is that we will see this kind of fill in, and there's going to be risk of storms anchoring in here, kind of locking in at times, some training of storms over the same region. And so this is going to be a very precarious situation. I will tell you too, we've had some models that I was looking at here before this tornado warning was issued. I've been going through data. There was a couple of models that were throwing out about 13 to 16, 17 inches of rain up in this general zone here, Edwards County to near Kerr County. And if you have extreme rainfall rates and you have storms just sitting or training and replacing for hours on end, that can happen. You can't discount that possibility. So I'll throw that out there to you. I've felt 5 to 10 plus inches is very reasonable in this area, but I can't completely discount some of the numbers I've seen from some of the data, and I'll pass it on to you here. There's some things I've been looking at here that are very concerning to me. If that does in fact play out, not a guarantee, but it's just something that you have to consider, and especially after the week we've had, it makes it more believable, right? That it's like it can happen. We've been watching this pattern here for days, and it's more than capable. And so could this be the final round? That's a bit of an exclamation mark for some areas here on the weather we've had. So see how it's filling in up here? This is going to be filling in a little bit more. It's still a little bit patchy. It's heavy rain here, light, heavier patch here, light. But I do feel that in time we're going to see all this become a little bit more yellow and orange mixed with red up in this area as this kind of sort of shifts a little bit up. But you can see how it is filling in up here. And again, the tendency is probably to kind of align like this. And then some of this rain will kind of spill over into the 35 quarter. That's what you see here. And there could still be a downpour too that kind of makes it, out further east, kind of ejects out. But the focus really is up in here, central western hill country, back to the Edwards Plateau, back towards Del Rio, all areas of high interest here. All right, so let's check in on our 2 tornado warnings here. And right now, as that plays out, that is an area to watch right there. That's, again, just so you know and you understand here that what I'm looking at, and this is the legend up here. I don't know if you might not have noticed it, but that's wind moving away from the radar, and then this is air moves toward the radar. So the radar is out west. So this tells you that this is air moving in this direction toward the radar, and then that's air flowing out, right? So that's essentially what you have there, and then you have this sort of right in here. So that keeps this tornado warning valid when you see that there. You can't cancel it or allow it to go if you have that kind of a look right there, because there is some semblance of a little bit of a circulation right in there. This is really pretty weak and broad, so it's a little bit more like this. You don't really see it trying to really kind of wrap itself tightly, which happened earlier in that tornado warning here. So this one here, and that one too, that's a little bit more broad here in this last update here. But you see how earlier in that animation, boy, that was really pretty impressive there. As I was on the air with that tornado warning, and every update that came in, you could see it trying to really kind of get itself going. And the only thing that I never saw from it was a debris signature here. And again, I'll just point this out right here. You'll see this. That was the confirmed tornado right there. That little boop, that little blip, that's debris that's in the air that was picked up by the radar. I haven't seen that up here. So sometimes you kind of see like some little radar artifacts or a little bit of noise that shows up, but you disregard those. But that one there, that was definitely a little more. And that tornado warning has expired. You see it disappeared. And again, that one more time there, you can see that was the what we call a dropout there on our dual pole radar there. This is the rainfall rates, and what I'll do here is just kind of pop that right in there, show you. Let me do this again one more time here. I don't think I quite captured that downpour. Can we get the there we go. 4.5 inches of rain there per hour. And then down here, I just want to kind of show you too, this is a big issue down here in Uvalde County as well. 4 to 5 inches of rain per hour down here. And let's get you a forecast moving forward here. So we've got the storms. You see how they're really kind of filling in. This is becoming a big issue up in here. This will be a big issue into the morning when we get into first light up in this area. So this is our high-res model. This is jumped ahead now. This is 4:30. And I think this might be a little bit aggressive on bringing everything further north. Based on how the storms in Uvalde have been behaving, they just really haven't moved. And so I would suspect that it might be a little heavier down in here than what you see here. So the model in general, I don't really have tremendous problems with this here. I think it's definitely a realistic scenario. But I would add probably some heavier rain here based on how these storms have been behaving. Can't rule out a shower or thunderstorm, even also in Bexar County based on that. And also around Bernie, pockets of heavy rain is seen here. This is at 6 in the morning. And you see how it's kind of persisting in this area. And again, I have to have a little bit of flexibility on the model data here. This is just one simulation, but it could be a little bit further south. Could be actually a little stronger than you see here. You do see that the general idea is that it's up here and it's not down here, right? So we're not looking for flooding rain down here in our southern tier. So the focus really will remain hill country west in particular, bears on the margins. This is at 10 to 10:30. And then going to about 1 o'clock in the morning here. Still some showers and thunderstorms up here. So this could be the first half of the day to about 1, 2 in the afternoon, dealing with pockets of heavy rain, and then we're unraveling things like we've done in recent days with these past 2 rounds. But at that point, though, you've had boatloads of rain that have occurred. And then we're watching out west here towards Del Rio, where showers of storms are possible through the afternoon into the evening out here. And so this is also some flooding rain potential, although probably not as much as you're going to see up here. So the potential is there for flooding, but based on how things could go stationary and train up here, I'm not quite as convinced that we would see that out there towards Del Rio, but I think you could still get some pretty heavy rainfall potentially when all is said and done. And this is the rainfall based on that model. Now, earlier model runs have had this a little further to the south. And this is already, I could tell you, Uvalde with the storms right now, this is in Leakey and Bandera, I'm pretty sure, this is sorely underdone. This is not realistic. So, take this orange yellow shading and kind of drag it around, right? And that's the more realistic forecast. So as the meteorologist here telling you about the model data, you're only as good sometimes as the model data if you put all your eggs in the basket and you just run with it. But I don't agree with everything sometimes I see, and I'll just tell you straight shooter on it, what I see and what I think. And so I would expand this here as the range of the potential to get significant rainfall, obviously here in Uvalde where it's already ongoing. So we'll go back here on this, and we have the 1 tornado warning with it. Well, so that tornado warning is back. So it was reissued. It expired and they reissued it. So let's take a look here on this one here. That's a radar indicated. That's for the next 40 minutes. And this one here near Canepa, radar indicated. And now this one was issued just in case that little circulation decides it's going to do something and get a little bit stronger, better organized. So that was the reason for issuing it. That's the tornado polygon here on it. Now again, you see the polygon goes way up here, but it's just really hasn't left this area. And so that remains the spot of interest right there. This one here, this tornado warning, I'm going to take a look at that and just while I'm here with you, just see if it's for another 10 minutes on that one. And I think that one will drop. And that's that warning is radar indicated now. Now earlier it was upgraded to a radar confirmed, but this is now radar indicated here. As the original circulation that did in fact briefly drop a tornado, long since gone. And so then you downgrade this warning because it's not realistic to be advertising there's one on the ground and observed. It was for a while, but now it's very disorganized here. And that's not going to be producing anything based on how you see here. So for those of you on the west side of Uvalde, take some comfort in knowing that that is not a presentation here that's going to be producing a tornado here. Gusty winds and really heavy rain, but nothing here that seems to be showing me anything that's looking formidable here that we would have to concern ourselves with. And then that's the circulation right there with that other warning just to the south of Canepa. That's probably about 3 or so, maybe 2 to 3 miles to the south there. Maybe about 2 miles or so, or less, actually, to be honest with you here. Get a little closer in. As you can see, that's getting a little closer in there to Canepa. And again, overall, still not quite strong enough. It's just not quite put together to produce one, but you want to watch that here. We've already had a history with this set of storms where the circulations have gotten pretty strong. And so when you see another one here, you don't want to completely dismiss it because you already have established a legacy and a history of this storm being able to kind of spin these things up. And right now, that one there at the moment, we're holding our own. So that's the good news here. A little bit breezy. The winds don't even look as strong as some of the earlier data that I had. It was showing potential for 50s, maybe 60 or so mile per hour winds. This is now a little bit weaker variety on the winds in comparison. When you start seeing the shades of bright green kind of cross over into a little bit of a light blue, bright blue, that's when you're getting those closer to 60 mile an hour winds on it. So right now, that's the reason for this particular tornado warning. And it is lifting a little bit more north. So it could be, instead of being completely stationary like some of the earlier circulations, this one is trying to lift north a little bit towards the Canipa. So we want to watch that. This one here, it's got a little push of some wind. You see that right there? That's just some gusty winds. If you were outside here, you would feel the winds kind of gusting up a little bit. And kind of give you an idea here. Let's see if we could, right in here, get a gauge on those winds. And, you know, you might be getting some gusts that are hitting 40 or so, or maybe a little over 40 miles an hour. A little windy here on this here, and coming out of the tornado warning. Very weak winds here moving away from the radars. So right now, to me, this is a little bit more of a push of some gusts that are coming out from that storm on the west side of Uvalde. And that, not severe winds, but 35 to 40, 45 miles an hour. They're on the west side with heavy rain and a lot of lightning and thunder here too. So it's a little bit of an attention grabber here if you're outside, and the trees are rustling pretty good with those breezes and the heavy rain, the lightning. And then this other tornado warning here, that's what we're watching there. And just a little check in here. You know, I want to keep my eye on that. So let's see here. Anyway, just because you see it doesn't mean there is actually debris, but you know, that's the kind of signature there. I'll have a moment of pause. Just want to see. Not so sure on that one as I was the other one earlier. But definitely, yeah, there is that little circulation there. There's some winds pushing out here from it as it's kind of moving northeast here on the west side of Uvalde. Well, that's a new tornado warning. So let's check it out here. All right, so that's the new tornado warning, radar indicated. This one's till 3:45. 3:45 on this new tornado warning, and this one's going north. And that's going to, effectively what that's doing is that's going to replace the other one, which is going to be expiring in 5 minutes. So let's pull this out here so you can see the warnings. And so this is the new warning here, going up some of 55 here, not quite to Concan, but going up 83. And it fans out to allow for some wiggle room that, you know, based on the erratic motions in here, that, you know, does it kind of curl around or something. So you, instead of being kind of tightly compact in here, they're kind of allowing for a little bit of wiggle room there with that warning. Also for this one here as well, in this kind of zone right in here, that's the focal point, but so you have this broader polygon right here. This one was really small. It was pretty stationary at the time, that little circulation, when it produced a radar confirmed tornado briefly right there. That was the brief tornado right there. You can see it right here. One more time on that right there. But anyway, this has got us busy here tonight with the flooding rainfall as well. And in fact, here you can see with the tornado warnings, just a miserable night here in Uvalde with the loud thunder, a lot of lightning in here, torrential rainfall. And pointed out earlier that this has been here since, I think, about midnight, a little bit maybe before midnight, just sort of parked right in here. A lot of rainfall here that's been coming down. And again, you see some of the feeders coming, kind of pumping into it, and this little batch here kind of pumping into it here too. So this has been really sort of the worst weather tonight with Kerrville, the two spots right now seeing the worst of this weather so far here tonight. Kerrville is all flooding rain that's happening up there. So, so you have 3 tornado warnings now. 2 of them, the other one, it's still there. That's going to be expiring here. And we bring this back in. And let's take a look at this here, because that's looking a little bit more interesting to me here in Canipa. All right, so that's a little bit of a tighter circulation right there. See that there? So that might be an attempt to get a brief tornado touching down here on the west side of Canipa. So here in this general area, if you're watching me, you know, I would advise consideration to kind of shelter into a little safe room based on this presentation right here, that we might be getting a brief tornado touchdown. If that gets stronger, it's kind of tightening up a little bit here. That's enough here. I think I'd want to take action. Just better safe than sorry on that. And also, if you hear a little bit of a roaring sound too, sometimes take those cues. If you sense that or you're hearing something outside, it sounds, that looks to me like it's trying to put down a tornado right now, based on that last scan right there. So let me see right there. Yeah, so that's drop this in right here. And so, yeah, that's a tightening of the circulation right here on the west side of Canepa here on 90, right there. Looks like there's an attempt maybe to get perhaps a brief tornado touchdown here. There you can see Canepa coming in. There's the intersection right there. This is our debris tracker here. Let me take a look at it. And right now I do not see anything showing up here. Earlier we had that one that was down here. So again, it's at the now at the very beginning of that animation. It's really hard to see it. But anyway, so what I'm looking for, this is all rain, and as it goes down to the left-hand side, we call that dropout, where you detect debris that's in the air, and so you can get a radar-confirmed tornado, which happened earlier with this one here. And so, not so sure about that one right there, but that that's kind of a little bit interesting to me right there. And but right now, that's a radar indicated, not a radar confirmed with debris. But that's kind of a thing that I look for right there. Let me back that up here and take a look here again on radar velocity data here. And I'm just not so sure about that one. That one definitely is. That's the strong circulation right here. This is where there's an attempt, I believe, at maybe trying to put down another tornado out in Uvalde County, right here near Canepa right now. There you have, of course, Uvalde coming east on 90. Right now, it's just along 90 here, and right there you can see that is, of course, Farm to Market 1049 coming in to 90. So along this little stretch right here, right in here, this is where in this general area you'd want to have yourself in a safe room, little closet or a little interior bathroom for some safety to kind of like ride this out for the next 10-15 minutes here, just in case, because if you get a brief touchdown and one comes down and it's on for a little bit and then it lifts, but it could do some damage here. I would give that some strong consideration here based on that presentation right there. With this little circulation. Looks like there's a little attempt at kind of tightening it up here. And in the environment we're in, you look for those little moments where it's kind of tightening. It may not be on the ground very long. The one we had in Bexar County earlier was only about 10 minutes today. And that hit a peak wind of 100 miles an hour. That was an EF1. And so, but typically the environment we're in, you're not going to get these big, long tracked tornadoes. They're brief on the ground. They could do their damage in a very short amount of time, and then they're gone. So that's what I'm looking at right here. That's enough right there to just say maybe better safe than sorry here with that one here. As there's been a little bit of an attempt to kind of get it a little bit stronger right there on that little circulation here around Canepa. All right, and we're going to go ahead and just kind of pull this over here. This one here not showing me as much right now. That's just some breezy winds that we have there at the moment. But that right there is, that's the tornado warning being very valid for that scenario right now with that attempt. And this is about the fourth time in this storm here that we've had a strong circulation. The only difference with this area here, which has been pretty impressive to see in terms of the radar presentation and the possibility of getting one, and I don't mean impressive like that's a good thing. I'm just saying in the world of meteorology, are you going to get a tornado or not? Are things coming together to get one? And so that's what I mean by that. But I never did see anything in the way of debris aligning with that. So these so far have all been like tight circulations, but I just haven't seen anything. And gusty winds, no doubt about it, in here too. But all really sort of locked in this one little spot right there. And right now, again, that's right around Canepa here on this tornado warning. And actually kind of crossing 90 right now. So right about now, it's actually just maybe on the north side of 90 here at this time. This is the stronger packet of winds right in here. And those winds there are about 50 to 60 miles an hour. that you would see based on radar data there. So you can see that's the estimate there. That's inbound wind. That's flowing toward the radar, which is out in Kinney County on this particular case here, not New Braunfels. And then this is air flowing away from the radar. And right now, those winds here, this is going to be not as strong, but it gives you some idea of what we're dealing with right in here in terms of the change in direction and how strong those winds are. Right? So you're getting sort of this little effect like this here. And is it just able to put one down or not? And so that was a little bit of a trend right there where it kind of got a little bit stronger on the west side here of Canepa. All right, pull this view out. And so there you can see here as we work a little bit further up to the north where this is, going up Farm to Market 1049. And take this a little further up on the warning, and there you can see as you're working up, what's that, 127 out there, heading towards Concan. We go out here a little further west to our other tornado warning, and this looks very weak and disorganized. So that's the good news here on that one there. Not much really showing me any promise there on that one. This one here is the one that's going pretty strong here right now. Northeast from Uvalde and very close into Canepa right now, and then well west from Sabinal on this one here. So we have that one there. And again, we'll bring this in a little bit closer here for you on radar reflectivity, and it's right in here. So that's the storm right in there. Again, you see all the tremendous amount of rain that we have, very heavy rainfall that's in here. Moderate to heavy rain. When you get the yellows are more moderate rain, the orange is transitioning into the heavier rain mixed in. And again, this has been here for the better part of 3+ hours out here. And as we bring this in, it's right in this spot, right in here is where that circulation is. Also, while we're doing this coverage here, because there's multiple layers to the story tonight, what's happening. So you have the flooding rain here, big flash flood warning here too. Do you notice that? So there's a big flash flood warning here that's been sort of added on to the existing warning. We also have the rain developing here out to the west. It's going to be kind of filling in right up in here. And then this is a really sort of an ominous signature and deal that we have here in Kerr County, right there, where it's been just locked in with intense rainfall and not moving, right? So sort of this persistent area of really high rainfall rates falling right in here at this time. And what I'm going to do, since we're doing this extended coverage, let me get my rainfall estimate product here. I just want to see how much we have. So give me just a second here to, I want to call this up here. And this is going to be over the last 24 hours. And so this will give us a little bit of a feel, just updated. This product updates every quarter at the 3:15 would have been the most recent update here on this. And so this would capture the most recent rain. So let me drop this in here. This is over 24 hours. This is so this includes maybe some rain from yesterday too, but a lot of this here that you see is falling from the recent round, and that's 8 inches of rain right there, and then over 6 inches of rain here. So you see what we've got going on here. 8.5. These are all estimates, by the way. But you get that sense of what's happening up here. And the control room told me earlier from our newsroom that there are flooding issues up here between Kerrville to Ingram and to go into Hunt, was my understanding here. So we already have issues getting into Hunt with this rainfall. So you got that bullseye there. The stuff that, the rain you see here in Bernie, the higher colors, that's from the earlier rain from round 2. Again, you see the 2 tornado warnings that are active here, but we also have this rainfall bullseye, and a lot of this is from tonight, and 10 inches right there. Unbelievable rainfall here, just unbelievable week. So So there's those big rainfall totals right there. This rain here south of Uvalde down here, a lot of this is brand new. The southern end of the county towards Zavala. Over 7 inches of rain estimated here. And then some of this is from last night too that you see up here. And there you go, 13. Looks like there was an adjustment here with this tornado warning. So, all right, let's go ahead and get back to that. I don't want to leave that warning for too long here. And take a look at that tornado warning here. By the way, these are the camera views that I have in Uvalde, and this is Kerrville up here right now. And so Hunt would be looking the other direction here with this camera where this is positioned there, the library. And then there in Uvalde, again, really a stormy night. You'll see the occasional lightning flashes from the storm. And let me look at the warning here on this. Another 21 minutes. They just tightened up the polygon a little bit, made some adjustments. It remains radar indicated. And basically right around Knippa, that's that circulation. But radar indicated. So what we'll do here is get back into that. See all that, the rainfall. A lot of lightning and thunder out here too. Really a rough night. Pets and kids, get anxious with this kind of weather. And then on top of that, there's tornado warnings and the alarms are going off on phones here. Rough night, very rough night. We definitely have had some strong gusts out here. We had a brief tornado, I believe, touch down. There was a little debris signature that did show up momentarily southwest of Uvalde. And now, as we look at the circulation, it's right there. This tornado warning is no longer active. So we have one tornado warning now. And we'll kind of bring this over here and look at it. And this one here is just perhaps a little, well, so, we got to watch that right there, as it's just on the northwest side right here. So that would be the area of interest here. And of course, you can see there you have 90. Here you have 83 for some perspective here for you as you're looking at this map. You're watching from out there, and of course working up 1049 right here, coming into 90. Right there, that's the little circulation right there. There was a period here where it looked like it got a lot stronger in a pretty short amount of time, and a lot of times that could be a telltale sign there's a brief attempt maybe at a tornado, and that's when I was urging maybe a little caution to get into a safe room there. Just let that pass by. So as this continues to lift up, all clear down here near 90 and to the south here, and compared to where you were. Now, right now the focal point is just a little bit more north of 90 and in this general area right in here with that particular circulation there. And we'll watch and see if it has a tendency to weaken or maybe unravel a little bit here moving forward. This is our debris tracker, if you will. And I'm going to rename this here tomorrow or later today. So. But what I'm looking for is, you see the rain. This is all rain, and when you drop down, or we call it drop out, down the legend, that's the radar beam seeing something that's not raindrops. Could be sheet metal, plywood, branches, anything that's lofted up into the air, and it'll put this little sort of blob in there of dropout. That's what we call it, or it's a tornado debris signature. And that's when you have the radar confirmed tornado. And we had that briefly out here southwest of Uvalde when that circulation tightened up a little bit. I do not see anything up here right now of interest in terms of eyebrow raising. So I don't feel that we're seeing anything up here other than still a radar indicated, that we haven't escalated to all of a sudden seeing that that signature there of debris that's launched up into the air that's picked up by radar. And that's that really tiny little circulation now. It's very tiny in terms of that little spot right there, and lifting up here to the north. And so this is more broad and weaker out here with just that little stronger pocket of wind right there. And then this is the inbound winds flowing towards the radar here. So again, right there is that's what we're looking at right there. That one little spot, maybe there, if we're going to get something here lifting off from Knippa right now. But that I feel that that might have a tendency to kind of weaken in future scans here, based on how this has gone from trending up and now maybe coming down. We'll see on it. This has been quite a little sector here in Uvalde County. Earlier when the warning was down here, boy, those circulations were just wrapping up one after another, and just never saw debris show up on radar here. But it was pretty formidable looking, and how it's trending. There's also a real weak circulation, kind of showing itself out here. I don't know if that's necessarily going to result in anything, but very weak. But based on the way the day's gone, all these little circulations, and we've ended up with quite a few of these tornado warnings here in this environment. Very tropical environment. And tropical environments are notorious for brief little tornadoes. If you just inject just enough wind shear into the atmosphere, and we've had that with that little disturbance that kind of came by. It provided just enough wind to do it this morning in Bexar County. And in here tonight, we had that one that briefly touched down southwest of Uvalde based on radar. And so that's what we've had. It's been a marginal environment. It's not like a typical spring severe weather setup where wind shear is really strong instability, and you're getting the big, powerful supercells. This is more of a, if we had like a tropical system coming in off the Gulf, you get little tropical tornadoes, thick air. The clouds are really low, the bases of the clouds. And it doesn't take much. If the clouds are barely above your head, you just look up and you almost feel like you can reach up and touch them. It doesn't take much to just drop a little funnel down to make contact. If the base of those clouds is way up high, it's harder to do so. You need more things coming together to make that happen. And so in these environments, you can end up getting these brief little spin-ups that do reach and touch down to the ground. And so we got this one here. I'm pretty sure the Weather Service is watching that one right now too. So we'll see if something happens while I'm live here on the air. But that one right now is, you can see how it's kind of getting a little bit more forward motion here, a little giddy up to it, heading up north from Canepa and 90. And, and so that's going now up into the upper reaches of this polygon here, the polygonal warning here for this warning. And that right there is, just something to kind of keep an eye on here. That would be back in here in Uvalde, on the west side here of Uvalde. So let me just kind of get my bearings straight here. So here, that's on the west side. So we'll bring this over. And, it's kind of, roughly embedded here within this particular batch here of storms that you see right over in here. And you see a little bit of a slot of some dry air kind of pumping in here. So, a little bit of a semblance of a sort of a broader weak circulation that's in here too. And it's just been sort of these little storms on the southern end of this complex that have had these moments of some spin to them here. And this one here now is lifting a little bit, it's getting a little bit more forward motion here. You will note that there is now a tendency to kind of lift things up a little bit more to the north. So where we were anchored for so long here along 90 in Uvalde, you're starting to see that a little bit more of a carry in the northern part of the county. We still have this sort of little feeder band kind of pumping into this too, right? See that? These downpours developing and feeding right up into that. This eventually in time, some of this could tend to have a tendency to overlap a little bit of Medina County too, based on how this is moving. So we want to watch that, towards Utopia, getting here onto the west side of Medina County. And then you can see starting to get rain here across Real County, Bandera. And then this is the other real problem that we're having right now, is this spot here has developed and anchored in. See how it's absolutely not moving. And so it's been this way now for a couple of hours here. And now it's going to be merging with all this rain coming in too. And so we go in here a little bit closer for you. And there you can see Ingram. Here's Hunt right here, going down to the South Fork here. This is on the upper reaches here. Johnson Creek coming in. And but it's just pouring, absolutely pouring here. Kerrville's had heavy rain, more of a light, moderate rain now. Just to your west, though, high rainfall rates right in here. It's just sort of sitting in this one spot. And this has been a general zone so far of about 3 to 6 inches of rain or more that we have seen in this one spot so far, overlapping in a little bit of Gillespie County. And then again, for Bexar County, while we're doing this here, this been on the air now for an hour and a half. Just to show you here again, you see that there is rain spreading into Bexar County for a soggy morning commute, provided it remains here in place for a little while longer, getting into the 6 o'clock hour as the commute starts to pick up some momentum. Light, moderate rain. Really don't have much in the way of big downpours. Now, there are some pockets of moderate to a little heavier rain here, not as intense as this, but here in Kendall County, you start seeing the shades of orange, and that's a little bit more of a heavier moderate rain, if you will. We still have this one tornado warning here in Uvalde County, mixed in with that rainfall. Medina has been holding its own here tonight with patches of rain, but not the intense rainfall so far. And then into Kinney County, see the scattered thunderstorms we have out here, and it's sort of scattered around Del Rio too. And this is all lifting northeast out here to the west. So, Rock Springs up into western Kerr County, this sort of zone is going to really get pretty active here in the coming hours based on those trends there. Right now, again, we're taking a look at that tornado warning. Just want to drop in, look at it, see what it's doing. And that little suspicious area is right there. I would say right now that probably still very much needs probably a little bit more tightening to it if there's to be a tornado. I don't think that's producing one right now on that, but that is definitely the circulation right there. So it is rotating right there. We just need to see if that would get a little tighter. You can get maybe a brief one here on that, but it's lifting away from Canepa. So the threat level here in Canepa has really dropped off. And then you also have this really weak little circulation right there too. Go in here a little bit closer there for you. And you see we're putting a couple more streets on there. Farmer to Market 1049. Well removed from Sabinal, by the way. So you're going up 127 here, heading towards Concan. This is kind of lifting north. This is parallel to 83. And we'll bring this over just a little further up. So there you can see 83, there's Concan right there. Right? So you can see this little circulation here is now it's making some forward progress. Earlier it was just sort of locked in this one spot for a long time, these multiple circulations, and they were almost like a merry-go-round around each other. And now finally this one here definitely is making a move north. And at the moment, my estimate would be that we do not have one on this right now, but we definitely have a circulation. But I don't believe we would have actually a tornado on the ground based on that just yet. Needs to come together a little bit more and tighten a little bit more. But that's getting on the outer reaches of this tornado warning. So we'll see if a warning gets extended a little bit further up to account for Concan based on this. We'll see on that. Because it's almost at the outer edge here of the tornado warning, and there's Concan. And so we'll pull this out here, and there you can see again how it's kind of steadily moving up, and that's the air flowing out and the air flowing here in toward the radar. And this is how it would look on radar reflectivity right in here. And so, the air kind of flowing out and then air this way here. That's what we're looking at right there with that particular circulation here. Very heavy rainfall. You can see that's coming right up into Concan too, by the way. Pretty heavy rain. And you get that shade of that red. It's not the heaviest of the rainfall rates we've seen. And let's see if I can back this up here for a second and bring this in. And just take a look at those hourly rainfall rates in here for you and see exactly how heavy it is. And so we'll take this little area that we're watching right here and just kind of give you an idea. That's just over 4 inches per hour, the rainfall rate there. Similar up here, 4.5 inches per hour. Now this will be just a little bit less, but still very heavy. And over here, that shade of white, now that's going to be pressing towards 5 inches. And there you go. So those are the rainfall rates that we have here in this massive storms up here into now north of Uvalde, in the upper parts here of Uvalde County. Let's bring this over into Kerr County and take a look at the rainfall rates up in here as we zoom this in. And this will also be generally in that 4 to 4.5 inch range per hour. That's what we have there around Ingram right now. That's a little under 4 inches per hour, and we'll put one right out here. So again, very heavy rainfall here. Just on the east side of Hunt is the heaviest of the rain west of Kerrville, with that little batch that we have right there. And this is our one tornado warning that we have, 338. That's the circulation right there. Here's Concan right here, 127 and 83. And my big question is to see exactly what they're going to do with that tornado warning as it presses the upper reaches there of that warning, which is in effect for another 6 minutes. Remains a radar indicated tornado, and so it'll be expiring at 3:45. And based on how it looks right now, it's still going. I mean, it's really easy to see here, right? So I feel we're probably going to see that tornado warning expand further up here to the north. So that for those of you in Concan, understand that possibility does exist for those of you who are up here. And of course, with all the rain you've had up there, and in terms of vacationers, but whoever is up here, understand that that's just to your south. You're watching me here tonight, and we'll see if the Weather Service is going to reissue that or not. But that's going to be in effect until this warning is till 3:45, and bring that in a little closer there for you. And there you have the automatic labeling here to kind of show you where things are as we zoom in this map. And that's right now not quite strong enough and tight enough there to get a tornado, but it's definitely a circulating storm. This little area in here with the wind flowing away from the radar and then toward the radar, and always occasionally like to highlight what I'm looking at to help you out when you're looking at a tool like this. Here's my legend right up here. This is air flowing away from the radar, and this is, of course, the radar's out west. So that's air flowing in that direction, and then this is air flowing in this direction here. So that's your spin, that's your circulation, or what sometimes we'll call rotation. And it's just a matter when you see that to see if there's any attempt to kind of tighten it a little bit. Well, there you go. So new tornado warning has been, in fact, issued by the Weather Service, and this now covers Concan. And so this is going to be very much precautionary, just in case this thing's going to come in, and if you do get a brief attempt at a tornado, kind of heading right in your direction here in Concan. And this warning is going to go right up to about the Real County line. So brand new warning there, 83, 127 right up in here into Concan. This old warning is going to expire here shortly, but that's the circulation that has prompted this new warning. And that warning is probably going to be until about 4:15, I'd imagine. Let me see here on that. 45 minutes from now, so about 3:30. Pardon me, 4:30. 4:30. Yeah, so radar indicated. Let's see, located 7 miles northwest of Canepa, and moving along at about 10 miles an hour. So Uvalde County has just been stacking the warnings here tonight. Started at 2 o'clock this morning, hour and 41 minutes here of tornado warnings. Rough night in Uvalde County with the constant alarms going off on your phone. Every tornado warning, you get that audible alert, and then you look at your phone, and tornado warning is a pretty scary set of 2 words right there. Most of this has been radar indicated. We did have one radar confirmed brief touchdown southwest of Uvalde where we saw debris for just a brief moment on radar, then it was gone. but that was enough to elevate it, increase it to a confirmed tornado, and the circulation did appear to briefly tighten, co-located with that little spot there that we saw that debris potential there. So I believe we did in fact have one that's radar confirmed of the myriad of warnings that we've had. And so that's, you have Bexar County and you have that one southwest of Uvalde. And this one right now is radar indicated to this point here. And again, moving north at about 10 miles per hour. So there you can see there's Concan here. And just kind of give you an idea as we take a look at it here. Let me take that north. And you can see, gives you some idea of when it'll be coming in, around about 424, based on a forward speed of about 10 miles per hour here. So in the next, 30, 35, 40 minutes or so, could be pressing up into your skies here in Concan, assuming that continues to hold like that. And again, this is a circulation that's not quite there. Still a little, it's close. It's not far removed from trying to maybe drop one down. I don't feel it has it quite there just yet, but that definitely is the spin right there. And if you see all of a sudden it tightens up and you get, that's a new update just came in there. So not seeing it just yet on that. But that's what we're looking at right there. That's the spin that has prompted this new tornado warning, and I don't feel we have one right now based on that right there. But that's getting a little bit closer in, and again, that's going to be about 4:15 to 4:20, or a little over 4:20 or so on arrival time here, and that is, as the crow flies, about 6 miles away from you here. And so that's the tornado warning that we have until 4:30. The other big story is the flooding rain that we have. And so let me focus on that here for just a little bit in this extended coverage we've been doing here through the night. Again, you see this scattered development, new flash flood warning going up here. You see these scattered storms out towards Del Rio, all around Del Rio, into Kinney County, and how that's kind of flowing up. And then this area of heavy storms lifting gradually now north, that'll be feeding up into here. This has been a real nasty little area, a small zone of nearly stationary storms from Kerrville to Ingram to Hunt, causing problems up here with the high rainfall rates and some flooding based on the reports into our newsroom that were relayed to me through the control room here tonight. And then this is sort of that steady rain spreading into Bexar County. That's the one warning right now that we have, the tornado warning. Again, before I show you the forecast moving forward, very broad right now overall. Just want to watch it, but that's not close just yet at this point here to trying to produce one here. So as we move forward with some other data here, I tell you, if you're in Concan right now, so far that looks pretty good in terms of not producing one. And then these are the high rainfall rates. And again, rainfall rates right now are about 3 to 4.5 inches per hour. So this is the whole mass of rain. You see how it's kind of setting up in here. We are getting a little bit of a sort of a push of that into Bexar County. This is more steady rain than it is flooding rain. The flooding rain aspects, you kind of go up in here, a little bit of this, maybe, but really more so in Kerr County. And then this is definitely flooding rain here. And then you get this new batches of heavy rain here. You may get some training that begins to evolve and take shape with storms, as you can kind of see this sort of axis evolving and taking shape. And let's look at the latest high-res model here on how it sees things. And this will give you a reasonable idea on moving forward how things will look. This is at 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's the hill country back to Val Verde County. And you always want to allow for a little wiggle room, that things may be maybe a little bit further south, but how everything's kind of generally lifting in this direction, that might be a pretty reasonable expectation. And you can see how, and that would be some strong winds right there, but this is now 9 in the morning, Edwards County, and these are still pockets of heavy rain in Kerr County. at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then at 11 o'clock, we still have squally weather up there with pockets of some, at times, heavier rainfall up there. That's late morning. And then through 1:30, still a few downpours up here. You notice it is decreasing overall. And then we are watching out to the west. Those developing showers and thunderstorms could get into some pockets of heavy rain here along the Rio Grande del Rio to Eagle Pass. And there could be a little bit of flooding there with that. And then this is late. This is the 8 o'clock. There may be a few showers and thunderstorms. This is a little bit more hit or miss. And then that's still an area of some pretty steady rain. So this would be rainfall based on what I just showed you here. And again, this is underdone. Uvalde, for example, a lot more rain than that. This area here is going to see a lot more rain. And this is completely underdone. So this is a case here where there's really no value in that other than just showing you there's a rainfall bullseye up there on some level. But we've already exceeded the values in many cases already. Look at this. This is our latest IBM graph model here, punching out 11.5 inches of rain in Leakey. And this yellow shade here is 8 to 12. So when you look at this legend, this is 8 to 12 inches of rain in here. And I shared this earlier, but before the tornado warnings were being fired left and right, I was looking at some of the latest high-res data that was coming in, and there was some model data that was throwing out some numbers up here that were in the 10 to 17 inch range. So based on where we have been this week with rainfall, you can't completely disregard that and say, well, that's ridiculous, because we've seen already some ridiculous numbers in some cases. And so with a setup like tonight, I'm not saying that we'll see spots of 15 or 17 or 14, 17 inches of rain, but I took note of it, and I'll pass it along to you that with these incredible rainfall rates, and if you do get stationary storms and they're not moving or they're training over the same area for hours at 3 to 4 inches or more per hour, if that happens, then you can get in some wild numbers like that. And so that bullseye up here, Kerrville, Western Kerr County, Real County, Edwards, this sort of zone in here has to be closely monitored here through tonight. I think it could be really rough early in the morning, especially with all the rain that we've already seen here. So this is the last really big round because already by Friday things are winding down quite a bit. I haven't updated this now in a number of hours. I will tell you the flip side of it is that the Edwards Aquifer, that is really jumping. It's really going up. Medina Lake, as of hours ago, since 2 days ago, is up about 18 feet. And it was rapidly climbing. So the last time this got an update was probably around midnight or so. And its low point was around, you recall, was about 90. It was about 90, 91 feet down. Now it's getting closer to being around about 50 feet down. But it's rapidly climbing. And with all this rain coming in over the watershed in Bandera County, there's a big surge that's moving down the Medina River based on the forecast, the river forecast, which has a flood stage in the Bandera. That'll be pumping into Medina Lake. Plus, we're throwing all this rain in here too. So, in fact, I will tell you that in the span of 12 hours, it jumped about 14 feet from all the heavy rain we had just yesterday. Canyon is now starting to see a big increase as we had a massive surge come through the lower portions of the Guadalupe there in Spring Branch coming into the lake. So this number now is obsolete. It's getting a big kick. And Amistad up a little bit, some of the rain's coming up here for it. I will tell you, Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi, they're just awaiting that big surge of water coming down the Nueces and the Frio. And once that water reaches, and that takes many days to get down there, but these numbers are really going to go up. And so for those of you with interest in Choke Canyon, maybe enjoy fishing there on Choke, great fishing there, that number is going to be going up substantially. But right now, Medina is in a process of really increasing. It's coming back after all this crazy weather that we've had here this week with 3 rounds of big rainfall there. And so moving forward, after about Friday, that's it through next week. There is no rain in the forecast here. So worth noting. Again, you see it. This is the big bullseye here of the heavy rain through this morning. Again, notice how it kind of locks into the hill country here through the late morning. And then it's unraveling into the afternoon, and we just get these hit or miss little showers of thunderstorms later in the day that could still pop up, and then with some flooding rain out there to Del Rio. And let's bring this back over to The reason why we've been on the air here for about 2 hours is the tornado warning out here into Uvalde County. And this one here is coming into Concan, which is right here. This is a very weak, broad circulation. In fact, at this point, I would highly doubt, unless something changes with this here, this is just now air flowing away from the radar and a little bit of a push of wind toward the radar here. But this is very weak and disorganized. So for those of you up here 127 and 83 in the Concan, even though you're in the tornado warning based on this here, I feel pretty comfortable that we're in good shape here. Earlier we had, I think, about 5 tornado warnings issued in Uvalde County. We had one that was confirmed by radar southwest of Uvalde, where we detected some debris that was launched into the air momentarily, and then it lifted. But otherwise, all these other warnings have not produced. Now, east of Uvalde, we had some tornado warnings where the winds were really strong around the circulation, and I'm pretty sure that some folks were getting 50 to 60 mile an hour winds at a minimum from that. And so we'll see in the morning if we get any reports of some, branches down or say some yard furniture that's maybe toppled over, that kind of deal there. But that'll have to wait till the morning on that. But there were some strong winds earlier. This here is, again, very broad, pretty weak overall. I do see some gusty winds in here. So as this storm is kind of lifting up, it's probably throwing out some 30, 40 mile an hour winds. I'm sure on that. Experiencing that as this can be coming into a Concan here. That's the way it looks here with radar. And you kind of see it, how it's lifting up. See a lot of lightning here too. So that's pretty intense thunderstorm right there with high rainfall rates coming in right there along the Frio. And let's go in a little bit closer here for you on that and zoom this in. And so there you can see, look at that, frequent lightning, really a loud thunderstorm right here coming into Concan. And gusty winds and torrential rainfall stretching right up through Concan here at this time here. Right up 83. It's going to be picking up here as you go across into Real County heading up towards Lakey. So again, get ready here. The heavier rain is lifting north. And then as we come down south, we're letting off the gas here a little bit in Uvalde. Pretty heavy rain here on the west side. Hold on just 1 second here. Let me take a look at something. All right, so we got a new tornado warning. I was just looking at that. New tornado warning for the next 35 minutes. This is out in western Uvalde County. This one here is 17 miles west of Uvalde, moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. And so this is the circulation. So it's going to be because of this right here. So you see that sort of that little notch right in here. That's a circulation. And let's get back over to this product here. So brand new tornado warning issued in Uvalde County for this one right here. Now that is not producing a tornado at the moment, but as we have seen here in recent hours, some of these little circulations have attempted, and one succeeded in briefly dropping a tornado. So now there's another one that's showing up here. And again, our radar, well, here you could see it right there. That's our radar. And so that's the air flowing away from the radar, and then this is the air trying to flow into it. And so that's your circulation right there. But that is pretty a broad circulation, but that is enough to get this tornado warning. And it's broad probably because of this one here too. So, so you also had that. Now that's very weak and disorganized at the moment. But I would suspect that that probably was also to account for that, because this goes all the way up here, this tornado warning. And then this is the other one here, south of Concan. Now that there is not really showing me much of anything at the moment, unless something happens here where all of a sudden there's some semblance of tightening here. But that's gusty winds moving up. And then down here, this is sort of this new spot. We do have now a little bit more motion lifting here to the north, so you also want to account for that with the tornado polygon here on that. But that is going to be lifting here to the north here. So 2 tornado warnings in Uvalde County here once again. This one here, I know it's coming into Uvalde, So you look at the margins here of this polygonal warning, I really feel that this here is probably going to be lifting well west of Uvalde, ultimately here on that one there. So for those of you here around town, chances are, even though if you're just inside this warning, you hear your phone's going off when it was issued. But I feel that that's probably going to pivot. It's probably going to pivot more and stay well west of Uvalde on that one there. And again, that I would, at this time, don't think we have a tornado there unless we see that kind of wrap up a little bit. And that's possible because the storms out here in Uvalde County have done that. They've wrapped up and strengthened their circulations here. So we'll want to watch that and see how that behaves and how it trends. But right now it's still a little bit more broad at this time here. And then this one here, kind of keep an eye on that right there. And that's crossing a 55. That's pretty weak though. And then we have this one up here. This is push of winds moving up with the storm. Do we get something here? Drop in there and take a closer look at that one there. There's Concan here. So, you would want to watch that. Now, this is now going east. That's a little bit more east from Concan in terms of the big intersection right there, or where 12783 come together there. So again, right here, we'll see if anything can kind of come together briefly on that particular circulation here. This little push of wind right here, you'll see in the recent scans, it kind of picked up a little bit there. And so we'll watch on that one there to see how things evolve and trend here in the short term on that one there. So just enough shear in the atmosphere with this tropical air mass, which has lent it, a lot to the flooding rain that we've had with the high rainfall rates. Very soupy air mass. Anytime you get in these tropical air masses and you eject any level of semblance of a little bit of wind shear, the next thing you know, you're talking about what's more or less becomes like a tropical tornado scenario sometimes with these warnings, and the storms attempting to try to acquire a little bit of an organization to them to spin. And so that's what we have seen in this environment that we've been in here with the pockets of heavy rain, and it's all been in Uvalde County at this point here. And so there's one spot right there. That's probably that little spin 55. Here's the other one here. Let's go in a little bit closer there and take a look at that. I want to get right in there. There we go. So right here is that one little spot right there. And then the other one is down here. See that right there? So these are these two little areas, on the mass of storms, and that's what you see right there. It's got this tiny little circulation right there, and then this one right here, which hasn't quite been able to put it all together just yet, but we saw with the radar reflectivity, you can kind of see that sort of that kink in it. So that's how it looks with the winds. Again, that's moving away from the radar. That's toward the radar there. So you could put it all together right there, and you can see how that's that little spot there is spinning. And then right up in here, we'll watch and see if anything becomes of that. That's still not too broad and weak to be anything in terms of producing one here. So these are all radar indicated tornadoes. The warnings are creating awareness. You get the alarms to go off just in case something were to happen, and this is coming at you. You're now not sleeping. You're well aware of it here. Those warnings are pretty loud on the phone. And the tornado warning, when you look at your phone, your interface there, and you're looking at it, you go, okay. You'll perk up really fast. You see a tornado warning, and you want to check out, see what's going on. So that's why we've been with you here for 2 hours here tonight, with also the flooding rain. We're going to be here tonight because of the flooding rain. And so we've wound up sort of doing double duty here with all these warnings in Uvalde County. So 1, circulation. 2, this one here is it's a very small circulation. And that third one, all at this point here, we're holding our own with each of them. But definitely just will not let up. And this one here, again, does not tight enough to produce a tornado just yet. There you can see there's a 90 heading into Kinney County, and so you have that one there. And then we go up here. This one has just cleared 55, And that is a really small little circulation there, but that's on that little, the edge of the massive storms. We just saw that little sort of, that little notch that was right there. And so that's the way it looks with its wind field there. So a little spot right in here. If it can come together a little bit more, then we would have a brief little tornado there. These are usually a weaker variety when you're getting them like this, if you do get one. And then this one here, let's kind of pan this over. And so getting some gusty breezes up here in the Concan. But this here is just not there. So it's all around good news here at this point here with these 3 spots that we're kind of watching with a close eye here just to see how they trend. This is a little bit of a stronger signal of wind right there. And so what we'll do is kind of bring this in right here and put a little marker on it. And this was, so we're getting around like about 40-mile-an-hour winds right there on that. Yeah, so a little over 40 miles an hour here. But again, notice how the wind is very weak right here. So it's just not quite there, but it's gusty right here. And then this is the wind that's just a little bit detached from it. But if there was to be a little bit more tightening right there, if I saw bright green right here, getting closer in, I would say, okay, that, that's getting a little bit more interesting. But that did kind of tick up there a little bit there. But at a minimum, that's just, if you were underneath that, you would feel those winds, moving a little bit more. The trees are getting a little bit more sway to them there. You're getting around 40, 45 miles an hour with those winds on that. Concan, you're in good shape here. This is just sort of, wind, gusty breezes coming in, but nothing that's tornadic with this at all, even though you're in the warning. And so, but this was the original circulation that was down by Canipa across 90, and it's kind of working its way up. And it's kind of fanning out, too. You can kind of get that sense here with the winds kind of fanning out away from the radar. Again, this is wind moving away from the radar, you see here. And that's the strongest of the winds right there. Oh, sorry. So we have that little spin down there, and then this one down here. Between the 3 of these here, we've got the tornado warnings going on, and until 4:30 is the expiration on them here. All right, the other big story is the flooding rain. See that little line right there? So there is some training happening right in here. This is sort of like a little feeder band, little stream of rainfall kind of feeding in. So a little zone here of narrow, intense rainfall rates right into Concan. That's spreading up into Utopia. And this will be setting up here over Sabinal too. You see how it's kind of moving in that direction. Uvalde, in the town of Uvalde, getting in a little bit better shape now as you see some semblance of drier air coming in. But boy, you've had a lot of rain here tonight. And then this batch here, that's coming up also into Leakey. So this is all shifting up into Real County with the risks of a flooding. And as we bring this over here, Del Rio, look at the storms developing out around you. Now, you see here, there is a little bit of a training configuration, right? These downpours, as these are developing, kind of coming in. So we want to watch for some localized flooding out here around Laughlin Air Force Base and parts of Del Rio with that batch. And then Camp Wood, Edwards County is going to be filling in here in time. You see how this activity's lifting up here in this direction here. I'll bring this back in for Bexar County, and this is just steady rain that's overspreading the county here this morning. So eastern side, not as much, a couple little drops here and there in the Wilson County, little sprinkles. Comal County with some steady rain. This is not flooding, but this is just good old-fashioned steady rain. And if it stays that way, we'll just have a wet commute, that's it, and a couple puddles. And then there are a couple little tiny little downpours embedded in this, just up from Bernie, working up towards Gillespie County and Kerrville. And thank you very much, appreciate that. Thank you. So then we're looking back here towards Kerrville, and really heavy rain here that's been sort of locked in for a period of time into Gillespie County. Now, this is having a tendency to kind of lift on. The problem is that if you do get a moment where the rainfall rates kind of come down a little bit, you're still dealing with moderate rain to at times a little bit more of a heavier variety of rain, not ultra intense, but you're just never going to get a reprieve as this whole mass of rain sets in. And then on occasion, that'll be mixed in with some thunderstorms, especially as this batch is kind of coming up. And so we've got a long way to go up here in Kerr County and northern reaches of Real County, parts of Bandera, especially the west side here, Bandera. See that batch there, that'll be coming in into the west side of Bandera County. So we're going to probably get some very heavy rain here for the Frio, then the Sabinal, and Medina. And of course, there is forecast flood for Bandera this morning, I believe, is what I saw, for moderate to near major flood stage. That was the latest forecast, at least as of hours ago. That was late yesterday evening on that. And then this here will have a tendency to fill in as well. So let's kind of work you through the forecast as we do this here, and I'll show you the future radar here. First of all, just drop in, pay a little service here, lip service to these warnings and these circulations. These circulations still remain very disorganized and weak, nothing to them there in terms of producing. This one here, kind of, I still want to keep an eye on here every now and then, right in there, just to see. Otherwise, we're going to move on from this here. The rainfall rates, pretty intense right there on that one there. That's hitting about 4.5 inches per hour. You see the high rainfall rates up here. This is the broad view, and so you can kind of see the overall pattern. The expectation for this round was that it was going to be really sort of near Bexar County and then west was the highest. In fact, it was a level 4 out of 4 risk here, you recall, right up to the level 3. And so this is the zone here filling in, and it's really doing it as expected. And you can kind of see in here how everything was sort of stationary there for a time, right in there. So we're finally able to now sort of dislodge it away from Uvalde, the town of Uvalde, and now to the northern part of the county of Uvalde, dealing with that. And again, that's all going to be sort of lifting up. And this is kind of how it's working. And Del Rio, which is really sort of missed outside of the first round where you got clipped with some heavy rain, you got about 2 inches of rain, or 2 to 3, especially on the east side of town. Now you're getting into some downpours out there, and more to come through the day out there into Del Rio. And we advance past this here. Let's look at the future radar. This is at 5:30, so we're jumping ahead about an hour and a half or so roughly. And you can see the heaviest of the rain right up in here through 7 to 8 o'clock, 9 to 10 o'clock, the heaviest right up in here. And again, always allow for a little flexibility and wiggle room. Don't fixate on the exact position with these models. They sort of shuffle around their positions, and I've seen a myriad of little solutions from it. The takeaway is that you see how it's in this general zone here. That's the takeaway on it. It's not down here, it's not over here. So that's our focus. Hill Country, Edwards Plateau, out to Val Verde County, and eventually later in the day, even around the Rio Grande and Maverick County. So this is, right now, this is 2 o'clock in the day afternoon we're looking at. Still a few showers or a couple of downpours here, although decreasing, and then the focus is shifting towards the Rio Grande. And then we may get a random little pop-up or two, later in the day that we'll be watching. But that's how it's all going to play out, and this is the rainfall. And again, we've already had very heavy rain here. So this is a case where the model is it's underselling the amount of rain. We've already exceeded that up in here. Lakey's going to be seeing a lot more than that. And let's take a look at our IBM graph model. This is doing maybe a little, it's not the best, sorely underdone here in these cases here with the rainfall, but that bullseye, that has merit. There's going to be a chunk of area real estate up there with 8 to 12 or more inches of rain, I think, when all is said and done up there. And we're kind of on our way with parts of Kerr County. If we get any more of those real heavy downpours that had set up there where there was about 3 to 6 inches of rain already, you're kind of on your way to some numbers like that. So let's go ahead and take this back around, and again, we'll ride this out a little bit longer. We're getting a little bit closer to our newscast here too, but get you reoriented with the warnings that we have. So this is 2 tornado warnings that we have here in Uvalde County. Let's kind of show you the circulations, what I'm looking at here. You have one coming in, that's very disorganized. That's unless that suddenly transitions into a little bit of a tighter circulation, that's not going to do anything that's going to cause us any worries. This one here, very weak, and that's not going to be a problem for us. And then we come up here, and this one here is the one you still want to sort of watch. That's a little bit more to it there. Pretty weak on the winds coming into the radar, the inbound winds, but the outbound winds are a little bit stronger right there. But all of these right now would not be producing. This one would be the one to watch. This is now moving northeast from Concan, and so, but it's just not quite tight enough and strong enough here at this point here. So gusty winds with it though, and that's lifting up a little bit further north here on it here. So that's where we stand with that. And this is just a product I use to see if there's any debris that's being launched, and it's been very useful today, especially the one in Bexar County, and then also into southwest of Uvalde earlier. The red is, that's rain, and so what we look for is what we call a dropout, and there is absolutely nothing showing up there, so there's no debris with any of that there. But those are the existing tornado warnings that we do have, and mixed in with the really heavy rainfall here at 4:13 here this morning. Good morning to you here on this this Thursday. And look at this. That's a tornado warning out in Kinney County. Tornado warning now in Kinney County. All right. So let's go out there and have a look at that. And that warning there is going to be probably till about 4:45 or so here. So you have this one here. And again, this one right here we're keeping an eye on. But let's now go out west. And this is west, just west of Brackettville. And it's going to be right about in there is what the Weather Service is they're warning on. Go a little bit closer here and just take a closer look at that. And so this is, I think this is a just in case kind of a circulation here on this warning that was issued here on this one too. Kind of maybe get a little bit better view of it here with radar reflectivity. Bring this over. And it's this, so it's this cell right here. And right in there is, they put a tornado warning on that one there. So that's well west of Brackettville, well east of Del Rio here, and of course the base. And that one there would be moving here to the east-northeast. Very rural out here too, obviously. So we'll keep an eye on that there. That tornado warning, by the way, is, you see as I pull that view out here, that tornado warning out west is for 45 minutes. So that's going to be 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock on that one there. That's another radar indicated tornado. But that one is, it just doesn't look, not much to that one there. Let me see here. Yeah, there was a moment there where it's kind of getting a little bit better organized, but then it's just sort of stopped. It's not really getting any better organized now. And I'll show you what I mean by that here. See if this will pick up on it. Yeah, you know, so that was the reason. So I'm trying to figure out on the warning here, and there was this little moment right there where it looked like it was getting a little bit better organization to it here. And so the decision you have as a meteorologist is, if that continues in the environment we're in, then it doesn't take long, and all of a sudden you get one briefly here. So sometimes you want to issue the warning before you get to that point. But that's not showing me much of anything now. But there was a moment there where it was a little bit, but that too really looks overall at this time, like I said, I think we're holding our own, looking pretty good with that one. But that, again, is one out there in the Kinney County. We could just add that to our inventory of tornado warnings that we've seen here tonight. And then we come out here, out to Uvalde County. You have, this is pretty broad, kind of watching that. And then this one here is the other one we're watching. Now, if you're just now joining me here, earlier in the 2 o'clock hour, we did have southwest of Uvalde, there was a brief touchdown confirmed by radar. We got a little debris signature that did show up associated with the circulation. So that became a radar confirmed tornado. So you don't really have the luxury of having spotters out and eyes on it to report in that we see a funnel or we see a tornado. So oftentimes, especially with heavy weather like we're having tonight with thunder and heavy rain, the radar product we use to track debris in the air, wonderful tool, and we will use that as a source of confirmation. So that, again, that was southwest of Uvalde. That was much earlier. That was a couple hours ago. Otherwise, the rest of all and there was a period of time here east of Uvalde and southwest of Sabinal, south of Canepa, southwest of Canepa, where we had some strong circulations were here, and one would weaken, another one would kind of come in behind it like a little merry-go-round. That was an interesting time there earlier in the night tonight down there. And those circulations were throwing out some strong gusts too. If you didn't even get a tornado, at least you were getting some strong gusts probably. So there was some interesting moments down there, and with that one that was confirmed by radar. This is still too broad right here, so I feel comfortable with that one there, that just a little bit breezy with that. And this one here, also not quite there, but lifting north. So these are all what we would call radar indicated, and they'll stay radar indicated unless you feel that you've seen something on radar that suggests that there's debris and it's confirmed, or one was reported in. Really hard, like I said, really hard to do this hour of the night tonight. And often if you do, it's because of lightning illuminating, which gets tricky too, because sometimes it could be scud clouds, and you get in a moment of bright light with lighting, and you're trying to figure out, if that scary looking cloud was actually a tornado. Makes it very tricky. So these are the little hot spots of interest, but right now, as I said, we're doing really pretty well with all of them here in terms of not seeing anything that's imminent and developing here. And this one here, that's crossing 90, coming towards 55 here. And that's on the northwest side there of Uvalde. But again, it's still very broad here on that one there. And then we'll bring this over and take a look at that one there too. That's just a very broad circulation. Nothing that shows me it's tightening here to produce a tornado. That's getting on the southwest side of Utopia here. But again, that's just some gusty winds as I see it here. Heavy rain and gusty winds and a lot of lightning in this. And so this here is a tornado warning that right now extremely precautionary, but I don't feel there's much of a threat from that at this time. And that would be traveling west of Utopia. That's clearing northeast from Concan too. And 83 going up in towards Lakey there. So that's just a little packet of some wind gusts there. Earlier there was a little circulation that was here and right there. And that has completely fallen apart. That's gone. And so this is pretty broad yet. That's not doing anything just yet, and may not do anything at all, period. And then over here in Kinney County, is we see some stronger winds now flowing away from the radar. So now we're on the west side of the radar, which is right behind me. So this is now the outbound winds, and then green here is coming in this direction, but that's really weak. So, but that's still a little circulation here. A lot of these little areas of rotation, and most of them haven't done anything, but they do get the warnings issued on them. And so that's kind of the night we've had for the most part outside, absent of this one little period here, like I said, around Uvalde, where we had quite a bit of commotion with these circulations, and they were a little bit, they were much more, in terms of textbook, impressive, where it had me really on guard. And now, so anyway, we'll see if that one gets dropped here before long. It's pressing up near the edge of it here. Those are the tornado warnings that we have. And so we got 3 of them that are active right now, but all 3 at this point are low risk at this time. And we'll want to watch them here. We're going to be getting into our team coverage here before long. And so we'll be here with you all morning long. And we're going to have, by the way, I do want to point out we have reporters out in the field. I believe Kerrville and Uvalde and other reporters too around, scattered around for reports on the flooding and the conditions here in key spots. So we'll be bringing you some live reports here this morning. The commute in Bexar County is going to be wet. You can see while all the downpours and thunder and lightning is really consolidated here out to the west, area here is some really heavy rain, Valverde County into Kinney. That's a flash flood warning, by the way, out there into Valverde County. So Del Rio's in now a flash flood warning. Del Rio East, they're at Laughlin Air Force Base, intense rainfall there. So now we've gotten a flash flood warning in Valverde County. But you see all the flash flood warnings wallpapered out here. And then right on up into Kerr County. These are all flash flood warnings. And some of these were from the previous round of rain, and now you're introducing a lot more rain back on top of that. So all these flash flood warnings, this is going to be one of those rare cases where we're going to have probably about 70% of our area is going to be under a flash flood warning, except for down south and to the east. And then in Bexar County, this is just light to moderate rain that's spreading in here. So this is just sort of padding the rainfall totals. Keep in mind in the coming days here, Friday in particular, going into the weekend, that's it. We're shutting it down on the rain. And so so this is, could be for the next 24 hours, the last chance for Bexar County for a while for rain. But again, a little soggy in the morning, cool and soggy. And then up here into Kerrville, this batch finally is kind of moving on. Still pretty heavy here. But earlier, boy, it was just sticking around, very intense on the rainfall. Earlier it was over Kerrville too, kind of lifting up. The problem here is obviously you can see what's kind of happening. This is just going to be a steady diet of moderate to at times heavy rain that's going to be with you through the morning into the midday hour, I'm afraid. And it's going to keep us busy here for yet a third straight day on this third round of flooding rainfall that we have here. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to cycle over to a little bit of a forecast here for you so you can see me sort of zoom through some of these maps. These are pockets of the high rainfall rates per hour. These are 3 to about 4.5 inches per hour than the rainfall rates in these cores that you see. And in fact, let's go ahead because I haven't showed you in Valverde County, just for those of you in Del Rio right here, that's around about 3 to 4.5 too, right in there, 3.5 to 4.5, 3 inches per hour to max about 4.5. Very heavy rainfall. And then it's a little less intense here. This is more manageable. And just so you can get an idea, we'll just hit that shade of yellow right there. And so you can see, okay, that's an inch and a quarter per hour is the rainfall rate there. And green is even less. So that's gentle rain. So these heavier pockets here, heavier pockets way down here. And again, the feel is that we're going to see a lot more of this fill in with some pretty heavy rainfall. And that's the big broad view. You see how the storms are erupting, and we're getting sort of this little overshooting rain spilling out from that into Bexar County. So that's about the eastern extent of the rain. Don't really expect it to go much further east from this batch. But this area here is kind of really locking in. It's going to be really a slow go here through the morning. And some storms will be developing too into that and kind of reinforcing it here through the morning. So walk you through this here, and there you can see again those areas of very heavy rainfall we have through the hill country and to about 5 o'clock here. All right, we're going to get ready to kind of wind things down here on this, and let me get you one last look here at the circulations. They're not doing much of anything right now. This one here remains very broad, not tight, not showing signs of tightening up to produce. We'll continue to watch that with meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. And then up here, this one here is not showing me anything either. That's pretty weak and broad. West of Utopia, that's some gusty winds here. And so these are tornado warnings right now that really are low threat assessments, if you will, right now producing. And I'm going to drag this all the way. Now this one here, we'll watch it in Kinney County. Now this is really rural out here, west of Brackettville in 90, but just south of 90. That's a little bit stronger there where the wind's flowing out here and then the wind's flowing in here toward the radar. So, we'll want to watch that circulate. That's probably the the circulation of most interest right now, but again, way out there in very rural western Kinney County here. So that's where things stand. I'm going to pull back our coverage here. We're going to be, of course, resuming here things shortly for you here, News 4 this morning. I was over Tom Yamas tonight. It was way out in northern Maverick County.
Mic check, audio check, 3, 2, 1.
Mic check, Marisa, mic check, 1, 2.
Mic check, audio check.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
All right, 4:30 on this Thursday morning, and my goodness, it's another morning of active weather. Want to point out that right now in San Antonio, we're seeing light to moderate rain. Light rain across eastern Bexar County with pockets of moderate rain west of Highway 281. But we are seeing severe weather farther to the west. Do want to point out that there are 2 tornado warnings right now in Uvalde County, one for north central Uvalde County, another for west central. And I am really not seeing the threat for any tornadic activity. It's radar indicated rotation. But it's something that we are going to continue to watch. The really big story here is the flooding that's ongoing, especially up across the Western Hill Country. Major flooding in cities across Kerrville that include Hunt, in Kerr County that is, that include Hunt, Kerrville, even over towards Ingram. I believe evacuations are underway there. Also, lots going on in terms of very heavy rain from northern Uvalde County back towards Kinney County and southern Uvalde County. This is where we do anticipate a lot of the flooding to go on as we go through the morning. So again, give yourself some extra time. If you are watching, the biggest areas of concern will be farther to the north and west.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Well, good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thank you for waking up with us. We appreciate that. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. It's Thursday, July 16th. A lot of weather yesterday and more to come.
It's hard to believe the last 18, 20 hours happened and all that happened. It's hard to remember a day where you had so many different events, weather events happen in one area, and yet it was spread out all over South Texas, and we kept talking about that during our extended coverage. It was bouncing around from Kerrville to Bear, back to Pierce, Bernie, and all of those areas, and just all the different things that they were dealing with.
And we'd probably have to get clarification from Jeanette, but how many tornado warnings did we get yesterday? I counted 4 or 5, something like that. I don't know in the afternoon, but we're going to check in with her.
We'll ask her. Let's go back to Jeanette Kaye. She everything. Jeanette, what's the biggest threat right now as we make our way into Thursday morning?
Well, flooding being the number one issue, especially to the north and west. I mean, we're talking the Western Hill Country and the Western Zone. So areas generally along and north of Highway 90. This includes cities like Hondo, Lake Hills, Castroville, back across Sabinal, Uvalde, Concan, Utopia, Lakey, Camp Wood, even into Brackettville and Del Rio. Kerr County, cities along the Guadalupe that include Hunt, Kerrville, Ingram, lots of flooding expected there. It is raining pretty heavy right now, and just keep in mind that this is the part of our viewing area that will be dealing with pretty intense rainfall rates through the morning. Also, I mentioned this earlier, 2 tornado warnings in Uvalde County, and it looks like one just issued there for far western Kinney County. And we are still seeing the possibility of some at least rotation, radar indicated rotation with some of these more intense thunderstorms. There were 2 tornado warnings in Uvalde County. Looks like one is just popping up there over west central Kinney County. But notice these storms, again, generally along and north of Highway 90, producing a lot of rainfall. As I mentioned earlier, western part of Bexar County is where we are seeing the light to moderate rainfall, but we're seeing these storms now that are lifting north of Kerrville towards Fredericksburg with rainfall rates well over 3 inches per hour. Also rainfall rates 2 to 3+ inches per hour from northern Uvalde County towards Real County and western Bandera County. Back across Kinney County, you can also see those strong storms extending from Del Rio to Brackettville. Yes, it's going to be a very active morning, especially for the western part of our viewing area. The storm system that triggered the rainfall here yesterday and what's helping to bring the rain here this morning is lifting farther to the north. However, there is still a lot of energy back behind it. That's why today the most area of concern will be just to our west. So it looks like the tornado warnings in Uvalde County have expired, but we still have multiple flash flood warnings in the red. Again, that's indicative of those rainfall rates that are very intense, upwards of 2 to 3 inches per hour. We know all of the rivers here have been at least under a moderate flood stage, increasing to major flood stage if they haven't already for today. A little farther to the west, again, watching that tornado warning in Kinney County. I want to take you up towards Kerr County because you can see the moderate to heavy rain. Thankfully, it looks like the heaviest is moving towards Fredericksburg, but it's going to be a very active morning across the western zone, the Western Hill Country. But don't let your guard down here in San Antonio. We're not seeing any flood advisories or flash flood warnings, but we are under a flood watch through this evening.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. And of course, we will continue our coverage weather-wise of what's happening, the very latest with Jeanette throughout the morning right here on 4. You're looking at a live look of the TransGuide cameras. Roads are very slick, very wet. There is some ponding, small ponding in certainly most of the major highways. There was on 410 on my way into work today, 90 at 35 there on TransGuide. You can see the highways look good. There are side roads that are flooded out. We'll get to that in just a moment, but you kind of skirt around the city and everything looks good. Joy Bergen will be here with a better look at all of that, a deeper dive at on-time traffic in about 30 minutes. Now, this is what we're talking about when it comes to the Bear flood map. There are currently 22 roads that are flooded out. They're highlighted by all of those little red dots, and it's essentially evenly spread out, but half of them on the northwestern side, and then there's that cluster of them over on the northeast side of San Antonio. The heart of Bexar County, right in the middle of it, seems to be okay. But all the usual suspects, Bulverde, Hiraman, Lupon Road at Cibolo Creek, Lower Seguin at Cibolo Creek, Old Grissom, Penn Road, Schultz Road, Smithson Valley at Cibolo Creek as well. So if you encounter a barrier on your way to work or wherever you're headed later today, we'll tell you every time, do not go around that barrier. Simply turn around and find a different direction to where you're going on this Thursday morning.
Time now is 4:37. This morning, people who live in the Pecan Grove RV park in Schertz are under evacuation orders. Yesterday, the area clocked in more than 7 inches of rain. Voluntary evacuation orders are in surrounding neighborhoods, including Lone Oak, Vista, Buffalo Valley South, and homes along FM 1518. All those orders started around 8 last night, with some evacuees temporarily sheltering in place at the Schertz Civic Center.
I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I'm getting me and my family. We're gonna go to my son's house. And
another big fear is like the actual water somehow reaching high enough to affect the house and all that. And because, well, this is our home. So if the water comes in and it wrecks the place and causes a lot of damage, that's gonna suck a lot, and that's just gonna be terrible.
Water and light snacks are available for anyone who is staying at the Civic Center. Schertz city officials recommend residents to keep an eye on the city's social media pages for any updates.
All right, some of the most talked about video that we had here on News 4 yesterday was out of Bernie. Photojournalist David Mendoza capturing several deer being caught in the flash flooding. Viewers echoed what our reaction was on the air when we saw it for the first time. That was shock and concern, obviously, for the safety of these animals. And although we don't have confirmation of what actually happened to these deer, according to experts, deer are known to swim more than 2 miles and could likely swim farther than that. Check out Frederick Creek there in Bernie from yesterday. Water rising from 5 feet to 22 feet in a few hours. Bernie officials are reporting that nobody died because of flooding, but the city did get more than 100 calls for service and did respond to nearly 40 rescues. 50 people are now staying in shelters. The most impacted area, at least there in Bernie for now, is from Main Street and then going along River Road.
People here can't stop talking about the tornado that touched down near the rim and severely damaged the Palladium's front area businesses near the Dominion, and UTSA student housing. Viewer Molly Herrera says she was on her way to work when she saw the funnel cloud above I-10 and 1604. She saw flashes of light and debris flying through the sky. We're getting a better look at just how much damage the tornado caused at student housing off of UTSA Boulevard. Students living there say they woke up to their building shaking and debris flying in every direction. News 4's Taylor Whartonby has more on their reaction.
A tornado causing significant damage to the Oasis Apartments, home to dozens of UTSA college students on the northwest side. A large section of the roof ripped off, windows broken, trees split, twisted metal, and debris everywhere you look.
I've just never experienced anything like that, so that's why I was like, whoa, this is kind of crazy.
Students left shocked as the storm turned into a tornado.
I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over and I saw stuff like flying into the pool and I was like, what is going on? So
the tornado warning not coming until after the storm hit.
I honestly didn't even know it was a tornado until like after I got the alert like 10 minutes later.
Haley Rowland was on the road driving toward Bernie, watching the funnel cloud form.
I looked to my left and a tornado started to form, and I was like, okay, well, I definitely have to get this on video or nobody's going to believe me.
Rowland sharing this video of the tornado forming in one of San Antonio's busiest areas.
It was chaos, really, because you saw a lot of people out here and you saw the mayhem. It was just something hard that was a little hard to comprehend.
For News 4 San Antonio, I'm Taylor Whartonby.
Here's another look at the damage from our DJC Laws Skyform. Much of that apartment complex was without power and water for many of the students who remained at the other sections of the apartment complex. Students whose apartments were affected, though, by the tornado say they're temporarily staying with friends or family. Now, be sure to download our 4Zone weather app. You can track radar and get push alerts straight to your phone. Just head to the App Store and search for WOAI.
And boy, there is a lot of rain to track this morning, primarily from Uvalde County, Kinney County, up towards Kerr County. This is the area of concern for major flooding as intense rainfall rates continue through the morning. We are also watching a couple of tornado warnings. One reissued for west central Uvalde County, another for west central Kinney County. It is raining here in San Antonio, but the heaviest stuff is to the north and west. Watching this, letting you know what you can expect for the rest of the day. Your full forecast coming up.
And this is a live picture from Storm Tracker right now. We are on our way to Kerrville, where there is a wall of water barreling down the Guadalupe. We've got a team on their way, ready to gather information. We'll bring you the very latest pictures and information right here. Oh, ooh, look at that lightning. The very latest right here on 4 this morning.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
4:45 Thursday morning. Showers and storms continue across our viewing area, primarily across the north and west. We are seeing light to pockets of moderate rain in San Antonio, heaviest just to the west of 281. But notice these heavier storms. That's where we're seeing the intense rainfall rates. Quite a bit of rain across the western hill country and west along Highway 90. Let's go to Uvalde County. Not only are we seeing multiple flash flood warnings here, but I am watching this tornado warning. There is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. You can also see the heavy rain and the frequent cloud to ground lightning. There is also a tornado warning just to the west of Brackettville, this in Kinney County. And I do want to mention that for the most part, radar is indicating the possibility of a tornado, but it looks like there is just there is some circulation It looks like this one is a little more impressive towards Uvalde County. These tornado warnings go until 5:15. So again, it's west central Uvalde County. This one to the northwest of Uvalde and Kinnipa, that's just to the south of Concan. But tornado warning here, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is moving off towards the north. And we're also seeing that one severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado just to the west of Brackettville. There is still the potential for a brief tornado or two. It looks like we're still seeing the energy behind the storm system that is moving off towards the north. Check out all of these flash flood warnings. Lots of flooding expected, not just this morning, but today across the western hill country, the western zone, talking Kendall County, Kerr County, down towards Uvalde County, including Kinney County and southern Valverde County. If you live near a creek or a river at this point, I'm hoping you have already moved away and getting closer to a higher ground. Live power Doppler radar across the hill country in Kerr County, where I mentioned along the Guadalupe, there's lots of flooding in cities like Hunt, Kerrville, even towards Ingram. It looks like the heavier storm cells are heading towards Fredericksburg, but still a good amount of rain there all across Kerr County, Bandera County, Real County. You can also see the pockets of red there filling in, producing some pretty heavy rainfall. Continuing to watch this, we'll check out your full forecast, letting you know what you can expect for the rest of the day coming up.
Storm Tracker, you are taking a look right now. Our crew is on our way to Kerrville, where a wall of water is barreling down the Guadalupe River. Again, we have a team up there gathering the very latest, and we will be right back with more news, weather, and traffic. Time now is 4:48. Good morning, San Antonio.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
So I was asking David, I said, I don't know how many tornado warnings we get last night or yesterday. I said 4 or 5?
There were quite a few, of course, after the one that we saw on the northwest side in the evening, 4, 5, 6 p.m. There were a few more for eastern Bexar County.
Wow.
By the way, speaking of which, an EF1 tornado is what hit northwest Bexar County near the rim at around 7:50 yesterday morning. So we did get classification from the National Weather Service. Winds did get up to 100 miles an hour. So it started near 1604 I-10, then crossed over I-10 into the rim, kind of collapsed right before hitting the Dominion. That's why all of the damage was right in that shopping
We're
center.
lucky there wasn't more damage. I mean, 100-mile-an-hour winds can do obviously some massive damage.
Right.
So you look at the cars and everything, the property, and obviously the potential loss of life. Thank God it ended up being
when
what
I
it was.
saw the damage initially, I thought, oh, EF0. That was before I saw the damage to the roof at that apartment complex. Once that footage started coming in, I go, okay, it might be a little more intense. So it was a low-end EF1 tornado. And I am tracking a couple of tornado warnings this morning to the west. I am not anticipating any severe storms that could produce tornadoes here in San Antonio. The area of greatest concern for flooding and any severe storms will be farther to the north and west. The weather maker, that area of low pressure in the mid-levels of the atmosphere that was sitting just to our west yesterday, has retreated farther to the north, but there is still plenty of energy behind it, so conditions are still conducive for possible severe storms that could spin up a tornado. But this is how active it is right now. You can see those storms, one moving away from Kerr County towards Fredericksburg. We're seeing storms there in Utopia, few over northern Uvalde County, and more from northern Kinney County back towards Del Rio in southern Val Verde County. There are lots of flash flood warnings extending from Kendall County to Val Verde County, including northern areas of Maverick County and Zavala County. But let's talk about the tornado warnings. Radar still indicating rotation, so there is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is to the north of Uvalde. It's right there where I'm noticing this couplet. So this is a very rural area. It looks like this has been pulsing up and down. It looked very weak earlier, kind of looks like it may be intensifying a little more right now as it moves away from Highway 55 there. I'll continue to watch that. There's also a tornado warning that includes the city of Pinto in Kinney County. This is west of Brackettville, just along Highway 90 there. This too is showing a severe thunderstorm that's capable of producing a tornado. There's at least broad circulation there. So currently 2 tornado warnings expiring at 5:15 this morning. Aside from that, you can see the flash flood warnings. Pretty intense rain with these storms. And my goodness, this is the area of concern throughout the day, because we're just going to see showers and storms certainly through the morning, especially just to our west. The rivers and creeks definitely continuing to fill up across the hill country. Mostly widespread moderate rain across Kerr County, with the heavier rain as those storms head farther to the north into Harper and Fredericksburg. But lots of red showing up towards Del Rio, Brackettville, Concan. That's where we're also seeing pockets of very intense rain. Up across Lakey, Utopia, pockets of heavy rain. Closer to San Antonio, we're under a flood watch, but no flash flood warning or flood advisory. But just be careful, roads are very wet. We're still seeing lots of low water crossings that are closed, especially given that we got all of that rain yesterday. The flood watch continues through the evening, but where we're seeing flash flooding happening right now is where we're looking at those flash flood warnings. Those are those 2 tornado warnings. Again, those tornado warnings are in areas that are very rural, but definitely be weather aware. If you are watching right now and you are under that tornado warning, be sure that you get to the center and lowest part of your home or building. There goes that storm system. Again, it's moving away, but there is still lots of energy behind it to produce more of those storms. there is the chance that we still could see several more inches of rain, primarily western hill country into the Edwards Plateau region. This is indicating that Rock Springs could end up with 10 inches of rain. That may be a little overdone, but certainly another 3 to 6 plus inches of rainfall. It looks like by 10:30, 11 a.m. still quite a bit of rain across the western hill country, and then closer to the afternoon, while there could be a late day shower or thunderstorm, it's not going to be as active. Tonight into early tomorrow morning, those heavy storms will once again favor the western part of our viewing area. So another day, weather alert day, so be extra careful.
Jeanette, thank you. Be sure to download our 4Zone weather app. You can track radar and get push alerts sent straight to your cell phone. It's basically like having Jeanette right around with you in your pocket. Just head to the App Store and search WOAI. All right, live look outside right now. San Antonio is dealing with just wet roads. That's a far cry from what's obviously going on to the west of Bexar County, so we'll take that. Just be safe. More news, weather, and traffic coming up right here on 4. All of our crews spread out over South Texas. We are going to go live to each of them next in the 5 a.m. half hour.
I hear you. Good morning. That is up to you. I'm happy to go to him if you'd like, or if you would prefer it be in... Okay. Okay. Okay, you got it. Thanks.
Now, your forecast first from the 4Zone weather team, certified most accurate.
Well, a dangerous situation, especially across Kerr County this morning. There is a flash flood emergency from Hunt to Kerrville as the Guadalupe River continues to rise. We're getting reports of evacuations underway. If you are watching us, I'm hoping that at this point you have moved to higher ground. Again, the Guadalupe River in Kerr County is rising rapidly with this intense rain. And as you can see, there is more heavy rain that's headed towards Kerr County. I'm also seeing very heavy pockets of rain from Real County, Bandera County, down towards Uvalde, Kinney, and Valverde counties. But let's go to this tornado warning, which, by the way, continues there over northwest Uvalde County. Some pretty impressive circulation here. It's almost like you can make out the circulation. There goes the bright green, the bright red. Anytime you see these on the wind velocity map, that is indicative of rotation. Again, very impressive rotation there. This goes until 5:15, this tornado warning. However, if this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado here over northwest Uvalde County continues, then we're going to follow it, and most likely that tornado warning will be extended, or perhaps moved a little farther to the north. So this is northwest of Uvalde, well to the west of Kinnipa. The tornado warning has expired for Kinney County. This was less impressive along Highway 90 in the city of Pinto, west of Brackettville. Check out all of the flash flood warnings from Kendall County all the way towards Valverde County, including down towards La Pryor in northern Zavala County. We're seeing rain here in San Antonio this morning. Currently, no flood advisory or flash flood warnings, but definitely proceed with caution as you're making your way to work this morning. Roads extremely wet, and stay away from those low water crossings, including those construction areas. So again, that tornado warning northwest of Uvalde County, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Of course, we have to get confirmation. I haven't really seeing any debris signature there, but some pretty impressive circulation within that severe thunderstorm. And in Kerr County, let's take you here. Although the more intense storms are moving to the north, there's still widespread moderate to pockets of heavy rain, and even more intense storms are approaching from the south. So a very dangerous situation across Kerr County this morning, right along the Guadalupe.
Major flooding happening right now in Kerr County. Our crews are there with the very latest.
Some residents in Schertz under evacuation orders this morning, where officials say residents need to avoid and when they could go back to their homes.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
I don't mean to be glib, but I don't know. Is this round 2? This is round 3?
Round 2. It's kind of like I lost count.
Yeah,
right?
it is. It is going to be a day. So buckle up. Not just here in San Antonio, but obviously to our friends certainly west of us here out in Kerr County as well. Good morning. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Thursday, July 16th. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. Joy Bergen's here. Good morning, Joy. She's going to give us a look at our morning commute. But first, Jeanette, you said round 2.
Round 3, actually.
Round 3. More rain for us here in Bexar County?
Yes, but I do believe that the heaviest and the more severe storms will be to our north and west. So we're talking Bernie, Kerrville, Uvalde, back towards Del Rio. Yes, light to moderate rain in town, but again, the heaviest and where the flash flooding will be greater will be to our north and west. And let's go to the maps because we're going to take another look at radar. West along Highway 90, I discourage travel that way westbound because of the heavy rain. Once you get into Medina County, it's light to moderate, like what we're seeing here in Bexar County, but into Uvalde County and up over towards Kinney County, you can see those storms with very heavy rain. You may recall I always say anytime you see the brighter color on live power Doppler radar, that means really intense rain. And in the red, that is rainfall rates over 2 inches per hour. The darker red, that's closer to 2.5+ inches per hour. So raining very heavy in cities like Utopia, Lakey, Camp Wood, over northern Uvalde County. More so pockets of moderate to heavy rain in Uvalde. And here in western Kinney County, also some very intense rain. Del Rio getting hit hard this morning. Wasn't as heavy yesterday morning, but you're getting some pretty heavy rain right now. Here in San Antonio and Bexar County, you can see Helotes, Hollywood Park, including downtown, some steady rainfall. And this is slowly moving off towards the north. But those heavier storms are just to the northwest. Flood watch through this evening, but this is where flooding is happening right now, where we are seeing those flash flood warnings. There is that tornado warning, and it looks like the National Weather Service continues to follow that area of circulation from northwest Uvalde closer to northern Uvalde County. So at least a broad circulation there over the northwestern part of Uvalde County. Again, this is a very rural area there, but it does bear watching. There goes the weather maker as it continues to lift off towards the north. Still a lot of energy behind it. That's why this is the corridor that will be dealing with the heaviest rainfall throughout the day today, generally just to the north and west of San Antonio.
All right, live look outside here this morning, as Jeanette just mentioned, right? Not as serious here in San Antonio as far as the flooding as what we're seeing out towards the west and towards the north. However, it's still nothing to scoff at. We do have a storm over the city right now, and we have wet roads, lightning, rain, the whole shebang. And then we have all of the water still left behind from the rain over the past couple of days as well. We do have 25 low water crossings closed across Bexar County right now. We also have an accident this morning that's going to be on the upper level of I-10 eastbound at I-35, not causing a huge delay. It's not blocking the highway entirely, but one lane closed off. All of these other red markers are areas where flooding has affected either a highway or a frontage road. So that's not our back roads, that's not our low water crossings, these are our highways. I-10 affected here to the east of us. I also have word that I-10 is shut down as you're approaching Kerrville. I took a look at the live cameras in there in that area briefly and saw just a standstill. They're not letting anyone through there because of the flooding that they're seeing in that area. Highway 90 has been closed out towards Uvalde as well for flooding, so a whole lot that we're dealing with. Not as bad here in San Antonio, still absolutely going to impact your morning commute. I want to switch gears here, though. We have photojournalist David Mendoza live on a scene here. He is bringing us an update from the ground, a police response. David, good morning. Where are you and what's going on?
Hey Joy, good morning. Well, I am on San Antonio's Lower East Side responding to reports of an officer-involved shooting, SAPD officer-involved shooting. So here on Hammond and Nopal, again, this is the Lower East Side, just south of I-10. There is a big crime scene here. We have CSI here, SAPD here, multiple units here. Really limited information at this time. We don't know the suspect's current condition right now. We do know that an officer-involved shooting did occur thanks to SAPD Media Services. They are telling us that the chief will be out here giving us sound and full details as to what happened. But right now, a small portion of Hammond is closed off while officers investigate this officer-involved shooting. Hopefully here soon, I'll be able to bring you more details back to you. Until then.
David, thank you. He will continue to follow that breaking news for us, bring us updates as we get them here live, right here with your on-time traffic.
All right, guys, thanks. 5:08 now on this Thursday morning. A lot of the focus today will obviously be west of Bexar County. A lot of it, the attention focused on Kerr County, as Jeanette's been talking about. Rain, flooding, a huge issue, certainly with an emphasis there along the Guadalupe River.
Emergency crews evacuated a number of people, and a shelter-in-place order has been issued by the Kerr County Sheriff's for the entire area. That's where we find News 4's Phil Sterling. Phil, what's it looking like right now?
I'm here where Schreiner Street turns into North Street, and just further down the road is Jefferson Street. All this water really going down to Jefferson Street. Some cars, you can see one already pulled over on the side and more on that intersection with Jefferson Street. Now, I spoke to some people out here. One man telling me he couldn't get to his job at the post office further down the street towards the bridge that goes over Louise Hayes Park. Now, many people have pulled over trying to stay safe, trying to stay warm. Law enforcement that I spoke to, a warden that stopped here, told me that if you can, stay inside, and also if you do have to leave, always stay out of deep water and have a route to higher ground. Back to you.
All right, Phil, here's the latest look at the new Kerr County River Hub interactive map. The county recently had this go live. The numbers allow you to see and measure the Guadalupe River in feet. So we sort of look at what we're here. You have the Guadalupe River at that point measuring 31 feet. And as you sort of make your way around, we've got 15 just outside of Kerrville, a little bit up the riverbed there, 26 almost 27 feet. So you're The river levels are no joke, and that's obviously one of the big concerns right now. With more rain in the forecast, those numbers, which in many ways are terrifying, will only go up. So we'll keep track of that throughout the morning as well, right here on News 4.
Closer to San Antonio this morning, people who live in the Pecan Grove RV park in Schertz are under evacuation orders. Yesterday, the area clocked in more than 7 inches of rain. Voluntary evacuation orders are in surrounding neighborhoods, including Lone Oak, Vista, Buffalo Valley South, and homes along FM 1518. All of those orders started around 8 last night, with some evacuees temporarily sheltering in place at the Schertz Civic Center.
I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I'm getting me and my family. We're gonna go to my son's house. And
another big fear is like the actual water somehow reaching high enough to affect the house and all that. And because, well, this is our home. So if the water comes in and it wrecks the place and causes a lot of damage, that's gonna suck a lot, and that's just gonna be terrible.
Water and light snacks are available for anyone who's staying at the Civic Center. City officials recommend residents to monitor the city's social media pages for any updates. Now be sure to download our 4Zone Weather app. You can track radar and get push alerts sent straight to your phone. Just head to our app store or the app store and search WOAI.
And if you are under one of those mandatory evacuations, please follow those orders. It is another wet day. We are seeing round 3 of showers and storms across our area this morning. The heaviest just to the north and west. Major flooding this morning from Kerr County down towards Uvalde County. Still watching a severe thunderstorm with a possible tornado over northern Uvalde County. We'll take a look at your full forecast coming up.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
Louise Hayes Park in Kerrville in Kerr County, I believe, underwater. The Guadalupe River continues to rise there. Flash flood emergency from Hunt to Kerrville because of the rising Guadalupe River. And the intense rain is just going to continue there over the next several hours. We are seeing some heavy storms that are lifting north of Kerrville towards Harper and Fredericksburg, but notice more storms are following closely behind. Currently over eastern Real County, western Bandera County, moving moving northward toward Hunt and Kerrville. Heading west along Highway 90, once you get into Uvalde, Brackettville, and Del Rio, you're going to encounter some heavy thunderstorms. Let's talk about the tornado warning. I mentioned this possibility earlier. National Weather Service now issuing a tornado warning a little farther to the north. This is now closer to far northern Uvalde County. Tornado warning here until 5:45. Want to mention that the circulation looks a lot less impressive than what we saw earlier when this was farther to the south. As this severe thunderstorm lifts farther to the north, although there is still the chance for rotation, I am noticing that it is a lot weaker there between Montel and Reagan Wells. Again, this is northern Uvalde County. Tornado warning until 5:45. If you look at the last scan, when this was farther to the south, that's where it was a lot more impressive. That's where we likely did see some rotation. But it looks like this is showing signs of weakening as it heads farther to the north. However, like I mentioned earlier, we've been seeing these severe storms where they pulse up and then weaken, and they kind of go up and down. So again, that bears watching. If you're watching us there over northern or northwestern Uvalde County, definitely if you're under that tornado warning, get away from windows. Also get to the lowest level of your home or building. That tornado warning until 5:45. Aside from that, lots of rain with lots of flooding. It's Uvalde, Brackettville, Del Rio, and points farther to the north and east where we're seeing a tremendous amount of rain. That's where those flash flood warnings continue. Widespread, moderate to pockets of heavy rain across Kerr County. Also some heavier downpours western Bandera, eastern Real into Lakey. Campgrounds there likely just saturated. And as we go through the day, the creeks and rivers will continue to rise. Here in San Antonio, no flash flood warnings or flood advisories. However, it is a wet start to the day. We are seeing that steady light to moderate rain, heaviest across the northern part of the county. Rain chance does drop off later in the day. There could be a late day shower or a couple of thunderstorms, but the heaviest stuff, the more intense rain, will be across the hill country and the western zone this morning.
Jeanette, thank you. Some of the most talked about video that we had here on News 4 and only on News 4 yesterday was out of Bernie. Photojournalist David Mendoza saw this and hit record. This is a family of deer caught up in the flash flooding. Now, we saw it for the first time on the air. Marisa and I were shocked. Viewers echoing what our reaction was, obviously the shock and obviously the concern for the safety and the welfare of those animals. And although we didn't get confirmation of this, of what actually happened, experts tell us that deer are known to swim more than 2 miles, and sometimes they can swim even farther than that. So hopefully things turned out for the best, but obviously that just shows the power of that river yesterday and just the power of Mother Nature and how she can turn in a heartbeat.
And the thing is, I think the two of them were little babies. So that's the thing. It's
sad.
It's so sad. It's scary. As we move on, 5:18, live look at San Antonio roads right now. More than 20 roads are closed due to flooding right now. If you see high water on the road, please don't drive through it. Find another way through. It is, again, 5:19. We'll be right back. More news, weather, and traffic just ahead. We are getting a better look at just how much damage the tornado caused at an apartment complex near UTSA, which is student housing. Students living there say they woke up to their building shaking, to powerful winds ripping parts of their roof off, and seeing debris flying all over the place. News 4's Taylor Whartonby has more on their reaction.
A tornado causing significant damage to the Oasis Apartments, home to dozens of UTSA college students on the northwest side. A large section of the roof ripped off, windows broken, trees split, twisted metal, and debris everywhere you look.
I've just never experienced anything like that, so that's why I was like, whoa, this is kind of crazy.
Students left shocked as the storm turned into a tornado.
I looked out my window and I'm like, it's a bad thunderstorm, and then the tree just blew over and I saw stuff like flying into the pool and I was like, what is going on? So
The tornado warning not coming until after the storm hit.
I honestly didn't even know it was a tornado until like after I got the alert like 10 minutes later.
Haley Rowland was on the road driving toward Bernie, watching the funnel cloud form.
I looked to my left and a tornado started to form. And I was like, okay, well, I definitely have to get this on video or nobody's going to believe me.
Rowland sharing this video of the tornado forming in one of San Antonio's busiest areas.
It was chaos, really, because you saw a lot of people out here and you saw the mayhem. It was just something hard that was a little hard to comprehend.
For News 4 San Antonio, I'm Taylor Whartonby.
Here's another look at the damage from our DJC Laws Sky 4. Many students are now without power and water at the complex. Several of them telling us they're staying with friends or family temporarily to figure out their next steps on where to live. As for why they got the tornado warning late, we're told the National Weather Service was waiting for one more piece of evidence before issuing it. So that is a good look of it, and they're still assessing how much damage was done to the apartment complex.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
And officially it was EF1 tornado that touched down there. Winds did get up to 100 miles an hour. With an EF1 tornado, winds range between 85 to 110 miles an hour. We saw the damage that it did, especially to the roof of the apartment complex there. There is still the chance for maybe a brief tornado or two with any severe thunderstorm that develops, but that risk is farther to the west. We've already seen a couple of tornado warnings early this morning. The one that I was tracking over northwest Uvalde County that has expired because that storm has weakened. Flooding, that's going to be the major risk throughout the day today, especially through this morning. And that's for areas that include Kendall, Kerr, Bandera, Uvalde, Real, Kinney, and southern Valverde counties. I would say even at least the northern part of Maverick and Zavala counties. Here in San Antonio, we're not seeing any flash flood warnings or flood advisory, but there is a flood watch, which means that flooding is possible. That runs through 7 o'clock this evening. Roads are wet all across San Antonio and Bexar County. A steady light rain falling across the city. I am noticing some brief downpours a little farther to the north, but the intense rain, as you can see with the storms from portions of Kerr County, Bandera County, Real County, down towards Uvalde, northern Kinney, and back towards Del Rio. Here's live power Doppler radar showing you how that tornado warning has been canceled because that storm has weakened substantially, but still some very heavy rainfall there just to the north of Highway 90. From Uvalde to Kinnipa and Sabinal, that's light to moderate rain. Heaviest downpours a little farther to the north. As I take you across the Western Hill Country, you can see those flash warning, Bernie, rain falling at a decent clip over towards all of Kerr County. That is widespread rain. That's also coming down steadily. The heavy storms from earlier weakening as they head now north of Harper, but there are more storms that are following closely behind, pushing into western Bandera County right now, and that's headed towards southern and western Kerr County. There is a flash flood emergency in Kerr County, specifically from Hunt to Kerrville. The Guadalupe River there continues to rise. I believe Louisiana Louise Hayes Park, underwater there in Kerrville. Here is the red indicating those areas of heavier rainfall. Torrential downpours just west of Brackettville over western Kinney County. That also includes southern Valverde County right along Highway 90 towards Del Rio. Closer to town, again, some steady light to moderate rain in the yellow and orange. That's indicating some heavier rain, and that's also getting into Comal County. New Braunfels Canyon Lake, you're seeing the rain now. Bernie, again, all of Kendall County really seeing the rainfall. Across the east, these are very spotty storms that are coming up from the coast. Those are racing quickly to the north, but there are a couple that are getting closer to Wilson County, Karnes County, and Gonzales County. The widespread stuff is right behind this area of low pressure. Although that is lifting to the north, there is still a lot of energy behind it. That's why this is the area of greatest concern for those storms that will cause additional flooding. As we get closer to midday, notice that it looks like the storms will concentrate closer to Kerr County, Real County, Edwards County, maybe not so much near Highway 90. We'll see a couple late day showers in San Antonio, but the widespread stuff here is this morning. Now we'll have to watch late tonight, tomorrow morning. This is the final round of storms with heavy rain for the western part of our viewing area. Here in San Antonio tomorrow, rain chance is a lot lower, but very active still just to the west and right along the Rio Grande. Weather alert day today. Rain best here in town this morning, dropping this afternoon, drier and hotter heading into the weekend. Take a look at next week, upper 90s.
Live look outside for you here. We have an accident on the north side. This is not far from the airport along Loop 410 at Broadway. A couple of lanes still open, but first responders really only just arriving on scene and getting an idea of what they need to do here. So I do expect a delay to start building behind it, again, there on the north side, 410 at Broadway. We also have an accident just north of downtown, the upper level of I-10. That's eastbound at I-35, not slowing us down right now. These other red markers, all of them are areas where we're seeing flooding on either the highway or the frontage road. So yes, even though we're not seeing the same level of flooding as we are out to the west and to the north, Kerrville, Uvalde, all of those areas, San Antonio is still getting hit. We've got 25 low water crossings closed right now. So even though, yes, it's much worse over in those areas, and we're covering those areas for you as well, here in San Antonio, still something to have in mind as you maybe avoid heading out the door this morning. I do want to take a moment to talk to photojournalist David Mendoza. He's live at the scene of an officer-involved shooting. He's been covering this breaking news for us throughout the morning. David, any new word on what happened here?
No new word as of right now, but yes, that's where I'm at. An officer-involved shooting here on the city's southeast side at the intersection of Nopal and Hammond. It actually occurred on Hammond Road. Now, we are waiting for the chief or the public information office to meet us out here and give us confirmed details, but what I can say is that I have noticed that they put up this black sheet on the left side of your screen that you're seeing. Now, from my experience, usually that indicates that there is a possible fatality on the scene. Again, this is unconfirmed information at the moment. That's merely coming from my experience covering officer-involved shootings and other fatalities. But the scene is still very active. We have CSI out here and multiple SAPD units out here. A small portion of Hammond Road is currently closed off while officers investigate, and it is a little wet out here too. So still waiting on word from Chief or SAPD PIO. I will keep you updated when I get those details. Back to you for now.
David, thank you. That is the latest for now with your on-time traffic. We have more weather coverage, news coverage after the break.
It just went to break. This is a mic check. I'm doing a mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
5:33 now on this Thursday morning, and yes, more active weather. Here in San Antonio, we have widespread light to moderate rain. The heavier stuff is farther to the north and west. Flash flood emergency continues in Kerr County, specifically between Hunt and Kerrville. The Guadalupe River continues to rise there. That area has picked up quite a bit of rain since the overnight hours, and it's still pouring as we speak. In fact, widespread rain all across Kerr County, and notice there is more heavy rain that is approaching from the south. Let's zoom on in here so that we can see. There goes Hunt, there goes Ingram, and there goes Kerrville. The more intense rain is a little farther to the south. However, this is just going to continue to fill in farther to the north and east. So a very dangerous situation there with a lot major flooding along the Guadalupe in Kerr County. We mentioned that that was going to be a concern yesterday for those areas today. And get this, I do not see the rain ending there anytime soon. That'll likely continue until 9-10 a.m., if not even longer than that. Live power Doppler radar a little farther to the south into Uvalde County, where flash flood warnings continue here. Heaviest rain to the northwest of Uvalde, off towards the northeast as well, approaching Utopia. Northern Kinney County, back towards southern Uvalde County, some pretty heavy downpours as well. Quiet farther south from there in La Pryor and Pearsall. Here in San Antonio, it's mostly northern part of Bexar County where we're seeing the steadier moderate rainfall, and storms are right along the coast. Be weather aware today. Again, the showers and storms will continue there, especially across the western hill country through the entire morning.
Massive flooding happening in Kerrville this morning. Our crews are gathering the very latest.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
I believe Jeanette said earlier, round 3. So get ready, buckle up, put your gloves on, whatever analogy you want to come up with. But it's going to be a morning, certainly to our friends out in the west. And with that, good morning. Thank you for waking up with us. Happy Thursday, everybody. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. It's July 16th. And once again, that area of Kerrville getting pounded.
Yes,
with rain.
Something that I mentioned yesterday, and something that I know Chris was emphasizing all afternoon yesterday and last night. It was the Western Hill Country, Kendall County, Kerr County, down towards Uvalde County. That was the part of our viewing area that was really going to deal with some serious flooding into this morning, and that's exactly what we're seeing. I don't think that's going to end anytime soon. We'll likely see heavy rain there on and off at least until 9-10 a.m. Let's go back here so we can check out live power Doppler radar. There goes the storm system that's generating all of this activity. The center of it is starting to lift to the north. However, there is still a lot of energy behind it, hence why this is the area that's going to receive most of the rainfall today. Here in San Antonio, again, it's across the north where we're seeing that steadier rain. That is moving off towards the north. Roads are going to be wet all across San Antonio through the morning. We're not currently under a flash flood warning. The flood risk is higher farther to the northwest. Flash flood warning for Bernie, Kerrville, Camp Wood, Utopia, even now into northwest Medina County, back towards Uvalde, and farther west into Brackettville and Del Rio. All across Kerr County, steady rain. This rain is not ending. It's coming down at a decent clip. Some heavier downpours are approaching from the west. A flash flood emergency, particularly dangerous situation because of the flooding that is going on along the Guadalupe in Kerr County right now. Once the sun comes up, we will get a better view of what's exactly going on there. I believe I'm hearing reports of the Louise Hayes Park there in Kerrville underwater. Creeks and rivers out west will continue to rise as we go through the morning.
Jeanette, thank you. We're tracking a wall of water barreling down the Guadalupe River in Kerr County.
That is a phrase you do not want to hear. News 4's Christina De Leon has made the trip there in Storm Tracker. She's live in Kerrville at Louise Hayes Park. We know that area all too well. Flooding happening there, Christina, right now. How bad is it?
Well, it is getting so bad. We've seen emergency crews up and down the main street here on Thompson. Let me show you what Louise Hayes Parks looks like. It is just a wall of water, trees just kind of pushed to the side here, and you can probably hear the gushing water as it kind of races down. One of the main streets we came down, we kept seeing cars just parked with their flashers, and that's because the water was on that street. It has since receded, but it looks like it's actually making its way back on the roadways here. I want to show you something kind of unique. This is what washed up on the street here. It's a turtle. Look at this. Maybe just kind of was tired of being in the water, and now it's kind of making its way. We're going to have to turn it around. I don't want it on the street. I don't want anything to happen to this little turtle. You know, you see the wildlife. It's just unnatural for so much water to be in the river. So this little guy maybe needs to make its way onto the grass. I don't know. I don't want it to be on the street. I don't want it to get hit by a car, but it's too dangerous to be in all of this water. This river is just too much for the animals, the wildlife. We've seen it all happen here. So this is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like here along the Guadalupe River. We do know that the Calvary Temple off 534 is taking people in. And if you can make it there safely, they are evacuating people there who have too much water maybe inside their home. They tell them that that's where they can evacuate safely. But again, we've seen a lot of emergency responders up and down the streets to make sure people are okay. They say if you can't, simply shelter in place. That's what they're asking you to do. Shelter in place. That is the best thing for you until this rain lets up and it dries out and we can get a little better sense of things as the day breaks. We'll continue to be out here live, bringing you the latest details, bring you updates on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. Reporting live from Kerrville, I'm Christina Del Leon. We will send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. Christina, the difficulty here, right, in telling the story from your vantage point and then obviously from the rescuing standpoint is the darkness. I mean, it is hard to do all of the things that need to be done from a safety standpoint with it being pitch black.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel bad for first responders because they have to make decisions in the dark. And as you can imagine, coming up upon water, we were driving up on one of the main roads and we're like, why is it so bumpy? Well, it was because there were rocks on the road. Rocks on the road, presumably because there was so much water on the road. And off to the side were these stalled vehicles where presumably there was so much water at that point in time. And these cars were just stuck on the road. So these first responders, hats off to them. God bless them. They have to make decisions very quickly. And you know, it is difficult when you're in a situation like that. They've got to evacuate people, they've got to treat people, they've got to triage people very quickly, and then make life-changing decisions for them too. And that's why they've got a shelter in place. Again, they've got this temple off 534. They say if you can make it there safely, great. If not, they're just asking people to shelter in place because who knows who's flooded, who needs to be evacuated, and who can just stay put. And when it's dark, you know, you're in a place where you don't want to leave your house because you don't know when you're going to come upon water, and that's what makes it so difficult.
Well, Christina, stay safe. I can see that it's coming down hard, that rain, plus the wind. So, again, you and Fernando, stay safe out there.
Hey, real quickly, in all seriousness, because everybody in the studio kind of gasped, what are we going to do about that turtle?
Where is it? Can we find it?
Hey, the turtle, right here. I'm going to turn him around. I don't want him on the street.
Him up.
Seriously.
I think you got to put him back in the. I think you got to put him back. Yeah, I think you got to put him in the river or whatever that is.
Yeah, or I might put him in the grass because the river might be too much for him. He was breathing pretty hard. Yeah, I might put him in the grass here. He might become our pet for the morning.
Did you say he's breathing pretty hard? Those things will live for Those things will be. Those things live to be 100 years old. Christina De Leon live there in Kerrville. In all seriousness, is a scary situation there. So she will be there all morning long. We'll go back and forth to her and find out the very latest. Certainly when the sun comes up and emergency crews try to do their work. Christina, thank you. Kerr County is obviously where a lot of our attention will be this morning. A lot of rain has already fallen. More is expected, as Jeanette has been talking about. And the real emphasis, the focus is on the Guadalupe River.
Emergency crews have evacuated a number of people, and a shelter-in-place order has been issued by the Kerr County Sheriff for the entire area. That's where we find News 4's Phil Sterling. Phil, what are we looking at right now?
I'm here where Schreiner Street turns into North Street, and just further down the road is Jefferson Street. All this water really going down to Jefferson Street. Some cars, you can see one already pulled over on the side and more on that intersection with Jefferson Street. Now, I spoke to some people out here. One man telling me he couldn't get to his job at the post office further down the street towards the bridge that goes over Louise Hayes Park. Now, Many people have pulled over trying to stay safe, trying to stay warm. Law enforcement that I spoke to, a warden that stopped here, told me that if you can, stay inside, and also if you do have to leave, always stay out of deep water and have a route to higher ground. Back to you.
All right, Phil, thanks. Some always good reminders here. People seem to kind of lose track sometimes in some of these severe weather conditions, so it's always a good reminder. This is almost shocking when you look at some of the river levels here from the river hub. We'll click on these little points, colored points here. You can click on them from this interactive map, and it'll tell you the water level, and that is not a misprint. That is 37 feet. What that river is measuring at that point of the Guadalupe River. Now we kind of continue north along the river. We'll make our way through some of these different areas in the Texas Hill Country. You can see it dropped to 16 feet there. Still, obviously, a very scary situation, 27 feet there. And then you go west and you see 16 and 11 there on the map as well. It's just a reminder of how much rain has fallen, how much rain, with the idea of how much rain to come. Just a frightening situation for folks. And there are camps. And that is something, obviously, that we will also be watching. There are certain spots along all of those riverbeds where people are camping or enjoying, they live, or summer camps. And this is obviously an all too familiar storyline for the Texas Hill Country.
And dare I say that it is looking similar to what we saw July 4th of last year there in Kerr County. Flash flood emergency now a little farther to the east from Kerrville into Center Point. The Guadalupe River at Center Point has risen 32 feet in the last 4 hours, and the rain continues to fall. We do have a new tornado warning for northwest Uvalde County. There is some pretty impressive circulation. Heads up the city of Montel there. Tracking this, let you know what you can expect throughout the morning. Your full forecast coming up.
Hi. Mic check, mic check.
You mean the collective us?
All right, live look outside here. We are still following this accident on the north side. This is near the airport along 410 at Broadway. That live picture showing us some crowding as you approach that area. However, still not enough to cause this a serious delay. More so just some crowding as you approach it. We have also an accident here on the west side. So Highway 90 westbound at General McMullen. Same thing, no delay, but we do have part of the road blocked off there. As for the rest of San Antonio, yes, we are still seeing flooding this morning here in town, as well as to the west and to the north of us. In San Antonio, or in Bexar County, I should say, 25 low water crossings closed at the moment. And then these other red markers, as I mentioned, these are areas where the flooding has affected our highways or our frontage roads. So please stay safe out there this morning. If you have plans to travel, I would rethink that. If you're going to go out anyway, please be extra cautious. Photojournalist David Mendoza covering breaking news for us. Switching gears here, he is live on the scene of an officer-involved shooting. David, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joy. That's correct. An SAPD officer involved shooting here on the southeast side. So this is the intersection of Nopal and Hammond. The actual shooting occurring on Hammond Street right here. And as I look around the scene, we still have a number of SAPD, CSI investigators on scene. But I did notice something. I mentioned it a little earlier. We have a black tarp on scene. Usually from my experience, that indicates that a possible fatality occurred. We have investigators focusing their attention behind that black tarp. Again, this is very unconfirmed. This is just coming from my experience covering these types of events. Could possibly be a fatal shooting. We have no information on the suspect's condition or the condition of the officer who fired their service weapon. The scene remains very active. We're waiting on the Chief or Public Information Office to confirm some of those details that we've heard. We've heard a lot of unconfirmed reports of what actually happened here, but we're waiting to confirm those with the Chief of Police or a Public Information Office person with SAPD. Once I get those details, I will bring them to you back to the studio for now.
David, thank you. That is the latest for now with your on-time traffic.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
You saw in Christina's and Phil's live shots that the rain is coming down, the wind is coming, and it's probably going to get worse.
Yes, in fact, I said this earlier, life-threatening to potentially catastrophic flooding in Kerr County, specifically flash flood warnings continue, but there is a flash flood emergency for cities that include Hunt, Kerrville, Ingram, and now downstream towards Center Point. The Guadalupe River gauge at Center Point rise, indicating that the river has gone up 32 feet in a matter of 4 hours. And the rain is still coming down pretty heavy there. So again, a life-threatening, potentially catastrophic situation in Kerr County. Water rescues underway. We have no information in terms of any fatalities, but the National Weather Service is indicating that they are getting reports of multiple water rescues across Kerr County. And notice that on radar, it is raining from Comal County, Northern Bexar County, Kendall, back towards Kerr, Edwards, and some very heavy rain right along Highway 90 from Del Rio approaching Brackettville and into Uvalde. We also have a couple of tornado warnings in Uvalde County. This is where I'm noticing these severe thunderstorms that intensify and are capable of producing a tornado. Here is this tornado warning until 6:30. A new one just issued farther to the east over northeastern Uvalde County. Earlier, I did see a pretty impressive rotation. That is likely a twister on the ground there, northwest Uvalde County, in the city of Montel, if you are watching. This is very rural. However, if folks there in northwest Uvalde County are watching, hopefully at this point you have gone to the center and lowest part of your home or building. We are likely seeing a brief tornado touching down there. Farther to the east, again, also seeing that tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a twister. Across Across the hill country, let's take you to Kerr County, where it is raining pretty heavy. And this is widespread, steady, heavy rainfall. Does not look like it's going to end anytime soon. There goes Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, downstream towards Center Point. Yeah, the Guadalupe will also rise a little farther downstream, perhaps closer to Comfort as well. Into northern Uvalde County, northern Kinney County, intense rainfall rates. That's where I'm noticing the heaviest storms. And yes, that's all going to continue to drift to the north, hitting Kerr County. I don't see Kerr County catching a break anytime soon. Closer to San Antonio, northern Bear, some pockets of heavy rain, lighter rain farther to the south. As we get closer to midday, still rain across the western hill country. It does look less active later this afternoon, but again, it's our western areas that will likely see more storms later on tonight into early tomorrow morning. It is going to dry out to later Friday into the weekend. That is your forecast. We'll keep you updated.
A live picture right now of the Bear flood map. And while a lot of our attention is in Kerr County, and rightfully so, there's some flooding here throughout Bear County when it comes to your roads. 26 of them have been shut down because of flooding right now, and they are well spread out. There are certainly many along the northern part of Bear County there, out in Fair Oaks Ranch, Bernie, obviously, Timberwood Park, along 281, and then you see a lot of them centered there on the northeastern part, Cibolo, out along I-10 as well. All of the old usual suspects, Old Blanco Road, Old Fredericksburg Road, Old Grissom Road. Barriers set up in place, do not go around them. We'll have much more news, weather, and traffic, and we will go live to Kerrville in just a few moments right here on News 4. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm asking them to cut video. I'm here. I'm asking them to cut video of that turtle walking back into the water. You can't see it anymore, right? It went into the water all by itself, all by itself. It just needed a breather, man. It was breathing so hard. Yeah, so sweet, so sweet. Yeah, it went back in. I didn't have to turn it around. I didn't even have to turn it around.
Now, your forecast first from the 4-Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
Let's take you outside. A dangerous situation with the flooding in Kerr County. Flash flood emergency for Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville downstream towards Center Point because of the flooding that is going on there. The Guadalupe River continues to rise. And this is a picture of Louise Hayes Park, rushing waters right along the Guadalupe River there in Kerrville. Clouds and radar picture the rain not ending anytime soon. Heavy showers and thunderstorms continue mainly along and north of Highway 90. We're also seeing numerous flash flood warnings. We'll get to Kerr County in just a minute, but I do want to point out that there are a couple of tornado warnings, mostly in Uvalde County, tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a twister there over northwest Uvalde County. Now, this tornado warning goes until 6:30. It includes northwest Uvalde, far southeastern Edwards, and extreme southwestern Real County. Cities that are included in this, I believe that is Montel and Campwood. Some tornado sirens going off there. This is showing signs of rotation still over northwest Uvalde County. We'll likely see that storm continue to track to the north. If you're watching us in this area, get to the lowest and center point of your home or building. There's also a tornado warning for northeastern Uvalde County over towards Leakey and far western Bandera County. This one showing weaker circulation, nonetheless tracking the possibility of a tornado there. Across Kerr County, this is widespread moderate to heavy rainfall. The Guadalupe River there again continuing to go up as the rain is continuing to fall. In Comforts now, they have seen seeing the Guadalupe River go up 16 feet in the last 30 minutes. Again, it looks like this is not going to end, folks. More rain on and off through the morning. We'll take another look at radar coming up in a little bit.
Major flooding is happening right now in Kirk County. Our crews are out there with the very latest.
Some evacuation orders have been issued in the city of Schertz, where residents are now being asked to avoid and where they can find shelter if needed.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
I think the scariest thing that I've heard today, and I think that's an appropriate word to use, is us in the comparison, and you don't make these lightly, but when you referenced last year and the 4th of July flooding, specifically in Kerr County, and those poor people out there having to go through this again a year later, if that doesn't get your attention, I'm not sure what will. So with that, good morning, happy Thursday. Thank you for waking up with us. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. Joy's here keeping an eye on the roads. Already a lot of stuff happening because wet roads giving drivers trouble. But first, the weather is not letting up over in Kerr County.
No, in fact, I do believe it's going to be raining there, moderate to heavy, at least until 9 o'clock this morning. There's a flash flood warning there till mid-morning, but that will likely be extended because there will be more showers and storms there later today, tonight, even early tomorrow morning. Very active radar picture. You can see the flash flood warnings that are in effect. Flash flood emergency from Hunt to Kerrville, even down towards Center Point now, including Comfort, because again, the Guadalupe River continues to rise very fast there. Flash flood warnings for Kendall, Kerr, Bandera, back towards Southern Real, Southern Edwards, also Southern Val Verde, much of Kinney County, Uvalde County, and Northwest Medina County. Not seeing any flash flood warnings here in San Antonio or up across Comal County and Guadalupe County, but we are seeing pockets of heavy rainfall here. Just watch for the possibility of at least isolated flooding. We did talk about some high water there around the Schertz area. There is that tornado warning for, let's take this back here, for Northwest Uvalde County, and there's another tornado warning that includes Utopia and Lakey, both of those until 6:30. Possible rotation as those stronger to storms move the north. Far northern Bexar County, Helotes, north side of San Antonio, Hollywood Park, Timberwood Park, seeing the moderate to heavy rain. Future radar still showing quite a bit of rain, 10:30, 11 a.m., a little bit of a break later this afternoon, but again, more rain for those areas tonight into tomorrow morning.
All right, another live look outside here, rotating through the TransGuide cameras. Roads once again very wet here in San Antonio. We do still have many low water crossings closed as well. So there's a look at Highway 90 at Leon Creek. That's one of those spots where the frontage road is affected. The accidents that we were tracking last time you saw me have cleared, so we have that going in our favor, but driving conditions still not ideal. All of these red markers that you're seeing, these are areas where flooding has affected either the highway or the frontage road, and that is only getting worse as you head out towards the west or out towards the north. The roads there, we have countless road closures going on right now because of that high water. So if you're here in San Antonio, not as bad, still not great, but if you had plans to head up towards Kerrville, that likely is not going to work for you. We do have the westbound lanes of I-10 closed in Kerrville. Here's a live look from the ground where photojournalist David Mendoza is tracking an officer-involved shooting. He's been following this breaking news for us on our behalf. He joins us now with another update. David.
Good morning, Joy. Well, I'm on the southeast side at the intersection of Hammond and Nopal. The shooting itself actually occurring on Hammond Street. Now I'm going to take you a little further into the scene. We have a small portion of Hammond roped off right now by police as they investigate. Now I've had some time to look at the scene. We have this black tarp over here. Most likely the suspect is deceased in this case. We're getting a lot of unconfirmed reports about that actually happening. We're also getting some unconfirmed reports that this bicycle you see here in the middle of the screen was possibly the suspect's bicycle. Again, we're waiting for the Chief of Police or SAPD's Public Information Office to make scene and give us some more details about what actually led up to this officer-involved shooting. For now, though, a small portion of Hammond is closed off. Once I get those details, I will let you know. Back to you.
All right, David, thank you. We will continue to follow up with him throughout the morning right here with your on-time traffic.
All right, guys, thank you. So we have a couple of different angles that we are attacking today, and obviously the first is your safety here on the roads in San Antonio, but it's also what is happening in Kerr County. That is the massive focus of the weather issues, and really, and this should sound familiar, we are all eyes on the Guadalupe River, which is now at about 30 feet.
Scary. The city of Kerrville is urging residents to shelter in place and avoid travel unless it's absolutely necessary. News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon is out in that area. Christina, you are at Louise Hayes Park still, right? And what are you seeing folks doing out there?
Yeah, right now we're not seeing a lot of cars on the roadways. We're seeing a lot of first responders on the roadways, just making sure that the streets pretty much are desolate. They don't want a lot of people on the roadways here, but because we're at Louise Hayes Park, the river runs right through it, Guadalupe River, and I want to show you what it looks like here. We were out here right around the July 4th weekend where they were having some services in honor of the folks who died at Camp Mystic and the others who lost their lives, 139 of them. And now it is almost, fast forward 1 year, just an ominous event again, because we've got so much flooding and the rain's still coming down. I was out here last year around this time too. Just a sad and scary situation for so many people. You can see the rains as they continue to pick up and just wash all of the trees. You can see the trees again pushed off to the side, and it's such a familiar scene and a scary situation, as you can imagine, for so many people out here who have experienced this and were at this 1 year ago. So this is what it looks like here at Louise Hayes Park as the Guadalupe continues to rise, and they are experiencing this one more time. So this is what we're dealing with here, and this is the Guadalupe River. You can see kind of a foam at the top of it here because the water does continue to rage. First responders are doing a great job driving all over this town, just making sure that the street lights are working, that people don't need help, they're not in danger, and they are evacuating people if they need to. But again, as you mentioned, they are asking people shelter in place and do their best to make sure that they are doing okay. Now, you might be wondering in the last half hour about our friend the turtle that was all here on the side. Well, he turned around on his own, took some breaths, and started walking and making his way down to the water on his own. And we're going to show you that video in the next hour. We're happy to say that he did kind of walk very slowly, looked at the water, stayed looking at the water for some time, and then just walked himself right back into the water. So David, you are right. They do live for a long time, and I guess he just needed a breather and then walked right back in. So hopefully he is doing all right this morning. Live in Kerrville, I'm Christina De Leon. We will send it back to you.
Christina, you know I obsess about some of the weirdest things, so I Googled all that, and it talks about not picking up, and I don't know what kind of turtle it was, but you're supposed to not pick these things up and put them back in the water. And so you were right.
No.
Just sort of redirect them if you can.
No, I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it at all because his little arms and his little legs were in.
Right.
And he kept looking around, and on his own, he put his head around, and it turned his whole body around, and he did it all on his own. We have video of it. We're going to show it to you in the next half hour. We're just trying to get it edited. Irma does an excellent job. Yeah, me too. And he did it all on his own. But what was funny is he was looking at the water for a long time, and then he just kind of waddled his way in all on his own. We'll show it to you the next half hour.
Timmy the Turtle. He's our new mascot. Christina De Leon live there in Louise Hayes Park in Kerr County. A very nasty situation happening right there. We'll stay on top of that. Christina, thank you so much.
Here's a look at the new Kerr County River Hub interactive map. Now it shows how high the Guadalupe River has reached in feet. Right now, the highest level is near Center Point, where the river is now at 37 feet. Another issue is near Bear Creek, where the river is past 27 feet. Now, a flash flood emergency has also been issued for parts of Uvalde County.
Yeah, a dangerous situation, obviously, for folks who live there. They're being asked to seek higher ground. We've heard that phrase a lot out in the Texas Hill Country right now. We're going to go to Ethan Trejo, who is there in Uvalde. Ethan, people out there residents living there, and we have a lot of family members here, obviously, who have family there. What do they need to know? What are they being told? I think we're having some audio issues with Ethan's camera here. I tell you what, guys, let's Let's move on to the shirt story, and we'll take Ethan. We'll go back to Ethan. Give him a sense. But you can see the flooding there where he is.
Holy cow!
Just
lot.
Awful.
And that's from last night and probably some this morning.
Right.
This morning, people who live in the Pecan Grove RV park in Schertz are under evacuation orders. Yesterday, the area clocked in more than 7 inches of rain. Voluntary evacuation orders are in surrounding neighborhoods, including Lone Oak, Vista, Buffalo Valley South, and homes along FM 1518. All those orders started around 8 last night, with some evacuees temporarily sheltering in place at the Schertz Civic Center.
I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I'm getting me and my family. We're gonna go to my son's house. And
another big fear is like the actual water somehow reaching high enough to affect the house and all that. And because, well, this is our home. So if the water comes in and it wrecks the place and causes a lot of damage, that's gonna suck a lot, and that's just gonna be terrible.
Water and light snacks are available for anyone who is staying at the Civic Center. Schertz city officials recommend residents keep an eye on the city's social media pages for any other updates. Be sure to download our 4Zone weather app. You can track radar and get push alerts sent straight to your phone. Just head to the App Store and search WOAI.
Widespread heavy rain across the western hill country and the western zone. That is lifting to the north. Notice more rain is approaching from the south. Major flooding expected through the morning, anywhere from Kerr County down towards Uvalde County, even back towards Kinney and southern Valverde counties. We have to watch for the potential flooding here in San Antonio today as well. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the day and the rest of the week. That's coming up in a little bit. .17 on this Thursday morning. If you're just joining us, a dangerous situation, especially across Kerr County as the Guadalupe River continues to rise there at a rapid pace. The flash flood emergencies include the cities of Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, now downstream into Center Point and Comfort. To the top of the hour, I mentioned that in about 30 minutes, the Guadalupe River went up 16 feet in Comfort. And there is more rain that is coming down. That's not going to let up anytime soon. In fact, I do expect several more hours of steady, heavy rain. Anywhere from Kerr County to Bandera County down towards Uvalde County. There is a stretch of Highway 90 that is closed due to flooding there in Uvalde. That is between Kinnipa and Sabinal. Let me also talk about, as if the flooding wasn't enough, there are a couple of tornado warnings. There is one here over northwest Uvalde County. This is set to expire in the next about 10 to 12 minutes. Possible rotation with a strong to severe thunderstorm that is moving off towards the north. It looks like there's circulation there, maybe not quite as impressive. This is showing signs of weaken. Nonetheless, tornado warning continues there until 6:30. And not really noticing this will likely be expired shortly. Did it maybe just expire? The tornado warning likely canceled there over northeastern Uvalde County because of the circulation a lot weaker. But check out all of the rain that is coming down all across Kerr County. This is moderate to heavy rain. Pockets of torrential downpours now moving towards Kerrville, even back across southwestern Kerr County. Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville not catching a break from the rain. Downstream towards Center Point, Comfort, you can also see that steady, moderate to heavy rainfall. Across portions of Uvalde County, along with those tornado warnings, torrential rain. Brackettville, you're starting to see some heavier downpours closer to downtown. Here in San Antonio, there is a pocket of heavy rain that's outside of 1604, and moderate to heavy rain over northern and northeastern Bexar County. Very active morning. Make sure you are weather aware. We'll check out your forecast for the rest of the week and talk about some drier days coming up.
All right, Jeanette, thanks. Coming up on 6:20 right now, in the scope of all the chaos that's happening, it's strange to me, the things that we focus on, but it's also comforting. Animals. So we've been talking about Christina and the turtle this morning. It was the deer yesterday. This video that we had is some of the most talked about on social media. David Mendoza catching this family of deer being swept away in Cibolo Creek.
Over near Bernie.
Yeah, out near Bernie. And it was shocking, to say the least. Viewers echoing what our reaction was when we saw it for the first time on the air. Obviously, shock, concern for the safety of the animals. We do not have confirmation of what actually happened in the end, but we did do some digging, talked to some experts, and we were told, and this was information new to me, deer are known to swim more than a couple of miles and likely could swim farther than that. The Wildlife Rescue and Rehabilitation is now asking for donations, though, because of all the animals that they are taking in due to the flooding. That area is just loaded with ranch animals, farm animals, and a lot of what we saw last year is now applying this year as well. There are a lot of folks and certainly a lot of animals right now that have been displaced, and they need help just like their human counterparts. Also, look at this video. This is from Frederick Creek in Bernie yesterday. Water rose from 5 feet to 22 feet in just a few hours. Bernie took it on the chin, man. Officials there reporting there were no deaths, which is obviously the good news, but they did get more than 100 calls for service. There were 40 rescues, water rescues. There were about 50 people, we're told, staying in shelters. The most impacted right through the heart of Bernie, Main Street, going there along River Road. A reminder, be sure to download our 4Zone weather app. You can track radar. You can get push alerts sent straight to your phone. Real simple to get. Just go to your app store and search WOAI. It's a live picture from RoadCam. This is
David Mendoza.
All right, so this is David Mendoza. I'm sorry, Jamie, tell me one more time. Where? All right, so he's going I-35 north. He is going into the heart of this. He has left the breaking scene where there was a shooting involving a police officer, and he is now headed into weather coverage. And nobody does it quite like David Mendoza, so we will get his live report in the next half hour right here on News 4. Stay with us.
Time now is 6:24. New this morning, a man is dead after San Antonio police say he pulled a handgun on officers during an attempted stop overnight. Police say around 2:30 this morning they tried to stop a suspicious man riding a bicycle. Investigators say the man rode off and officers continued to follow him. Officers eventually caught up with him near Hammond Avenue where the suspect pulled out a handgun. 4 of the 5 officers at the scene opened fire, killing the suspect. The officers involved have been less than 1 year to 20 years of service.
All right, 6:25 right now. I want to go back to team coverage of this weather event that seemingly will not stop. As Jeanette has been focused on this morning, there is some massive and in many ways, and to use her phrase, catastrophic flooding happening right now in Kerr County. The big culprit, not just the rain, but the Guadalupe River, which has risen in not inches, but feet in a matter of hours. And that is, like we saw last year, that's the problem. And it's flooding out all of those areas there along the Texas Hill Country.
And Jeanette said it's round 3 of the rain.
Yeah.
So officials have issued a shelter-in-place order for residents, and they're advising them to avoid travel unless absolutely necessary. News 4 San Antonio's Phil Sterling is in Kerrville with more information.
I'm here outside VFW 1480, where if you look behind me, you'll see the Guadalupe River raging, much larger than it usually is, and completely covering Louise Hayes Park. Now, a year ago during July 4th, there was the hill country flooding, but not long ago during July 4th this year, people told me they were just happy that the river is being cleaned up, but now there may be another large cleanup effort that will have to be done.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
So Kerr County is not that it matters as a matter of importance, but Kerr County seems to be a real focus point, a focal point right now. Uvalde is obviously also a point of interest and concern. And you've been telling us off camera a stretch of 90 from
Sabinal to Canepa.
Yes,
that is closed.
Yeah,
That's a major chunk of highway out in West Texas. And the reason that's important to know is you have first responders that are trying to get to places. You see our crews there. They have been able to sort of weave their way around. But a lot of this has been in the dark. And as you well know, when you drive out in West Texas or even the Hill Country, there ain't a lot of lights.
Right. Very
So
rural areas.
it's making a job very difficult. The sun needs to come up very fast.
Yes, and I mentioned earlier we are looking at flash flood emergencies across Kerr County, also in Uvalde County. If you're watching us in Kerr County, hopefully at this point you have gone to higher ground. There are reports of water entering homes there. Yes, if you haven't done so yet and there is water entering your home, you want to get to the highest part of your home, seek higher ground. You can sort of make out the Guadalupe River there over Louise Hayes Park. The Guadalupe River at Kerrville is currently at moderate flood stage. However, I do expect the Guadalupe there to continue to rise. That was thanks to our Raul B. Rodriguez lot weather camera in Kerrville. Check out how active it is on radar to our north and west, especially Western Hill Country, Edwards Plateau region, and the Western Zone. Very heavy rainfall along and north of Highway 90. As if the flash flooding and the heavy storms weren't enough, we're still tracking the potential for tornadoes. We are still watching this tornado warning over far northwest Uvalde County. This does include southeastern Edwards County and southwest Real County as well. And it looks like the National Weather Service is now issuing a new tornado warning because we are seeing a pretty tight couplet here showing possible rotation. That is likely a twister on the ground. This is far northern Uvalde County. It looks like this is moving closer to far southwestern Real County, so heads up there. Farther to the west, there is another tornado warning. This too is showing a possible twister on the ground, another tight couplet there. This is just to the north of Brackettville, about 10 miles northeast of downtown Brackettville. So in Kinney County, there's a a tornado warning, likely a twister on the ground, brief tornado. We are still seeing the potential for severe storms that could spin up a twister or two. I am not expecting any of those type of storms in San Antonio today, but we are looking at some pretty steady rain this morning. As I mentioned, a pretty dangerous situation across Kerr County down towards Uvalde County with the steady heavy rain that continues to fall. Here in Kerr County, widespread moderate to heavy rain. The rain is coming down at a very fast clip. We've been seeing the water rising along the Guadalupe, even downstream into Center Point and Comfort. Taking a wider picture here, the rain is just going to continue because you can see those storms farther south tracking to the north. Multiple flash flood warnings. The rain is likely going to continue there at least until about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. There could be a little break before more rain develops later today into tonight. Here in San Antonio, it looks like the east side of town across eastern Bexar County catching a little bit of a break. However, still seeing that steady rain farther to the north and west. And check out the rain in Mexico. That's going to continue to hit border cities and then track up towards the western hill country. That's the weather maker that's bringing the rain. You can see the center of it is starting to lift a little farther to the north. However, still lots of energy behind it. That's why the rain is still coming down, and there's still the potential for those strong to severe thunderstorms. Future radar, 9 o'clock in the morning, still heavy rain for some of the same areas. By noontime, that should lift a little farther to the north. Notice by the afternoon, there's a little break, and then it's likely the areas west of I-35 that will see more of those showers and storms this evening, tonight, through early tomorrow morning. Round 4 of storms tomorrow morning to our west. In San Antonio, we're looking at some showers with isolated thunderstorms through the morning. Less coverage this afternoon. Forecast high today closer to the mid-80s. 7-day forecast, weather alert day today. Make sure you are weather aware, especially in those flood-prone areas. Friday into the weekend, it's drier, it's hotter. Next week, we're looking at a stretch of dry, sunny days with highs in the upper 90s. The rain that we're seeing this week, it's probably the most rain we'll see in a while. So there you go. There's the extended for everybody else. We'll be back.
Welcome back. I'm Joy Bergen with a look at your on-time traffic. We have continuing coverage throughout the morning of the severe flooding that we're seeing out to the west and north of San Antonio, up in the hill country. I'm here to give you an update on what's happening here in town. So we do still have some flooding left behind from all of the rain over the past couple of days. 25 low water crossings closed across Bexar County right now. Roads still wet this morning. However, visibility, other driving conditions are starting to improve here in town. The accidents we were tracking last time you saw me have cleared. These red markers that you're seeing, these are areas where that flooding has affected either the highway or the frontage road. So not just our back roads that are seeing that. Obviously, Leon Creek, Salado Creek, we're familiar with those trouble spots. But we're also seeing some flooding out to the east, along I-10, outside Loop 1604, even out in Seguin. I do want to check in now with photojournalist David Mendoza, who's live in RoadCam. He's headed north right now to see how things are going up in the Comfort area. Is that where you're headed, David?
Hey, good morning, Joy. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm headed right now. I'm about 30 minutes out from Comfort, making my way 10 west, right at 1604 right now. Now, I've driven from the southeast side, so lower I-10 headed east up here to 1604. Looks okay, a lot better than it was yesterday, so road conditions aren't too bad across the city. I haven't seen too many problems. We do have wet roads and some light rain, but again, about 30 minutes until I reach Comfort. I will update you on road conditions until I get there. Back to you for now.
All right, David, thank you. That is just part of our team coverage covering this severe flooding that we're seeing right now. That is the latest for now with your on-time traffic. Stay safe. We'll be right back with a whole lot more.
You're waking up to News 4 San Antonio today. We're here for you.
Good morning. We are about 20 minutes out from 7 a.m. and we got a lot of weather coverage to get to right now.
A lot of folks. We have a lot of reporters out checking everything out. But before we get there, let's get another quick check of the weather with Jeanette. Good morning, Jeanette.
Good morning. If you're just joining us, if you're just Finding out this information, EF1 tornado hit the northwest side of San Antonio yesterday between about 7:50, 7:52 at the rim. Winds did get up to 100 miles an hour. We've been showing all of the damage since yesterday there. So officially from the National Weather Service, EF1 tornado hit the northwest side of San Antonio yesterday morning. I am not expecting any severe storms with the risk of tornadoes here in San Antonio today. That threat is farther west, where we've already seen multiple tornado warnings. In town, there is rain, mostly light rain, but we're getting some heavier storms now into the west side of San Antonio. Tracking two tornado warnings now in Kinney County. There is that one just to the northeast of Brackettville. Another one closely to the east. It looks like that severe storm is tracking east northeastward, and this is likely a tornado on the ground, briefly touching down there. I'm noticing still this tight couplet, the bright red there, the bright green, that indicates an area of a circulation, area of rotation. Same setup across a far northern Uvalde County, now entering southwestern Real County. There is a tornado warning here. This too, wind velocity showing an area of rotation. Major flooding across portions of Kerr County, even down towards Uvalde County. The Guadalupe really going up fast in Kerr County. Kerrville has picked up over 16 inches of rain. A foot of rain fell there overnight, and it is still raining very heavily there right now.
Jeanette, thank you. Be sure to download our 4Zone weather app. You can track radar and get push alerts sent straight to your phone. Just head to the App Store and search WOAI.
Time now 6:41. Nonstop news is straight ahead. We are tracking flash flooding emergencies out in western, in Kerr County and Uvalde County. We've got crews there. We'll have the very latest information in live reports next.
Hi, I'm here. Do you have both the videos? Do you have both the videos? Do you have both my videos? All right, good. So my turtle videos. And
Now, your your forecast first from the 4Zone Weather Team, certified most accurate.
6:44 on this Thursday morning, tracking around 3 of showers and thunderstorms. There is a torrential rain entering Kerrville from the south. There is a single thunderstorm there producing very heavy rainfall now over central Kerr County. But take a look at the thunderstorms with intense rain and lots of lightning farther to the southwest from Kerrville. That is Real County back towards northern Kinney County, including portions of southern Valverde County. Along with the flash flooding, we are seeing tornado warnings. There is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, most likely a twister on the ground north of Brackettville. This is moving off towards the north, generally right around 10 miles an hour. There is a new tornado warning. Notice that area of circulation, of rotation. I'm also noticing some rotation on radar there across a southwest Real County. This earlier was a severe storm capable of producing a tornado in northwest Uvalde County. That is tracking to the north into southwest Real County. Across Kerr County, again, there is more heavy rain moving towards Kerrville, even down towards southwestern Kerr County. Lots of flash flood warnings. There are flash flood emergencies from Kerrville over towards Comfort, including Uvalde. Roads are closed across portions of Kerr County. Also, a stretch of Highway 90 in Uvalde closed. Right now in San Antonio, we're seeing some heavy downpours on the west side and over western Bexar County. We'll talk more about what you can expect for today and the rest of the week coming up.
This is News 4 San Antonio Today, the only local news station with nonstop news.
Feet, not inches. That's how we're measuring water levels there in Kerr County, certainly in the western part of the Hill Country. With that, good morning. Nonstop News starts right now. We are the only TV station in town commercial free until the top of the hour.
We have you covered this morning. You just heard from Jeanette. And of course, she'll give us another look at weather in just a few minutes.
All right, going to stay right here locally, though, for a second. Joy Bergen has been watching all of this, and it is pouring down over here on the northwest side. Joy, what do the roads look like right now for folks headed out the door?
Yeah, so here in San Antonio, it's a lot better than how it's looking out in the Hill Country. Yes, we do still have the rain. Roads very wet, absolutely. And a couple of accidents out there as well. Over on the northeast side, I have 2 on I-35, southbound at FM 1518, and then the northbound exit ramp to O'Connor, also blocked for an accident. However, big picture-wise, despite the flooding that we have left over from yesterday, we're doing much better here in San Antonio than we are out in Comfort, Kerrville, those areas. And that is why we have sent photojournalist David Mendoza north of here. He joins us live from RoadCam. David?
Hey Joy, just entering the Bernie area right now here on I-10 westbound. Now, conditions are deteriorating as I get closer to Comfort. That's exactly where I'm headed, about 18 minutes out from Comfort right now. We have slick roads and moderate rainfall in the area. Conditions are okay to traverse through Bernie. Not seeing any flooding on I-10 as I make my way westbound, but we're doing okay up to this point. I'll keep you updated with what I find in Comfort. Back to you for now.
David, thank you. We will have more live updates from him throughout the morning, especially as we start to approach those hard-hit areas. That's the latest for now.
All right, guys, 6:47 right now. We have been tracking some massive flooding happening this morning in Kerr County all morning long.
That's right. A flash flood emergency has been issued. Officials are urging residents to shelter in place and avoid travel unless absolutely necessary. That's where we find News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon. Christina, what are you seeing out in Kerrville? You've been there now for a few hours.
Yeah, for the most part, not a lot of cars on the roadways, maybe a handful or so, but mainly first responders on the roadways as the rain actually starts to get worse out here. This is what it looks like. I want to show you what the Guadalupe River looks like here. It's looking like a big lake, actually. It doesn't even look like a river anymore. It has swollen up a bit, as you can imagine, just getting worse by the minute, up 15 feet in about an hour is what we're hearing. And it is a sad, dark, grim reminder of what we saw last year around this time when we lost 139 people in the Hill Country as a result of all the flooding. And it does appear that more is to come as the rains simply will not let up. A sad and scary and ominous situation out here. Now, as we get a little bit more daylight, you can see just how bad it is as the waters just continue to fall and the Guadalupe River just gets wider and wider and wider. A lot of the roads are simply impassable this morning, and that's why first responders are reminding people to shelter in place. Now, they did do some evacuations, taking them to a shelter, but they are telling people if you can just shelter in place. They don't want to have to do those evacuations unless absolutely necessary and get to the highest levels of their homes if absolutely needed to, because this is a flash flood warning. They're in a serious situation, but just hunker down where you are. You don't want to be out and about. That's what first responders are going to be doing, and what we're here doing, just to show you what it looks like out here. Just treacherous conditions of roadways that will soon be flooded again. They've been seeing that for the last few days, and that's what they're dealing with and will deal with again here. Now, in the last hour, we talked to you about a turtle that actually came up and was breathing pretty hard. That was kind of our little pet mascot. Just when we got out here, he was just here on the road and made his way back to the water. Let's show you the video. Kind of did it on his own and turned around, started walking back underneath the closures here, and made his way right back towards the water. So hopefully back to safety, back where he belongs, right back in the water. So if there's any good news, maybe that is it from today. Hopefully we don't have any bad news. We didn't hear of any injuries or anything bad as a result of all of the flooding. Hopefully everybody stays put and we don't have any bad results. We're going to stay here all morning long and let you know any more details as we get them on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. But for now, that is the latest. Reporting live in Kerrville, I'm Christina Del Leon. We listen it back to you.
Christina, before you go, we saw the video. It's great. We love the waddle we were calling him Timmy, I guess. On a serious note, I want to ask you, because some viewers are asking me, do you have any reports of the sirens, the flood sirens going off there in Kerrville? Do we know if they're working? There's been a lot of talk, obviously, about sirens over the last over the last year here in South Texas.
I have not heard them at all. I haven't heard them, but you know what? I'll call the police department right now and find out for myself. Have not heard flood sirens, have not seen flooded streets. We drove up and down the streets just fine. So don't know if they are working, haven't heard them myself, have seen a lot of first responders, I can tell you that. So don't know the answer to that, but I will find out and I can answer that question on social media. Yeah, I'll find out.
Okay, Christina De Leon, try to stay dry. It is coming down in buckets right now there in Kerrville. We have more team coverage there in Kerr County. A number of evacuations are happening right now, and they have happened overnight in that area as well.
Our Betty Cross joins us now live with a closer look at what's going on. Good morning, Betty. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you a bad situation is getting even worse out here in Kerrville. We had seen a little bit of a respite from the rain, not anymore. Torrential downpour right now, which of course is only going to make the bad situation even worse. I want you to take a look at what we're seeing on the Guadalupe River. You can see that the current very swift right now. That tree out there, we've seen the water come up just a little bit, just in the 30 minutes or so that we have been here. In addition, we are seeing it come up on its banks, and I've talked to several people who live in the Kerrville area who have creeks near their home. They say those creeks are out of their banks now. They have seen 6, 8, 10 inches of rain just overnight here in the Kerrville area, and that is exactly what these people don't need. Are there evacuations going on? Absolutely. We have heard about evacuations, people being on top of their homes, on their roofs. We've also heard the same situation for people who are in RVs trying to escape that rapidly rising water. We went by one apartment complex on our way here that had water going up in the parking lot, but no one at that point needed to be evacuated. But as this rain continues to go down, it is only going to get worse. On our way to the park, in addition to going to the apartment complex, we also saw a 3-vehicle accident. Of course, the main contributor to that standing water on the roadways that people just aren't used to having to deal with. And so a car lost control and you ended up with 3 cars that people pretty much just had to strand. It left them stranded right there on a major roadway in downtown Kerrville. So we need a break from this rain, and without it, what we're seeing right now is only going to look worse in a few hours. Betty Cross reporting live in Kerrville.
All right, Betty, thank you. The river levels there. And Betty, we're told the river level there in Kerr County for Guadalupe River, believe it or not, is actually dropping. Betty's going to get ready and
they did
work on
that.
something else, but they're going
Did
to
that go
drop
okay?
to about.
I didn't hear him.
There we go. Went from in the 20s to under 20, about 18 feet right now. So as bad as those conditions look right now, maybe a little bit of relief,
And
but
closely
not much.
monitoring
Yeah.
it over near Comfort.
Yeah.
Where it seems to be getting higher. Another area under a flash flood emergency this morning is Uvalde County.
Yeah, Ethan Trejo, News 4's Ethan Trejo is there. Ethan, that water level is will take your breath away as well. Where are you and how deep is that?
Yeah, it looks a lot deeper than it is. Let me tell you, I'm here in Uvalde. I wasn't even able to get outside of city limits. I'm still inside the city limits because I know that between Canipa and here in Uvalde, it has gotten significantly worse. But yeah, like you said, it absolutely takes your breath away. I was here probably in this area. I found a little island to set up for my shot, and within minutes and under less than an hour, all of this area right here became significantly more flooded. I'm actually going to flip the camera here so I can show you a little bit better what exactly we're seeing out here. These waters are rising, and they're rising quickly here in the Uvalde area. Buildings are going completely underwater. We've seen this entire street. There were patches of streets still available to step on. Troopers were driving up and down, but now, as you can see, I'm actually going to zoom in because I can see, I'm not sure if you can see this in the shot, but there's an 18-wheeler here in this area that is almost completely halfway underwater. They're kind of stuck in the middle of this makeshift river that's been formed here. Like we said, the flooding has gotten significantly worse, and they're expecting it to get worse here in the area. What's surprising here is there hasn't been any rain in the time that I've been here. This is just from the water rising from the river spilling over here into this area. We're gonna be bringing you all the latest updates. The Uvalde County Emergency Services Office says that they are working to try and do some water rescues here in the area. Obviously, if it's anything like the truck that we're seeing back here, they're going to be doing that for the rest of the morning and into the day.
Hey, Ethan, before we let you go, you said you are actually in Uvalde proper, right? You're in the city, not on the outskirts of it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm in the city. I'm actually just a couple minutes from my hotel. This is actually just like probably a couple streets down from the hotel that we were staying at to try and get here into the area. I was going to try and drive towards the Canipa area. I heard either you or David say that the Canipa, between Canipa and Uvalde, was experiencing some trouble. I couldn't even get there because they had the roads closed off here, and you can see why, because if I would have been stuck in there, it would have been trouble.
Yeah, Highway 90 between Canipa and Sabinal closed off. Ethan Trejo there live in Uvalde County. If there is any sort of relief, not just for Ethan obviously, but for folks who live there, as that you can start to see the sun come up behind Ethan there, that's going to make those water rescues that he talked about a little bit easier. Doing that in the dark is almost impossible. Ethan, be safe. We're going to stay on the air, so we're going to check back with you throughout the morning right here on News 4.
Now your certified most accurate 4-zone weather with meteorologist Jeanette Calle.
Yeah, we've been talking about the extreme flooding in the Hill Country, particularly around Kerrville in Kerr County, but you can, as you saw there, also some serious flooding ongoing in Uvalde. Extreme flooding throughout the day today, primarily north and west of San Antonio. We're talking Kerrville down towards Uvalde and points farther west into Brackettville and Del Rio. Rounds of showers and thunderstorms will likely continue through early tomorrow, most of which will hit the northern and western areas. It does look drier for everyone by the weekend. Here, let's take you outside because now that the sun is up, you can see Louise Hayes Park underwater there in Kerrville as the Guadalupe River continues to go up. Kerrville, since the overnight hours, picking up over 16 inches of rain. the Guadalupe River at Kerrville expected to reach major flood stage. And there is heavy rain that is still coming down across central Kerr County right into Kerrville. And get this, the Guadalupe with the heavy rain in Kerrville, well, that's going to rise even more downstream into Comfort and Center Point. So extreme flooding also in those areas. It is most active, as I mentioned, from the Western Hill Country to the Edwards Plateau region and out west along and north of Highway 90. Here in San Antonio, we are seeing rain, but no flash flood warnings. However, don't let your guard down. Roads are wet and there's still multiple low water crossings that are closed. We are under a flood watch through through this evening. Flash flood warnings are in place from Kendall County back across the west. Aside from that, I'm still tracking the potential for tornadic activity. I am seeing a tornado warning now to the northeast of Brackettville. And this is now showing some weakening, possible twister there over eastern Kinney County. And it looks like this has weakened substantially, so the tornado warning that we did see for southwestern Real County has been canceled. But there is still the chance for more spin-ups with any severe thunderstorm out to the west. Check out live power Doppler radar. Steady, widespread, moderate to heavy rain all across Kerr County. There is a thunderstorm that's moving towards Hunt. Another thunderstorm right now in Kerrville. Aside from the storms with tornadic activity, check out all of that intense rain in Kinney County. Lots of lightning there as well. Brief high winds. We talked about a stretch of Highway 90 closed in Uvalde. Won't be surprised if that happens in Kinney County because that is a tremendous amount of rain, and that's not going to let up anytime soon. Pockets of heavy rain coming into San Antonio, specifically across the north and west. It is going to be a slow commute here with the wet conditions. Rainfall over the last 24 hours, mostly falling across Kerr County down towards Uvalde County, but we've been picking up quite a bit of rainfall here in San Antonio, particularly across the northwest and the northeast. Officially, an EF1 tornado hit northwest San Antonio yesterday morning right around 7:50. We talked about that. The National Weather Service officially classifying that as an EF1 tornado. Winds did reach 100 miles an hour, started around 16:04. Then crossed I-10 and caused quite a bit of damage at a shopping center at the Rim. That is the weather maker that's producing all of the stormy weather across the north and west. As that slowly pulls away, there's still lots of energy behind it. So notice there's more rain coming in from the south. We will likely see the storms across the western hill country and the western zone at least until 9-10 o'clock in the morning. May see a little break as we get closer to the midday hour and this afternoon, but even more activity there tonight into early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow evening into the weekend is when things settle down. Here's your forecast for San Antonio as I take you through the day. Best rain chance for us until about 8 a.m. Rain chances then drop as we go into the afternoon. Weather alert day today. Make sure you are weather aware. Good chance of rain, especially across the north and west. Temperatures do heat up next week. We are looking at quite a bit of rain today. In fact, the active weather from this week is pretty much the most rain that we'll see moving forward through the rest of the month of July. Here's the extended forecast for the other three zones.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. We know that so many of you have family members living in Uvalde, certainly maybe family members in Kerrville, maybe a kid at a camp out in Kerr County as well. So it is obviously a breaking news situation. We are going to stay on the air, which means we're going to take a quick break and then and regroup.
And we'll be right back.
Stay with us. Good morning. Thank you for waking up with us. We are going to extend our coverage into the Today Show right here on News 4. So with that, good morning. I'm David Chancellor.
And I'm Marisa Mendoza. This is extended coverage of breaking news of our weather that's happening right now here in Bexar County, Kerr County, and all of the cities along the Guadalupe River.
Yeah, there's a focus right now in Kerrville, certainly Louise Hayes Park, I should say. Looks to be flooded out. The Guadalupe River is creating all kinds of havoc there in the Texas Hill Country. Kerr County certainly down all the way to Comfort as well.
Also Uvalde County.
Uvalde County is also dealing with their own issues. Let's get the very latest from Jeanette Kaye. Warnings, flash flood, tornado. What are we looking at right now? Folks just getting up right now trying to get the very latest information.
So we've been talking about Kerrville and Uvalde, but two cities that I want to point out up in the Hill Country, Comfort and Centerpoint, because all of the water that we're seeing gathering in Kerrville has to go somewhere, right? Well, it's going to flow downstream and it's going to impact Centerpoint and Comfort. Pretty dangerous situation there right now, but just know it's going to get worse. The sun is up, so we have a better view of the high water in Kerrville. This is Guadalupe River. It is continuing to go up there, taking over Louise Hayes Park. Raul B. Rodriguez weather camera there in the Hill Country. My goodness, heavy rain in Kerrville. They are seeing a thunderstorm that is producing some torrential downpours. Notice the thunderstorm activity farther to the southwest from Kerrville. Well, it looks like that's moving across Kinney County right now. Will likely head towards Uvalde County. In downtown Uvalde, they're catching a little bit of a break, but it's not over. More storms are on the horizon. There are flash flood warnings, also flash flood emergencies. One includes Uvalde, another up towards Kerr County. Let's talk about the tornado risk, because yes, we're seeing these spin-ups with these severe thunderstorms, and there is a tornado warning that continues there over eastern Kinney County. Although this is showing some signs of weakening, that tornado warning continues until 7:15. If you are watching us there over eastern Kinney County, primarily very rural areas there, well, there is the chance for a twister on the ground. The tornado warning that included for northern Uvalde County, southwest Real County, that has expired because the risk for any tornadic activity has decreased. Look at all of the rain coming down across Kerr County. There goes that storm with torrential rain lifting off towards the northwest of Hunt. There's another thunderstorm, that too moving off towards the north. Pretty steady, moderate to heavy rain right along I-10 as you move towards Comfort. Boerne is seeing a light rain right now, but just to the north of downtown Boerne along I-10 there is a heavier downpour. Check out all of that rain in Kinney County. That is slowly drifting off towards the east, and it looks like that is headed towards Uvalde. By the way, I'm watching that severe thunderstorm. It looks like that is moving to the east northeast, possibly heading towards northwest Uvalde. Brackettville back towards Del Rio, some torrential rainfall there as well. Here in San Antonio, notice that the rain is not quite as widespread. It is heavy, but most of the heavier downpours include downtown San Antonio and the north side of town. Very wet commute west along I-10 and north or south along 281. The greatest risk for the severe storms and the flooding will continue across our western zone and the western hill country. Kendall County, Kerr County, Edwards County, down towards Kinney County, Uvalde County, possibly later this morning, even into portions of Maverick County and Zavala County. Very important to be weather aware. These areas have already picked up upwards of 20 inches of rain since earlier this week, likely to pick up several more inches through this morning alone. There may be a break there this afternoon. However, if you take a look at future radar, a final round of showers and storms with potentially more heavy rain tonight into early tomorrow morning. My goodness, they can't catch a break. I'll continue to follow this. We do have crews out in the field showing us all of the high water. We'll get to them momentarily.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. I want to start our team coverage of reporters with Christina De Leon. She is live there in Kerrville. The Guadalupe River creating quite an issue. 30 feet has risen over 30 feet. You're in Louise Hayes Park, which for folks who don't go to Kerrville a lot but do remember our flood coverage from last year, that's the center point of where that thing just completely flooded out every time it pours and rains.
Yeah, it is astonishing to watch it just from when we got here to now. I mean, the Guadalupe River has risen in the last hour 15 feet, just to give you an example, and that's in 1 hour. Let me show you what it looks like now. It looks like a lake, just a lake with the calm rush there going, and it is incredible to watch how much this river has risen. It is unbelievable there. We've even got a little bit of a tree bush down, and it is incredible. And it just continues to rise. In fact, I don't know if you can see on the bridge there that there's still cars going on that bridge, but one of them went by and it just had a spray of water passing through. I don't know when that bridge is going to close. We've got so much water that's coming down. Let me get you onto this street here. There was a little bit of flooding going on this street. The street light is out. The only cars we're seeing are high-profile vehicles on this street for the most part. Some of them have their flashers on. The ones that we do see, again, are either first responders or high-profile vehicles, because those are the ones, for the most part, that can get around. I mean, you don't want to necessarily take your chances. And if you see the traffic lights are out, see, you can see the water off to the side with some of these trucks, and it's because there's so much water on the roadways here. This is Thompson Street and Cully here in Kerrville, but you can see for the most part a ghost town. Not a lot of cars on the roadways, and that's what it needs to look like, because nobody wants to be out in this mess right now as we continue a flash flood warning here in Kerrville, because it is simply just too dangerous to be out. With that flash flood warning comes an emergency order to stay in the highest part of your home. Do not leave, shelter in place. They don't want people to evacuate until absolutely necessary. You can see the water there on either side of that vehicle. It is simply too dangerous. You don't want to be out in this area unless you absolutely have an emergency, which they hope no one does. You can see more of that water from either side of the vehicle. See, these roads eventually will have to shut down because they will start to flood. We've seen so much rain come through here, and the rain has only gotten heavier as this morning has progressed. You can probably hear it on the microphone here, and it will continue to stay that way. Jeanette mentioned until at least 9 o'clock this morning. So we'll continue to stay on top of it, bring you more coverage as the morning progresses, and that's what it's going to look like all morning long. And who knows how much more this river will swell, how high it'll get. I've been watching a picnic table, and now we're getting to one of the seats on the picnic table. We're getting closer to that. So I'm going to continue to watch all morning long, bring you more details on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. We actually have this picture live streaming. I'm having to talk louder because this rain is getting louder. Please be safe out there. San Antonio and anybody in this Kerrville community have not gotten any updates on those flood sirens. Have not heard them myself, but I will find out for you if I can get anybody to answer when I call the Kerrville police. I've been doing live shots everywhere, so I haven't gotten a chance to give them a call. But so far, we have not heard of any injuries, anybody seriously hurt. But if I get any updates, I will bring them to you on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. Before we let you go, though, I do want to mention from the City of Kerrville Facebook page, they're asking people to conserve water because Kerrville Public Works has reported operational issues at the surface water plant, which is currently offline. So to maintain water service to the city of Kerrville, they have transitioned to groundwater well sites to meet current demand. So if you can conserve water, if you're living out in Kerrville, out in the surrounding areas, don't use or try to conserve as much water as possible.
Yeah, Christina, also just for a point of reference for our viewers who aren't familiar with Kerrville, the body of water behind you right now there at Louise Hayes Park, that is part of the Guadalupe, or that is strictly rainwater over the last 48 hours?
No, this is the Guadalupe River, and it used to be such narrower, skinnier, and it looked like that when we were out here for 4th of July weekend. It has gotten wider and bigger and more swollen as we've been out here. Again, it has risen 15 feet in 1 hour, if that gives you any idea at just how much rain and how much residual we've seen in the last 2 days. It has just gotten so much larger. The immensity and the proportion of the amount of rain that we have received, it just gives you an idea of what it looks like. A lake out here now. I mean, it's unreal, unreal. So when we joked about that turtle and everything, it was coming up here. We found it when we just drove up here. It was breathing hard, and I was not kidding about it. It just needed a breath because of the intensity and the sheer monstrosity of what this has become out here. It is unnatural, even for the wildlife out here. It is just unreal what we've been seeing, you know, throughout the night, throughout this morning. It is unreal for anybody to sustain or for handle, and that includes the wildlife. I mean, it is just not normal what's happening, as Jeanette can tell you. These floodwaters, as they train and continue through this area, and we've seen them for the last few days, and it doesn't seem like there's any end in sight. But like you said, after 9 o'clock, maybe we'll get a break and it'll recede a little bit, and this will come down a little bit. But we'll stay on top of all of it, and we'll bring you more details as we get them, and we will show you those pictures. This picture is streaming on our Facebook account, and you can watch for yourself how it may recede throughout the morning. But this rain simply hasn't let up.
Christina De Leon live there on the banks of the Guadalupe there at Louise Hayes Park in Kerrville. Christina, thank you. David Mendoza has driven through South Texas in a hurry, right. And he has gone from the southeast part of San Antonio, making his way, I believe, to Comfort. Is that right, David?
Hey, that's right. Yeah, this is really the quickest way I could show you what's going on. If you look at the sign right to me, this is the Guadalupe River. This is Highway 87. As soon as you're entering into Comfort, this is the bridge over on top of the Guadalupe River. Now I'm going to get a little close to the edge here so you can see on my road camera how high this water is. So it's very similar to what we were seeing last year in terms of volume and speed. Again, this is as soon as you enter into Comfort, Texas. Look down on the bottom right of your screen. In between these trees, that water is nearly at the bottom of this bridge. And if you're familiar with the area, that's a whole lot of space between the bottom of the bridge and the ground on this river. So this river is high, very high, and it's stretching to I-10 over there on my left side. Right now I've kind of parked in the middle of the bridge. We got a whole lot of water. The Guadalupe is very, very full right now. And I'm also looking at a map, and it looks like parts of Highway 27 that lead from Comfort to Centerpoint are currently closed right now. And Highway 27 borders the Guadalupe, sort of runs on the side of it. So that's no surprise. We have an extremely high Guadalupe River right now. Also, as I made my way into town, I do believe I saw Travis County's helicopter out here, possibly helping with a search and rescue. That is their emergency helicopter. Very distinct helicopter. It's yellow and very big. I do have that. I did see them, or what I believe is them, but very life-threatening. I can feel, actually, I'm going to get off this bridge right now. I can feel a shake to this bridge that I am not liking, but we have a lot of water coming through the area. I'm actually going to make my way down Highway 27 and get to the point where it's closed. I will keep you updated with what I find along this route. Back to you in the studio.
Hey, before we let you go, so obviously we see the traffic that you're encountering. I'm not seeing, unless I'm just not catching it on time, I'm not seeing emergency vehicles. These are just folks driving to and from. I mean, you're going toward Comfort right now or leaving Comfort? Yeah, I'm actually just about to turn around and make my way into Comfort again. I merely did that to show you how high the Guadalupe River was. Yeah, I haven't seen first responder vehicles besides that emergency helicopter make their way. I possibly saw a TxDOT vehicle, but as I said earlier, I think it's a little closer to Centerpoint is where they're seeing a lot of problems here. I mean, it's a problem here. It's definitely a problem here. The Guadalupe is extremely high, fast moving, and wide right now. Extremely wide right now. Seeing a lot of debris in this river as I pass over this bridge. Again, it's striking some chords that I'm not liking right now. But as I make my way into the Centerpoint area, I'll let you know what else I come across. Back to you for now. Yeah, also that cloud, just the whole thing looks ominous as all get out. It's David Mendoza, the great David Mendoza there in Road Chem.
We also want to remind folks who live out in Comfort that
David, thank you.
Emergency management is encouraging folks to evacuate Comfort because of all of the rain that's happening over there. So if you do live in the Comfort area, they're asking you to seek higher ground, and if you do need a place to go, you are urged to go to the Comfort High School. So if you live in that area, know people who live in that area, seek higher ground. If you need some place to go, Comfort High School is the place to be so that you can be safe, dry, get some water, some snacks. You know, some interesting perspective here. So we moments ago talked to Ethan Trejo, who is in Uvalde, right? And he was talking about the floodwaters in the actual city.
or not on the outskirts, but the actual city. And that wasn't rainwater, that was water from the river.
The past few days.
Right, the past few days it has risen. What you're seeing here, as high as that river is just on the outskirts of town, as he makes his way through Comfort, thank goodness, at least for so far, any sort of ponding or flooding issues that we're seeing here in Comfort looks to be just from the rain that has fallen. The problem is the rain won't stop.
Well, it's in that area of Comfort, Hunt, Ingram, where the Guadalupe River seems to be rising and rising very quickly.
Seen different water levels with the Guadalupe. In some spots it's almost 30 feet. In another spot it's down to 18. Another spot it's 11. So it's it's the topography of the Texas Hill Country.
Well, and let's remind people the Kendall County Office of Emergency Management and Fire Marshal have put out on their Facebook page that county offices obviously are closed because folks are encouraged to move to higher ground now. Now, the emergency shelters for the folks out there are available at Comfort High School, Kendall County Golden Age Center. They're asking folks to stay away from the river, creeks, and low water crossings. Obviously, don't drive through any barricades or through flooded roads. And of course, if you need help, please call 911. But this was posted 10 minutes ago. The Kendall County Office of Emergency Management saying to move to higher ground now, turn around, don't drown, do not take everything that we're saying seriously.
Yeah, we should point out the little the graphic in the upper right-hand corner is incorrect. It says Kerrville. David Mendoza is actually going through Comfort right now. Yeah, perfect. But we did get a chance as we drove through there from his vantage point. You see a lot of emergency vehicles, police on the roads, but I also see a lot of cars out, period. I think that was a state trooper right there.
Going to higher ground.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to leave David Mendoza's shot. He, of course, will stay up, and we'll check back in with him. Also want to go back to our focus and shift, going back to Kerr County, specifically Kerrville. Residents there have been urged to shelter in place as the flash floods emergency continues. Yeah, News 4's Phil Sterling continues our team coverage. Phil, you are in the thick of it right now. It is pouring down. Are you at the park as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're just a little bit further up the river now here. I mean, you can see it's still torrential behind me. The rain has been on and off, but really it's been pouring a lot. I mean, my shoes are completely filled, and on the ground it's almost an inch of water just flowing into the river at all times. I've been seeing people driving around the city. Many people I assume they're carrying on their day as normal, although people are told to stay inside if they have to or if they can. But yeah, really, it's just torrential downpour out here.
Phil, thank you. Let's head over to Uvalde County, where we find our Ethan Trejo. He showed us earlier in our 6 o'clock hour just how much floodwaters have gone into Uvalde proper. Let's check in with him right now. Yeah, it's a dangerous situation. Folks there also, just like Comfort, being asked to go to higher ground. Ethan, what's the latest? Let's see. Where are you in relation to where you were? And it doesn't look like it's gotten any better, sir.
Yeah. No, definitely not. Definitely not. You see this area over here. This is where I was standing, this little patch of greenery over here. I had to cross the road because, like we said, the waters have been rising, and I was afraid they were going to rise over that little patch of grass that we were at now. But I'm going to move. This gives me a little bit better of a vantage point where I can move and show you guys exactly what we're seeing out here in Uvalde. We get a better shot of what these flooded roads look like. And like we said, those waters continuing to come up. Though that MG building was something that we got viewer video of from yesterday when we saw that entire building flood. Those waters had come down and brought back down, but now, as you can see, completely back up, and we actually get a better vantage point of that truck, that semi-truck. Earlier, it looked like there was still some way before it was halfway
under now. It looks like it's almost completely halfway under. It looks like it could be floating here pretty soon if those waters keep rising. But yeah, like we said, we've been out here watching these waters rise significantly
from the river. Still haven't even gotten out of the Uvalde area. And I'm actually going to come over, shift this way so I can flip the camera again.
Because there's another road down this way that I've been seeing fire trucks, first responders, rescue trucks coming down. This road isn't as flooded. It's obviously getting some of the fall off, which is why it's easier for those transportation trucks to kind of come through.
But there have been absolute stoppages like what you've seen with the trooper of Rose here. I did just check the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office and Uvalde County Emergency Services Facebook page. They're saying that people are driving around barricades, and that's causing some backup, obviously, because rescue teams are having to go and save these people that are going around barricades and getting stuck. So they are encouraging everybody here in the Uvalde County area to stay in place, stay as safe as you can. Obviously, there have been people here in the area coming over, taking pictures of the water. I've even seen some troopers and rescue teams that seemingly are so surprised by this that they're taking pictures and videos themselves. But we're going to keep updating you. Like we said, not too much rainfall as of now, but these waters are going to keep rising, so we're going to keep updating you throughout the day. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
All right, Ethan, thank you. The looky-loos, as we have called them. I understand the phenomenon. I don't get the phenomenon, but we did see, I believe to your left, Ethan, earlier, it looked like some folks just walking down the street. And you know, at some point, you probably should just stay
here
inside.
on the street, and then you can see,
you know, there's also some cars here that are driving up. I've seen a couple cars drive up with people trying to see what the water looks like, see how the flooding is going. But you know, obviously there are semi trucks here that are just stalled here because they can't get to the other side of 90. Obviously, it's going to be a long time until we see any of the transportation sort of continue here in the area.
Yeah, and that's not good that the emergency responders have to save the people who decide to go and cross the barricades when there are people who could be in homes where there's water coming in. So that's really not great news that people are doing that.
Ethan, point of reference there, that road, is that one of the major major arteries through
absolutely. This is this behind me is Highway 90. So this is what Highway 90 looks like. This is not even getting towards the outskirts of town. I am sort of central in the Uvalde area. Farther down that way is where the outskirts of town would be. So I'm really kind of towards the center of the downtown area, and this is what it looks like, you know, here. So I can only imagine what it looks like between here and Canipa, which is where we heard you guys say was experiencing even worse damage.
Well, he was there. You were in Sabinal, I want to say yesterday or the day before, and that was...
I was in Sabinal yesterday,
that
yes.
section of 90 was all flooded out as well. So he's been up and down 90. It's not getting any better. Parts of it are getting worse. So, Ethan, thank you. We will check in with you in just a few minutes again.
All right, so Ethan, thanks. The hope here, is that, as Ethan was pointing out, there's no rain falling right now. Let's go to Jeanette. There's no rain falling.
Right
the
now.
sun, or at least the darkness, is no longer persistent. I didn't see any sun there in Uvalde. But the hope is that for rescue crews that need to get to those people that are cut off, like people in Uvalde, maybe it makes it a little bit easier. We have the 4 zones behind you, and I see a bunch of flashing lights, and it grabs my attention here. What is that is in Uvalde?
And that is in Uvalde. Right now in Uvalde, you saw Ethan put his hood on. There is some steadier light rain moving in. However, the neighboring county to the west, Kinney County, right now experiencing torrential rain. Rainfall rates 4 to 6 inches per hour. And get this, it looks like that is headed towards Uvalde.
Oh, no.
So Ethan, if you aren't listening to me, within the next hour or so, we'll likely see another round of very heavy rainfall. And yes, that's just going to add to the flooding that's going on there right now. Raul Beat Rodriguez, weather cameras across the 4 zones. Let's start out west. Yes, high water there in downtown Uvalde. We are seeing the flashing lights there. 76 in Uvalde with light rain, but heavy rain is approaching from the west. We're also seeing some steady, moderate to heavy rain still ongoing up across the hill country. That is the Guadalupe River over Louise Hayes Park. Yes, it has continued to rise there. The Guadalupe River that is covering Louise Hayes Park in Kerrville. That's all going to go downstream, and I do expect lots of flooding even farther east from Kerrville into Centerpoint and Comfort. Gonzales is saying, what rain? It's pretty quiet to the east. Here in San Antonio, cloudy, 78 with rain. Heaviest, though, on the north and northwest side of town, especially north along Highway 281. Very active from the western hill country to the west. You can see that is Kinney County. That's where the worst of the storms are right now. Very heavy rain, lots of cloud to ground lightning, slowly drifting to the east and northeast. Flash flood warnings in effect. We also have flash flood emergencies from Kerr County to Kendall County, also in Uvalde, specifically including cities from Uvalde towards Kinnipa. A stretch of Highway 90 in Uvalde County closed. Also, multiple road closures up across Kendall County and Kerr County. These are all of the flash flood warnings. I want to mention that earlier I was tracking tornado warnings. I'm not seeing any of those right now. By the way, I'm not anticipating any severe storms that could produce a tornado today in town. That risk is farther to the north and west. Here's live power Doppler radar. Steady, widespread, moderate to heavy rain. The red indicating where the heaviest rain is coming down. Kerrville, heavy rain. However, it looks like the torrential rain is moving off towards the north. Here's where the rainfall rates are estimated between 4 to 6 inches per hour. This is that area of very, very heavy rain, eastern Kinney County. So entering far northwest Uvalde County right now. It looks like that is the southern end of it is hitting Highway 90. We'll see if that continues to be the case as it moves closer towards downtown Uvalde. Del Rio, U2 also seeing some steady, heavier rainfall. Live power Doppler radar, I put a pause here because along with that extreme rain, we're seeing lots of thunder and lightning. Closer to San Antonio, northeastern side of town, northeastern Bexar County is seeing some heavier downpours. Farther to the south, there's a little break from the rain. Notice on future radar, 9-10 a.m., still torrential rain likely across the western hill country, closer to Highway 90 between Brackettville, Uvalde, Hondo may see a break. However, I do anticipate showers and storms to come into Mexico along the Rio Grande at that time, entering Maverick County, then heading a little farther north into the western hill country. 1 p.m., possibly more storms there with heavy rain. Later in the afternoon, more so spotty to scattered activity across the hill country. And then tonight into tomorrow morning, that's when I anticipate the final round of showers and storms with heavy rain, primarily across our western areas, western hill country, and along the Rio Grande. A lot quieter tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow in the evening. We are looking at the risk for extreme flooding to continue through tonight out to the west. Weather alert here in San Antonio. Our best rain chance is this morning. And then notice as we head into the weekend, it's going to be drier next week. We're back to the typical summer weather with sunshine and highs in the 90s. Here is the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Have that 4-zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. That is your forecast. We will take a short break. We'll be right back. Coming up on 7:37 Thursday morning, taking you back outside to Kerrville. This is the Guadalupe River at Louise Hayes Park. Typically, it is a calm, narrow river there. However, it is taking over as the heavy rain is falling there. And you can check out the flow. Anytime you see the white tops there, that's indicative of a very heavy flow. And this is heading downstream. So a dangerous situation east of Kerrville towards Center Point and Comfort. On radar, notice this is showing more rain, not only falling right now, but more rain that is going to be coming up from the south and west. It's just a continuous round of showers and storms. The center of circulation with the area of low pressure that's bringing all of this rain is moving towards the hill country. Behind it, there is still a lot of energy, and atmospheric conditions are conducive for more heavy showers and storms and torrential rain. Notice all of that activity in Kinney County. Rainfall rates there over 5 inches per hour, so likely flooding in Kinney County. And yes, that is moving towards Uvalde County. Flash flood emergency for Uvalde towards Kinnipa, right along Highway 90. Also a flash flood emergency from Kerr County to Kendall County as the Guadalupe River rises there, especially from Kerrville downstream towards Comfort. These are all of those flash flood warnings. No longer any tornado warnings, but certainly flash flood warnings. This rain will likely continue here until 9 a.m., possibly even longer up to midday across Kendall County, Kerr County, Edwards County, including Real and Bandera counties. Here's live power Doppler radar. All of Kerr County getting the rain right now. That's an area of moderate to heavy rain. Larger area of steady, heavier rain across the west. As I take you towards Kendall County, you can see right along I-10, there's light rain. The other side of I-10, though, some heavier pockets of rainfall. Live power Doppler radar, you can see all of the lightning there with this area of torrential rain that's moving from eastern Kinney County, now getting into southwest Uvalde County. This also extends up towards southeastern Edwards County, approaching Camp Wood into southwestern Real County. Back across Del Rio, you're seeing a storm with heavy rain. That's closer to about 2 inches per hour. But this is the area of concern over the next 30 to 60 minutes. Rainfall rates just very extreme, moving from Kinney County to Uvalde County. Closer to San Antonio, we have to watch for pockets of heavy rain. For example, we're seeing one here over northeastern Bexar County. That is just going to add to the flooding near the Schertz area. And the rain will be on and off here in town through at least mid-morning. However, not quite as widespread as what we're seeing farther to the north and west. Here's future radar once again showing you how the rain will continue until possibly late morning, Kendall County to Kerr County and Edwards County, and then a final round of showers and storms for those areas tonight through tomorrow morning. Very dangerous situation up across the hill country and down towards Uvalde. I'm here to keep you updated, and of course we will continue to check on our crews that are out and about showing conditions from the hill country to Uvalde.
All right, Jeanette, thank you. There are some before and after pictures happening right now from Louise Hayes Park there in Kerrville. I want to show you this. And on the left was July, that was essentially 2 days ago. And then you have the picture on the right-hand side, which is yesterday now. And I mean, you can see the massive change in topography because of the Guadalupe River.
It's crazy to see the ground and how tall the trees are, and then in just a matter of, hours, days, it's that, and then the rain keeps coming. Which is scary.
Right. So, and for those who aren't aware, and this was sort of our point of reference last year during the flood coverage of just what had happened there in Kerrville and all of the destruction. You can see, right on the left-hand side, this is a place where they hold so many different city gatherings.
This was the place where they always hold their big 4th of July
That's correct.
celebration.
Yeah. And this is I believe I think it was built in 1950 is what I read. So, you know, you're looking at an 80-year-old park, and it's certainly something that folks who live in Kerrville cherish, and right now it's being destroyed because of the Guadalupe River, which is also something that people cherish, and that's the irony of all of this. David Mendoza is in Comfort. He has made his way out to Comfort, where, what do we have here, David?
Hey David, so I am on Highway 27 right now. This is the road leading from Comfort, Texas to Center Point, Texas. It's completely flooded over right now. Keep in mind that Highway 27 borders the Guadalupe River in a lot of spots. We have swiftwater rescue crews staged just before the road really gets flooded over. This is also Wilson Creek, so the Guadalupe splits into this creek area. That creek has now flooded the road. Like I said, the Guadalupe is just south of these trees, on the other side of these trees. Also hearing flood sirens in the area. A little earlier we saw Travis County's search and rescue helicopter flying above me. Those images we saw earlier of the Guadalupe River, it's extremely full right now. This is a potentially life-threatening situation unless you reach higher ground. We've seen a lot of emergency crews mobilized. Actually, I've seen swiftwater rescue crews right here, as well as heading the opposite direction on Highway 27. So I do believe crews are mobilizing, if not actively performing water rescues at the moment. Now, shortly before I got this shut up, we also did see some Army rescue vehicles making their way through this water. Highway 27 is really impassable in a lot of spots due to flooding. So I'm not sure how residents are going to make their way down towards the Comfort. I don't believe they'll actually be able to make their way down towards the Comfort. They might have to go north if they are planning to evacuate, or head eastbound to try to reach higher ground. Definitely a situation out here. I'm going to continue throughout the city, possibly even try to get an aerial view of things. I will keep you updated and let you know what else I come across out here. Back to you guys in the studio.
David, am I understanding you right? There's no way in and no way out?
There is, if you're in Center Point, you cannot come south towards Comfort. If you're in Comfort, you cannot go north towards Center Point. Highway 27 is flooded over due to its proximity to the Guadalupe River. David?
So those emergency vehicles that we're seeing there, tell me again.
Yes, these are...
They're stationed there for exactly who or what?
This is from what I can see over here, looks like we got Montgomery County ESD. They are currently blocking the road. You know, crew from outside of the city of Comfort, they're here staging for water rescues. They have 2 swiftwater rescue boats. I believe they're just waiting to be called upon before entering the water. This is most likely preemptive in case they need to rescue somebody. But like I said earlier, I saw these swiftwater boats headed in both directions, this way and then southbound towards Comfort. There might be some active water rescues going on. This was the first scene I've seen where these boats are staged. We have about 7 to 8 to 9 people out there geared up and ready to go for any kind of water rescue situation. But again, Highway 27 impassable at the moment. We've got a lot of water on it. The Guadalupe is flooding, as well as Wilson Creek right here. As we look in the background, we can kind of see this offshoot Wilson Creek completely flooded over the road. And if I get a little closer, we can see that mailbox in the background along with some debris, heavy debris, floating through this water right now. Again, I'm probably going to make my way a little south, get a little closer to the Guadalupe, see if I can find some homes, see the status of the nearby neighborhoods in the area, and I will keep you updated with what I find. Marisa?
All right, so David Mendoza there, just outside of Comfort. For those who need a point of reference, and that seems to always sort of, my brain just works that way, but you have San Antonio, then you have Comfort, which is sort of northwest of here, and then he keeps referencing Center Point, which is then west of Comfort, and there is, those two towns are connected by Highway 27, and then just south of that highway, the Guadalupe River runs perpendicular, and then you have all these creeks that sort of feed off of it. And I believe the body of water that we're looking at right there behind the emergency vehicles is, I believe David said, that's Wilson Creek. There are a couple of them. Yeah, perfect. There you go. And so these creek levels are just rising and it's not even a lot of rain,
And
right?
look at
I mean,
how-
it's just a steady whatever downpour, but it's just not. It's not overpowering, but it is not stopped, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of stoppage to allow those waters to recede.
Look at how fast it's going. I mean, you could just see how fast that water is going across the roadway. We want to remind people that if you are evacuating, which you should be evacuating, that's what the Kendall County Emergency Management Office has encouraged everyone out in the Comfort area to do, and you do not have a place to go, you are encouraged to go to Comfort High School or the Kendall County Golden Age Center. Again, Comfort High School or the Kendall County Golden Age Center, that is where folks in that area, if you've evacuated and you need a place of higher ground, dry, safe, water, snacks, please head to Comfort High School or Kendall County Golden Age Center. Or if you are in complete danger, please call 911.
So I am looking at the map right now, trying to figure out exactly. There's so many different areas that you can emphasize, but just specifically, since this is the shot that's up right now, just outside of Comfort, are there any, what are we talking about as far as what's out in that area? Just outside of Comfort. Obviously, Comfort is a town of its own, and the businesses and people who live there and whatever. But outside of that, in the so-called "quote-unquote" country, what do we have? And there is, to the southwest of Centerpoint, is a very famous camp called Camp Camp, which is a place where kids of all abilities go and have a wonderful time. And that is the only kids camp that I can find there in that particular area. So I have reached out and tried to figure out exactly what the situation is with them. Can't get any sort of update. If one of our viewers knows anything about Camp, maybe has a child there or knows any sort of update, please reach out to us via social media. We'd like to pass that information along. But I'm not finding any others, which is good news, because that area is taking it on right now.
So we are going, Kurt, our producer, where are we going right now? So this is David Mendoza. He's in Comfort. Okay.
All right, so what we'll do is we will continue our weather coverage right now. We have crews spread out, obviously.
Uvalde.
Ethan is in Uvalde. David Mendoza is in Comfort. Christina De Leon is also in Kerrville. Phil Sterling is also in Kerrville as well.
Let's send it over to Emily Miranda. She is over in Comfort and is going to give us the very latest.
We are currently in Comfort. This area is under a flash flood emergency right now. Right now we're standing on Highway 87, just right over the Guadalupe River. And I'm going to step off so you can get a look at what we're seeing out here. We have seen the water levels out here rise over 25 feet in an hour. Now, again, officials out here are asking you to move to higher ground, and you can see why here. Just look at the amount of debris that is flowing through the water. Since we've been out here, we have seen things like garbage cans, inner tubes, children's toys. We've even seen a few struggling deer moving down the river. Now, at this point, the water has not reached the level of the underside of this bridge, so that is a good thing for people who are trying to move to higher ground. And as we drove through coming in, we have seen a number of neighborhoods that were already flooded. And again, officials are asking you to seek higher ground at this time.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching extended coverage of the weather event happening in the Texas Hill Country right now, right here on News 4. Stay with us. Out. Welcome back. We're about 5 minutes out from 8 a.m. right now. We are extending our coverage this morning of what is happening in the Texas Hill Country right now. It has been raining here in San Antonio.
Raining hard.
But thankfully, other than some road closures, we're not dealing with, certainly not what we dealt with yesterday with the tornado. That's the good news. The bad news is that our friends to the west of here, we're talking about folks who live in Kerrville, in Uvalde, in Comfort, certainly the even smaller towns, Center Point, Hunt, Ingram, just to name a few. They are dealing with some massive flooding, and there are two reasons why. Number one, the ongoing rain. Number two, the Guadalupe River, which has jumped dramatically over the last 24 hours. And in some spots there along the Texas Hill Country, the massive Guadalupe River that we love so much is now at about measuring about 30 feet. And that is creating for a very dangerous situation for people who live in those areas.
Well, and it's rising in different
That's
locations,
right. Yeah.
higher than others. So the city of Kerrville is urging residents to shelter in place and avoid travel unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's check in with News 4 San Antonio's Christina De Leon. She's been out in that area since about 5 o'clock this morning. Christina.
It stopped raining. That might be good news.
Tell us how things are looking right now.
Yeah, the rain is just very, very small. You just can't see it, but I promise you it's still raining just a little bit. I want to show you something we did not see because it was so dark. We had heard that a barge from Nimitz Lake, which is about 4.5 miles downstream, made its way and crashed right into the Sidney Baker Bridge. And now that day has broken, you can see it for yourself. It says Floatmaster on the side of that barge, and it sure did crash right into the side of Sidney Baker Bridge. That bridge closed and only open for first responders. Look at that. That is just the sheer power of water and what water can do and the damage that water can do. There it is right there. And it gives you an idea, if you see some of the trees on top of that barge, just how high that water was and just how low it has gone, which is great because it is receding just a bit. But look at that. That is incredible to see now that we get a better look at things downstream here on this river that looks like a lake. So that is a barge that came from Nimitz Lake, again, about 4.5 miles away downstream and made its way right into the Sidney Baker Bridge. bridge here, and now we're told that that bridge has been closed, only open to first responders. Although we have seen people on that bridge taking pictures, just being looky-loos here. You can see some of the trees toppled over on top of it, and trees just kind of stuck in the water off to the side here too. Just the sheer power of the water there. And then if you can pan over here right at the entranceway here, you can see some of the trees that are kind of left over too. You can see how high the water was at some point too. Just the sheer power and the height of the water at one point at the thick of it all, and a lot of debris in the water as well, mainly just trees and just the mess. And also I wanted to tell you something. I'm still waiting on word back from first responders and the people here with Kerrville to tell me about the sirens. We have not heard them. When I called, they said they did not know. They gave me a number to, they gave me an email to get those questions answered, which I still haven't heard back from them. But I will tell you that as opposed to last year, I've received alert after alert on my phone with critical responses and updates because I'm in this area and my phone has been going off like crazy. So let me read you a couple of them. One is at the City of Kerrville Emergency Management residents. They're asking people along Quinlan Creek. If you live along Quinlan Creek, they say that you should immediately move to higher ground and that more rain is expected and that local area is, roads are expected to be flooded, and especially in that area along Quinlan Creek. And they say to continue to shelter in place if possible. But if you live along Quinlan Creek, that you should move to higher ground and more rain is expected. And then the second alert and advisory that I got is that National Weather Service is issuing a flash flood emergency in effect until 3 p.m. and that it's an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless absolutely necessary if you're fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order. So I have been getting these all morning long as I've been here in the Kerrville area. That is something that has changed since last year, receiving these alerts all morning long as I've been in the Kerrville area. So that is the latest. Just an incredible sight here with this this barge that just crashed right into the Sidney Baker Bridge that happened early this morning. Just something to keep an eye on. And of course, we'll be bringing you updates throughout the morning on air and online at news4sanantonio.com. Reporting live in Kerrville, I'm Christina De Leon. We'll send it back to you.
Christina, we were listening, we were watching what you were doing, but we were also keeping an eye on the river behind you. It looked like there was something or some things floating. Could you do me a favor? Could you just turn around? Is it just debris? Tree limbs?
Yeah, it's all debris, trees. It's all tree limbs, all of that craziness that's out there. You want to have a look?
Yeah.
It's all trees, tops of trees. Do you confirm it there?
Yeah, the power
Fernand,
of
you
the
got a good
water,
look at it there?
Just takes down these trees, these very old trees, very big trees, and that's why many of the Kerrville city officials and county officials want people to be safe and to have evacuated or have encourage them to go to higher ground.
Yeah. The good news, bad news here, Christina. So Jeanette was off camera, and I asked her. I said, "So is it letting up there?" And she said, "No. It's still raining. So even a light rain is making that massive river behind you
swell into
just
something."
Still a threat.
And before we let you go, Christina, I want to remind the folks out in the city of Kerrville, which was posted by city officials about 35 minutes ago. They want folks to conserve water because their surface water plant is currently offline. So again, Kerrville Public Works has reported operational issues at the surface water plant, which is currently offline. So if you live in the city of Kerrville, you're encouraged to conserve water because they're right now using the groundwater well sites to meet demands. So,
Christina De Leon live there on the bank of the Guadalupe River there at Louise Hayes Park in Kerrville, which is flooded out massively. And this is a sense of deja vu for anyone who was here a year ago. Christina, thank you. We are going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get the very latest forecast for Jeanette on what it means not only here in Bexar County and certainly the city of San Antonio, but our friends to the west of us as well. Stay with us right here on News 4. Well, good morning and Thursday morning to you. Thank you for making us part of your morning routine. Although the routine's a bit off this morning, we are extending our coverage and breaking into the Today Show. So thank you for understanding that. But there is a breaking news situation happening with weather, not only here in San Antonio, but certainly out in the Texas Hill Country that it is certainly worth following with all the massive flooding that's happening right now.
Absolutely. Continuous rain pounding the area overnight this morning. Let's check in with Jeanette and see if those folks are going to get any reprieve, and if they are, when it's going to happen.
Well, I can say that the rain is expected to continue at least through the morning out to the west. Here in San Antonio, there's not a whole lot of rain. In fact, folks here are probably saying what rain, but not too far off from the north and west, there is plenty of rain. Kendall County, Kerr County, down towards Uvalde, Kinney, and southern Valverde counties getting hit pretty hard. Now, in the city of Kerrville, the rain is falling, but it is light, not quite as heavy as it was earlier. And there is the Guadalupe River overtaking Louise Hayes Park. This is in Kerrville. The Guadalupe River there continues to rise. Dangerous situation across Kerr County, also into Kendall County, because all of this water from Kerrville is heading downstream towards Center Point and Comfort. We've been talking about the road closures there from Kendall County to Kerr County. There's also a flash flood emergency with road closures in Uvalde, and there is very heavy rain that is closing in across western Uvalde County, expected to hit downtown Uvalde in the next 30 to 60 minutes, closer to about 45 to 60 minutes. So very active across the north and west. That's light rain from Comal County to southern Kendall County, with pockets of heavier rain over northern Kendall County and back across Kerr County. But this is where I am seeing the torrential rain. Flash flood warnings are continuing. There is flash flooding happening. In fact, pretty dangerous flooding from Kerr County to Kendall County, including not only Uvalde County, but now flash flooding across Brackettville and back into Del Rio. Live powered Doppler radar. So again, that's light rain in Kerrville. Center Point to the east, there is light rain, but notice some heavier pockets of rain just to the west, western Kerr County. Into Kendall County, Comfort, light to moderate rain. Heaviest rain is now moving farther north. That's the torrential rain. This is what I was tracking earlier over eastern Kinney County, with rainfall rates upwards of 6 inches per hour. Rain not as intense, but it's still pretty heavy. Certainly over 2.5, approaching 3 inches per hour. That's over western Uvalde County. The southern edge of that torrential rain is reaching Highway 90. So I do expect that to continue to move off towards the east. These storms are moving eastward right around 15 miles an hour. Put a tracker on this. So it looks like Reagan Wells will see that heavier rain at 8:26, so in about 20 minutes. And then closer to Concan by 8:55. Back across Brackettville, that heavy rain hit earlier, and you can still see some lingering heavy rain right now. Back across of Del Rio, they're reporting flash flooding. Rain not quite as widespread, but the heaviest of it is towards southern Valverde County. Here in San Antonio, we are catching a break from the rain. In fact, I do believe that we'll just see some scattered showers and storms for the rest of the day. Heaviest will continue to the north and west of us. Far north side of town, outside of 1604, Stone Oak area, Timberwood Park, up towards Valverde, light to moderate rainfall. There goes that heavier downpour right over Boulevardy. Wider picture across the area. Want to point out that the flood risk, as you can see, will be highest right where the extreme flooding is continuing. So that is a level 4 out of 4 flood risk, and that will be throughout the day today. Level 3 risk farther to the east, and level 2 into the eastern zone. Tonight into tomorrow morning, it looks like a level 3 out of 4 risk for our western areas. Once again, that is for Kerrville, Uvalde, perhaps down towards Eagle Pass, including Del Rio. The reason why those areas will continue to see the most rain is because the mid-level disturbance, the weather maker that's responsible for all of this rain, is moving off towards the north. It's sitting right about there right now, but behind it, we're still seeing pieces of energy coming in from Mexico. So on future radar, multiple rounds of showers and storms still expected tonight into the day tomorrow. So it looks like by around lunchtime, early afternoon, there may be a break closer to Highway 90. Will likely continue issue, though, in the Western Hill Country. Kerrville, Boerne may not see a break until late afternoon, early evening, but you can see here later this evening going into the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning, that is round 4 of heavy showers and thunderstorms. Make sure you have that 4-zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. And if there's any watches or warnings issued for where you are, you will get a notification. Guadalupe River rising across Kerr County and Kendall County, especially from Kerrville downstream towards Comfort. But let's take a look at the lake levels because we've seen quite a change over the last 2 days. This updated yesterday evening. Canyon Lake over a foot, almost a foot and a half from 2 days ago. But check out Medina Lake. That's really impressive. Up over 17 feet from 2 days ago. Now, Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, even the city of Carrizo Springs, you guys will likely see a rise in water over the next 24 hours because all of the water farther to your north and west will be moving downstream. Here's a forecast for San Antonio for the rest of the day. So we're still expecting maybe a couple more showers or storms over the next hour. Coverage of the rain decreases in the afternoon, and we're going to see high temperatures here climbing to the low and perhaps mid 80s. Wettest from the hill country to our western zone. All of the area will see the drier conditions as we head into the weekend. I do believe that this is the most rain that we'll see for the rest of the month. Once we head into the weekend and next week, we're looking at a drier stretch. Here's the extended forecast for the other 3 zones. Marisa, David?
All right, Jeanette, thank you. Okay, we're going to do that, Kurt? All right. Okay, awesome. So we have been focused on Kerr County, but with an eye on Uvalde, where there's some massive flooding. Ethan Trejo has been there in the center of town, where Highway 90, part of it is just completely flooded out. I believe we have the former mayor on.
Yeah, the former mayor of Uvalde, Don McLaughlin, is on the phone with us right now. Good morning, former mayor, who is now a state representative. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank y'all.
What update can you give us about the area of Uvalde County and for the residents living there?
Well, I mean, you know, of course, the one good thing is the EOC has been set up for 3 days now. The coordination between state, federal, and local has been great. We have right now, I think, 3 shelters in Uvalde because we're getting cut off from different parts of town. The east side of Uvalde is become an island, and so has the west side now with the Leona flood in the center of town, Taylor Slough on the east side, and Boone Slough on the west side.
Sir, that's an ominous statement when you talk about parts being cut off and being an island. How can we help the people that are maybe isolated and do need some help?
The good thing is we have a lot of resources here, a lot of boats. You know, the biggest thing that I see at some point will be getting groceries and food in here because the grocery stores aren't able to open because the ATV parking lot right now is about 3/4 of the way full of water.
We are on the phone with former mayor of Uvalde, Don McLaughlin, also now state representative. Sir, give us again the places that people can go if they do need to shelter in place temporarily, and again, any reports of injuries, anything of that sort?
No, we've been very blessed there. We've had now probably 200 plus rescues. We've had no loss of life, no serious injuries. We've been very blessed there. You know, we have the We have Flores Elementary on the north side of town that we just opened up. I think there's 10 people there. We have Southwest College has got their facility open. We've got 92 people there. So we do have places to shelter. You know, if you're on high ground, stay home. Don't get out. You can't get anywhere, and we don't need to be rescuing somebody that's safe.
Sir, you said earlier when we started the interview, you said that the EOC had, for lack of better words, given you a heads up and obviously was working ahead. Just as a man who leads that area or has led that area, what did that do for the residents who live there? Obviously by giving them a heads up, but I guess more specifically, what I'm asking is, how does that compare to a year ago when a similar storm blew through that area?
Well, I've lived here pretty much all my life, and I've never seen the water that we're seeing in Uvalde right now.
Right now is the worst.
I've seen it. I've seen it in places, but never like this, and that's 60 plus years.
On the Uvalde,
So it's
Sir, on
do
the-
what?
On the Uvalde County Emergency Management Office, it says avoid all travel, shelter in place. All major highways and city streets are closed. That remains the same message right now as to when you posted this about an hour ago, right?
Yes, ma'am. And right now the storms are sitting north of Uvalde, right over the areas that's feeding all this water into Uvalde. And as long as those storms keep raining, this water's going to do nothing but keep rising.
Mr. McLaughlin, you know that the relationship between San Antonio and Uvalde is strong. A lot of family members living there have family here in San Antonio. A lot of folks who may in your town aren't watching because they are, worried about their safety right now, but family members here in town watching, and they want to help. Your message to us here in San Antonio is what?
Well, I mean, like right now, I mean, of course, we always welcome prayers, and right now, I wouldn't tell anybody to head this way if you have family here, because you're not going to be able to get here, because you got 90 closed between Canepa and Sabinal also. So, I mean, like I said, in the coming days, as you said, San Antonio and Uvalde has a unique relationship, and y'all have always been a champion for us. And I'm sure in the coming days we will need lots of assistance.
Yep. Sir, do you have
a lot of subdivisions flooded out. A lot of people are going to have some tough times coming.
Do you have any idea, and this is probably an unfair question, but do you have any idea when that stretch of 90 is going to be open? Or are you just waiting for Mother Nature, really?
We're waiting for Mother Nature.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I don't think the water that I saw in the videos that I sent you on 90, I don't think you will see 90 open till late this afternoon, if at all.
Sir, and before we let you go, we have a reporter out in a section of 90 right in the heart of Uvalde. What do you think makes it that much more difficult for the water to recede in your city? Is it the typography? It's just there's nowhere for the water to go. Is that right?
Well, I mean, there's nowhere for it to go now because it's been so saturated. This rain's been, fortunately, in the last week, we've had rains that have saturated the ground. And then when all this rain started, everything just saturated. So there's no more absorption. So now all it can do is move downriver as fast as it can. It's unfortunate, but that's all we can do right now. There's no place to displace it or anything.
Don McLaughlin, the former mayor of Uvalde, a state representative now, a leader and a voice for that city now. In his words, the worst that he has ever seen in his 60-plus years living there. Sir, thank you so much. And as you said, you'll always welcome prayers. So our thoughts are certainly with you and your family and your loved ones and the residents there of Uvalde. We will check back in, and like you said, in the coming days, you will need help, and hopefully folks here in San Antonio will respond as they always have. Sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. We appreciate it.
That's a humbling, as you see there, and we take a live picture of the Doppler there, just the massive color, meaning just that all amount of rain that is, Jeanette said about an hour ago, that was moving. And when we would talk to Ethan and we were looking at the water levels, and you were thinking, well, maybe it's going to get better. And, just behind the scenes, Jeanette off camera was like, no, it's not. It's, there's more. There's another round is coming. And that's what we're seeing now, right?
Sit there and pour down more rain. Let's check in with David Mendoza. He is in Road Cam. David, where are you and what are we looking at now?
Marisa, well, I've pulled over onto Hermanson's Road. I'm not sure if you can see, but directly in front of me there is a helicopter on top of the Guadalupe River right now. So what I'm looking at right now is a completely flooded road. It's a combination of Wilson Creek and the Guadalupe River. They've kind of become one right now because the Guadalupe is so high. That water in front of me is moving very, very quickly, and it's very wide. So the body of water itself is extremely wide right now. Actually, that's the Army. That's an Army Blackhawk that just flew by right now. So I'm also right next to an RV park. That water is creeping up towards the edge of that RV park, but I'm not seeing panic in the RV park right now. It looks like there's still plenty of RVs on here. It does look like people are alert and on standby, but I'm not seeing a mass evacuation of people stationed at this RV park. Right now, a lot of roads are closed in the city of Comfort. Highway 27, this road that I'm on right now, Hermanson's Road, is closed due to water flooding the roadways. Again, I've seen a lot of emergency personnel throughout the city staging. We saw those swift water rescue boats there staging a little earlier in the morning. But I have seen a presence here. I did hear some flood sirens going off. I don't believe that there is a mass panic going on in the city. There is a lot of water right now. Give me a second here, and I'm going to try to get above this river, check it out, and let you know how exactly wide it is. That's actually the Army helicopter. You'll be able to hear him, or you hear him right now, but you'll be able to see him here just in a second as they pass across.
Yeah, we see him
in front of road cam. So we have a lot of low-flying helicopters in the area, really inspecting the river right now. Again, I'm going to try to get above this river. I'll let you know what it looks like from top down. Back to you for the moment.
David, real quickly, just looking at the map here, you're at the Comfort RV Resort. Am I assuming that's the one? Do you know?
I do, right off of Hermanson's Road. It should be. So yes, that's it. There's still plenty of RV campers here with people out making their way to the edge of this flooded river right now, checking it out. Again, I'm not seeing a panic of the people in this park. Everyone's just on alert. That's the best way I can put it. They're on alert, ready to move. Everyone's outside of their RVs, but there's not a hurry, get out of here kind of situation. But again, let me get a better look at this river and flooding. I'll let you know what I see.
David Mendoza out in Comfort. Thank you so much for that update. So it's interesting, the RV resorts are, right, it could be vacationing,
sure,
spending some time in the area. Sometimes people stay there. But when you see those helicopters fly over the river, it gives you a good feeling because they're there. And
the comfort that the Army is helping.
Right, but then it gives you another feeling of, you know why they're there, because they're making sure that no one is in the river.
Yeah, so that whole area is, you have 27, and then just south of there, you have Wilson Creek and the Guadalupe River, and they're intersecting, and there's the RV park that's essentially at the V of all of that. And, within 50 yards, and you have that massive amount of water. We are going to, I believe now, we're going to go out to Uvalde. We're going to go back to Uvalde. So we're bouncing around, obviously, the hill country, different crews in different little spots. Just to recap here, let's do this real quickly. All right, we'll go to Ethan. Ethan, we just spoke to Don McLaughlin, the former mayor of Uvalde. I'm going to cut right to the chase here. He said that's the worst. What you are experiencing along with the folks there, this is the worst weather-wise he has seen ever, and he has lived on this earth for more than 60 years. I don't know how that falls on you, but I'll ask you, how bad does it look?
Well, I would listen to him because he's definitely lived here in the area a little bit longer. But as of right now, I can tell you, thankfully, that the water is receding a little bit. So we're going to flip it. This camera here, you can see now patches of this street are walkable. All of this was completely underwater. If you remember, if you've been following with us all morning, all of this was completely underwater. Now we have the sheriff unit back out here. Look, there's even a person able to stand over there in the parking lot. This was all completely submerged here. We still do have that truck that's been sitting there in that river along 90. But
the water is receding here. So we talked a little bit about how this is water pouring over. This is probably water pouring over from one of the creeks that kind of borders the edge of Uvalde. Rescue helicopter that's been flying around the area here for a good while. But yes, like we said, rescue teams have been going up and down here in the Uvalde area throughout the streets. We've seen several DPS agents. We've seen HSI. They've been going up and down these streets that you see here, trying to get to people and make sure that everybody is safe. They are assisting on many water rescues. This is probably just runoff water from a creek. We're gonna try and head over to the Leona River, which is gonna be down this road a little bit later, because we are hearing that is experiencing a lot of difficulties as well.
The Uvalde County Emergency Services Facebook page is encouraging people to stay off the road so that people can, so that first responders can get to their locations quicker. You want to make sure that you're staying home if needed. Like Jeanette said, we are expected to see more of that rainfall, and these waters seemingly that were coming up to where I was could quickly go even farther. So you want to make sure that you're safe in a safe location. For right now, David, Marisa, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
So Ethan, I want to ask you a couple of things and kind of build on what the former mayor said. So number one, he was talking about the idea that there are sections of Uvalde that are essentially now islands. They are isolated from the other parts of town because that section of 90 has cut them off. So that's obviously an issue. I'm wondering.
That's kind of where I am as of now.
Okay, so you're on one of those
I'm
islands.
in the middle of one of those islands, and I'm actually gonna
show you guys. This is one of the vehicles that's transporting right now. They're headed. State Police, Texas DPS. They got those big vehicles as they're trying to transport through this river scene, seemingly.
Yes, we are here in one of those islands. This is essentially. So we're essentially. So this is experiencing major flooding, so we can't really get out of the city, but we can't go further into the city because of the Leona Creek flooding. They have a lot of those roads closed off as well. You can't even really get as close as you can to the waters here that we're seeing behind us. And so, yeah, these islands are seemingly created, and if the former mayor is saying, this is the worst weather that they've seen, I would definitely trust his opinion.
Yeah, the other thing is, and this is really the scariest situation, depending on what Mother Nature decides to do and drop more rain, or, if the flooding doesn't recede, are businesses open? And specifically, the issue is the HEBs are cut off from people who need to go and get food. And that, if this continues 24, 48, 72 hours, that becomes a serious problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a lot of the businesses here are closed. I'm actually standing at, a oil change business. There's other feed businesses, Beverage Barn, Whataburger, who's notoriously always open, closed today. A lot of the businesses actually closed down last night. When you were in the area, there weren't a lot of restaurants or fast food places that were open. A lot of the businesses closed early, even ones that you would kind of expect to see open. They were all preparing for this. Obviously a lot of alerts have been going out, flash flood warnings. We had the flash flood emergency this morning, so everybody has been sort of preparing for this, but there are still, like we said, water rescues that are taking place because people are getting stuck on these islands, like what you said.
Ethan, it's scary to think about all of the places closed because folks may not be able to get to grocery stores or restaurants in their area. But I also wanted to piggyback off of what you said with all the businesses closed. The city of Uvalde had posted that all city services are not going to happen today, and the municipal offices are closed today. So they're just going to figure that out once the weather gets better.
How are you going to get from one side to the other?
Yeah. We're gonna try and figure it out. Like we said, this road that we're seeing right here behind me is it is slick, and they have had a couple, first responders heading out. But we've also seen some residential cars, like you might have seen, come down this way. So we're gonna try and get as close as we can to show you the Leona River. That's the plan as of now. But we're just gonna transport as safely as we can, and if we have to come back here to show you the flooding that's taking place here, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, and also, we just on a personal level, we need to point this out. Ethan keeps saying we. He's being humble. It's me. He is the only one there. He is doing this all on his own. And the reason I bring that up, Ethan, you got a lot of folks and family obviously watching, and probably mama's worried. So you be safe. Your safety comes way before any sort of coverage or video that we need. So you do what you need to do and be safe, and we'll check back in throughout the morning. But again, Ethan Trejo there, right in the heart of one of those islands in Uvalde that has been created now because of the flooding, because of the Guadalupe River. Ethan, thank you.
Maybe Ethan can jump on to that DPS.
Yes.
Can I get on the other side?
Yeah, get a ride in that state trooper vehicle. That looked like that would go through almost anything.
I think that's
that
right
one
there.
might go through a low water
100%,
crossing.
yeah.
Okay, this is one of our Sky4 drone shots in Comfort. Is this where the RV park was, guys? Okay, so this is the. Forgive me. Just to get the name correct, it is the Comfort RV Resort, which is just outside the city of Comfort. It's about southwest of there, just off of Highway 27, where David Mendoza is. David is giving us this shot. And what I'm finding hard to believe, I'm looking for some RVs because I don't see anything.
That's probably near the RV park.
All right.
I want to say that's not the RV park.
Otherwise, because he said folks in the RV park were calm, cool, and collected, and
Right.
they weren't moving.
Right.
If that is the situation, they need to move immediately. That, of course, I believe that's the Guadalupe River that also intersects at one point with the Wilson Creek. I'm not sure which body of water we're looking at there, but that's certainly the massive, look at this great wide shot here of some of the destruction that we are seeing from the flooding.
Look at all that debris. Goodness.
Is that debris or treetops? I don't know. Is it? I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, that's. I'm trying to text David Mendoza right now to see.
Give
us a better idea.
This is a really good shot. So you can see that river. That's got to be the Guadalupe, and that is moving incredibly fast. David, are you able to hear us? All right. Okay, I've got it. So, all right. So we've got just his visual here. That is covering up some massive trees. Gives you an idea of just exactly the destruction that they're dealing with there. Again, this is just west of Comfort and south of Highway 27. And the reason that's important is because 27, which connects Center Point and Canepa, has been flooded out.
Yeah.
That's one of those highways that just, and you have all of these different little areas and spots, things that we couldn't see 2 hours ago because it was dark. Now that the sun is up, we're starting to see all of this. And a lot of these connecting highways out throughout West Texas, people can't get in and people can't get out.
And I think you're right, those are trees. Because look at just the treetops that's how high the water has risen.
Now, is this the RV park over here to the right, the bottom right? I can't tell. It's something. It's a bunch of different vehicles.
Yeah.
But if there are people living there, we'll talk to David here in the morning. What do we got? He's going to zoom in here.
Hey, David, you can talk to me right now.
Oh, fantastic. So what are we seeing, sir?
Hey, David, so this is that RV park that that I was talking about earlier, still in that location right next to it. As you can see, a little corner of this RV park was damaged by these flood waters right here. Again, this was a combination of the offshoot of Wilson Creek and the Guadalupe River. So you can see a couple of vehicles completely totaled, along with a few RV units. But again, there's still a lot of people in this park right now along it. I haven't seen a mass evacuation of this park, but let's get back to the river. because that is a very, very big Guadalupe River right now. You know, I was over on the other side earlier, and we noticed that there were some houses across the way. Let me see if I can find them again. It's quite a bit, but they were on stilts, so the water just made it up to the point where they were on stilts. Undamaged homes. Up to this point, I've only seen really a incredibly flooded Guadalupe River. It's all means a disaster when it comes to the river size and width and strength, but we are not seeing what we saw last year around this same time with the absolute devastation as far as the eye could see, because I was up doing aerial work for that event as well. As you can see right here, that the water is just outside of this home. Again, very massive Guadalupe River at the moment, very fast moving as well, as you can see right here with these rapids. Back to you guys in the studio.
David, it feels like if you got any amount of water over the next 2-3 hours, that RV park certainly would get washed away, and that home, I guess to your left, that nice looked to be a really nice home, that could also take on some serious damage. And you're right, for folks who do remember, we here at TV certainly, the TV station certainly do. The home literally being swept down the way, the Guadalupe River. We're not seeing that, knock on wood, not seeing that yet. Hopefully we never see it a year later. It's just essentially not even property damage, just land damage that's happening right now, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm seeing a whole lot of land damage. Granted, I am in this one fixed position. I'm unable to access Highway 27 due to flooding at the Wilson Creek area. I would make my way a little north, but look here, we do have some debris floating down the river right now. That's another difference that I did see, is that I'm not seeing all these trees like I saw last year being completely washed down the river. That appears to be some sort of barrier, a highway barrier making its way down the river right now. I'm not seeing all the massive amount of debris that I was seeing last year with the immense destruction of the trees. I'm questioning, is that because a lot of the trees on the Guadalupe were actually already broken and washed down from last year? I know I made my way up to the Hunt Ingram area pretty recently, and the vegetation in that area is still pretty barren and destroyed. So maybe that is the reason why I'm not seeing as much. Other than that, it is a very full river, still a very dangerous, potentially life-threatening situation, and something that we need to be on top of, which we are at the station, and the public needs to be aware of and exercise extreme caution around this river due to its fullness at the moment. David?
Gosh, if people could see the bird's eye view, the people living in the RV park, if they could see this bird's eye view, or people living in that exact area, I mean,
it's time to pull up stake and go.
For your safety, and to see that road barrier floating down the river, how massive and heavy those things are, and it's just floating around as if it's a little floaty you put on babies.
David, nobody listens to the scanners more and is in tune with what's happening at that very moment. You heard anything as far as camps in that area? There are some.
At the moment, I have not heard anything about camps. I haven't heard really anything about active water rescues. The most that I've seen so far is those swift water rescue boats, coupled with the Army helicopter that passed in front of us earlier while we were talking. But even then, they weren't rushed. There's not mass helicopters in the area like we saw last year. So much to the point where the FAA put up an active TFR because there was so much air traffic in that area, coupled with drones and people coming with their helicopters into the city of Kerrville to attempt to help rescue people. We're not seeing any of that. As you can see in front of me, the sky looks completely clear and calm of all aviation right now except myself. Just a different situation than what we were seeing. Still life-threatening nonetheless.
You know, it's what strikes me is watching all this. Gosh, and he gives you such great information and such a great perspective. David, you do see how fast that river is moving even as, I mean, it looks calm from above, and then you zoom in and you see the white caps and just sort of how quickly it is. And we have obviously seen it move faster, but you are able to, and dare I say this, and I say this with all due respect, you're able to appreciate the massive power of the Guadalupe, which is so revered here in Texas, right? When it's not involving property loss or, God forbid, loss of life. This is just literally widespread flooding, and we are praying that it stays that way. But it is something it is a sight to behold.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to respect the Guadalupe River. You know, it can be, not only can it bring fun times, but it also can be extremely destructive. You zoom in a little here, just look at that strength. If you yourself were to enter this body of water right now, I would guess, I mean, me personally, I think I would be immediately swept under, and I'm a pretty, you know, class swimmer, very strong swimmer myself. There's just no standing a chance against this murky, dark, fast-moving water. I can't even imagine how it would be in total blackness out here at night with the power of this river. Even getting a leg in, I feel like, you know, the possibility of getting swept away is extremely high due to how fast it is moving. Again, just to the public, exercise caution around this. This isn't over just yet. The river's wide. Stay away from it and be aware. David?
David, we appreciate you. We appreciate all of your perspective. It's great. You could see the rapids of the water forming because of how fast moving this water is. So thank you again. We will check in with you in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. That if you're just tuning in, good morning. We are here at News 4 breaking into coverage of the Today Show and have been on the air since 4:30 this morning because of the weather event. Where David is there, he is just outside, just southwest of Comfort, which has taken in some massive flooding from the Guadalupe River. Obviously, part of 27 flooded out. And as David said earlier, on one side of the Guadalupe River, you had some rescue crews. There were some boats ready to go. But from what we're understanding right now, there are no active water rescues happening in Comfort.
Which is good news. But
Yes.
they've got their helicopters making sure that no one needs to be rescued from the river.
Yeah.
Let's check in with Phil Sterling. He's in Kerrville. Folks in Kerrville have been urged to shelter in place as a flash flood emergency continues.
Yeah, Phil, so we have checked in with you a couple of different times this morning. It poured like cats and dogs earlier. Still raining a smidge, but it looks like it's starting to let up maybe a little bit. Your perspective there?
Yeah, at least for now, the rain has really let up. And I mean, I've even seen some people walking around, one man going out and grabbing some shoes. I mean, it looks like Kerrville is slowly waking up at this time of day. However, things like this giant pool of water in front of JCPenney will remind people what happened here just a few hours ago. And stores like JCPenney and other retail stores just alongside it, they're all closed as of now. I mean, we'll keep you up to date on what's going on here in Kerrville, but for now, it's looking a lot better than it was a few hours ago.
Phil, I see I don't know if you saw it, there was a chopper in the background. I know I believe in Comfort, David Mendoza was talking about it was a Black Hawk, an Army Black Hawk. I don't know if that's a police chopper behind you or what, but are you seeing some activity? How much activity are you seeing with first responders there in Kerrville?
Yes, so that helicopter, that was a Black Hawk, and that's not the first time that we've seen it. We saw a little bit ago, we've seen some response vehicles on the roads out here right next to, or near the Guadalupe. We've seen some cars carrying boats on it, emergency response boats and road closure signs. A lot of first responders just out directing traffic as well. The bridge going over Louise Hayes Park is now completely closed. There's barricades that have been put up. For a while, there was just an officer there asking people not to cross the bridge. One man actually tried to cross without the officer's permission. The officer had to yell at him and tell him to stop. And actually, right now, I'm looking at the Black Hawk as it's coming around. Maybe we can get the camera turned over here as it flies over the Guadalupe. Take a look at that. Give us one moment here. Yep. There it is. There's the chopper. And as of now, I haven't seen any Blackhawks with any first responders hanging down off of it. No type of rescue helicopters that I've seen. Of course, I can't confirm what these helicopters are doing. But as of now, it looks to me as though they're just looking at the area or just being on standby. But there you go, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much.
Here it comes, actually. It's coming much closer, actually, right now.
Let's. Are you talking about the chopper? Oh, there it is. That's a good shot.
Yes, the Blackhawk. Yep. Just circling.
Thank you, Phil. We appreciate the update. I want to remind folks for folks living out in Kerrville, the residents living along the Quinlan Creek should evacuate to higher ground. That's been posted on the City of Kerrville Facebook page. Local roads are still flooded. More rain is expected. Also, the Sidney Baker Bridge is temporarily closed because of all of this weather that we've been experiencing.
That's in the city of Kerrville.
City of Kerrville.
Louise Hayes Park is just an absolute mess, as we've seen. Christina De Leon has been set up there all morning long, and then Phil is also in Kerrville, sort of working his way around the areas. I want to bring in Jeanette, who has been talking about all this. Jeanette, I know you heard our interview earlier with the former mayor of Uvalde. I want to go back to sort of talking about Uvalde for a moment here. And the reason I do that is we're talking about Don McLaughlin. You know, he flat out said, in my 60 plus years of life, I've never seen it this bad. How did that strike you?
Well, last year it was the Hill Country, which we've been talking about this
Right.
morning, but now it's areas farther to the south from the Hill Country, like Uvalde. He said his whole life he's never seen anything like
Right.
this, and I'm sorry to inform folks that this is just going to get worse. Uvalde has been seeing a little break from the heavy rain, but there is more headed that way. I'm still tracking an area of heavy thunderstorms currently over western Uvalde County, slowly moving farther east. I do still expect that to get into the heart of the city momentarily. Extreme flooding is north and west of San Antonio, just like what we expected. Western Hill Country, Edwards Plateau region, and west along Highway 90. That's where the shower and thunderstorm activity will continue throughout the day today. May see a little break there later today. However, the final round of showers and storms forecast to hit tonight into tomorrow morning. We are going to see much drier conditions for all of the area by later tomorrow and certainly into the weekend. I also want to point out, we were talking about Uvalde. Uvalde Sheriff's Office want us to inform folks to stop driving around barricades. They have multiple high water rescues that are still ongoing, and if you're driving around those barricades and getting stuck, then you are putting those first responders' lives at danger. Plus, they're very, very, very busy. As I mentioned, we'll take a look at radar with more rain that's headed towards downtown Uvalde. But let's go outside into Kerrville. Raul B. Rodriguez weather camera showing you the swift moving water there along the Guadalupe River. This is Louise Hayes Park. Yesterday, it was not underwater. Today, it is. Heavy rain started to hit Kerrville overnight. Over a foot of rain fell there overnight. They've since picked up closer to 16 plus inches of rainfall. Light rain in Kerrville right now. However, the heavy stuff not completely over with. There are more storms with locally heavy rain approaching from the south and west. Again, it's the Western Hill Country, Edwards Plateau region down along Highway 90 where it is most active. Notice on radar, there are more showers and storms approaching from Mexico, moving towards the Rio Grande. And yes, that's going to continue to lift farther to the north and east. You can see those flash flood warnings all across the Hill Country and to our west. There are 3 flash flood emergencies. There's one just north of Kerr County. This includes areas between Harper and Fredericksburg. Flash flood emergency for Kerr County towards Kendall County. That includes cities like Hunt, Kerrville, Center Point, and Comfort. And there's a third area of where the worst flooding is. That includes Uvalde. There is a flash flood emergency there. Let's take a look at radar here in the Hill Country. We talked about a break from the rain from Center Point to Comfort. Light, steady rain there in Kerrville, but notice pockets of heavier rain a little farther to the north and west. And yes, I do expect that to head farther to the east. This is where the heaviest rainfall is. Live powered Doppler radar showing you some pockets of red from western Uvalde County back towards Kinney County. Also seeing some flash flooding with heavier pockets of rain back across the southern part of Val Verde County in Del Rio. Let's zoom on in here so we can check out just how intense this rain is. Anytime you see the pockets of red, especially the darker red, that's close to 2.5 inches per hour. Earlier, this was 4 to 6 inches per hour, so it is weakening. However, still heavy enough. And this is what I'm tracking. Southern edge of that looks like it's getting towards Highway 90, approaching downtown Uvalde. And all of this water that's farther to the north, well, that's going to flow downstream. So Ethan talked about maybe the water receding in some spots where it is walkable. Just know that the flooding will be ongoing as this water that's farther to the north will head downstream. The rivers to our west and up towards the northwest are moderate to major flood stage, and they're just going to continue to go up because we're not going to see a long break from the rain. There is Brackettville. There is still some heavy rainfall there. South of Highway 90, southern Kinney County, also picking up quite a bit of rainfall. And I'm noticing even some dark red there. That's closer to 3 inches per hour. So these are just storms with torrential rain. Here in San Antonio, no rain, maybe some mist or an occasional patchy shower, but nothing like what we're seeing farther to the north and west. No flash flood warnings for us. However, roads are still wet. We got quite a bit of rain overnight early this morning. Most of it was light, but there were some brief pockets of heavier rainfall, and there are still multiple low water crossings that are closed. Up across Kendall County, there goes that flash flood warning, and that is a flood emergency that extends from Hunt to Center Point and into Comfort. We do have David Mendoza close to the Comfort area. Comfort, yeah, the flooding there was bad a year ago. However, this may be worse because all of the rain that fell upstream closer to Kerrville is heading downstream. Rivers there likely to reach major flood stage later today. Spring Branch heads up. Over the next possibly 6 to 8 hours, you'll likely see lots of flooding as that water flows downstream. That's the weather maker, area of low pressure in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. That was sitting just to our west yesterday at this time, slowly drifting to the north today. And that's why this is the area of greatest concern for flooding and any severe storms. Lots of energy still back behind that storm system. There is a level 4 out of 4 excessive flood risk for Del Rio down towards north of Eagle Pass. Certainly Brackettville, Uvalde, Bandera, Real County, Edwards County. Let's not forget about all of the flooding that's going on around Real County as well. A lot of campgrounds there just inundated. Level 3 out of 4 flood risk a little farther to the east, which includes Bernie and San Antonio. Kerrville, much of Kerr County should be under that level 4 out of 4 risk. Here is future radar showing you 11 a.m., possibly more of the showers and storms. And then by that time, I do expect the shower and thunderstorm activity to fill in down across Maverick County, Zavala County, maybe even Dimmitt County. But I think we're done with any widespread rain here in San Antonio for the rest of the day. There will be a little break later this afternoon in those areas. And then tonight into tomorrow morning, that's the final round 4 of showers and thunderstorms. So the flooding potential will continue to our west into tonight and tomorrow morning. For San Antonio, I'm going to keep a 40% rain chance for the rest of the day. On occasion, couple showers or a thunderstorm. Forecast high temperature climbing to the low and mid 80s. 7-day forecast, typical summer heat does return this weekend as it dries out. A reminder, have that 4Zone weather app so you can keep an eye on radar. You'll be able to track the storms. You'll get a notification on your phone if there is a weather alert. In the Hill Country, 90% rain chance today. That's mostly over the western Hill Country. Eastern zone, not much rain for you. 50% rain chance today, 20% tomorrow.
Okay, Jeanette, thank you. This is why I love our viewers for 1,000 reasons, but we ask on the air, if anybody has any update on Camp, which is a children's camp there in the Texas Hill Country, just outside of Center Point. The Holmans sent us this saying essentially everyone is fine. Their loved ones are some of the counselors there, and they passed all of this information along, and I'll read some of it. Camp leaders saying that everyone on the property is safe. Despite flooding that is closed, the main road on Skyline Drive is okay. Officials say the campsite sits about 80 feet above the river. The cabins are dry, so that's obviously good news. Staff and the kids will continue to shelter in place, but they have power. Backup generators are working, and they have all kinds of food and supplies. That's obviously good news as well. And they will obviously stay in contact with everyone from Kerr County and the state emergency management officials. So all the kids at Camp, which is just outside of Center Point there in the Hill Country, they are safe and being well taken care of.
Great update.
Yeah. Now I want to go, we're going to shift our focus up to Boerne.
Yes, we're going to talk to the City of Boerne, the Public Information Officer there, Chris Shadrock. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you so much. Chris, tell us what's going on in the City of Boerne. I know that the city officials had encouraged people to evacuate yesterday.
Yeah, so yesterday was our day to experience the extreme flooding that we've seen across all portions of the Texas Hill Country in South Texas. We did place some voluntary evacuations as well as shelter in place for folks that especially lived along nearby streams and creeks. But as of this morning, the water level has greatly reduced in many of those areas. Water near homes has all greatly come down. We still do have some low water crossings that are closed, especially those closer to Frederick Creek and Cibolo Creek, which are kind of cutting through the heart of downtown Boerne. But crews are out right now starting the cleanup process.
Chris, this is David Chancellor. Power in the area. How are we looking? Is everybody, what is the situation when it comes to power outages?
Power and utilities did great yesterday. We did have one outage in the morning when that first batch of thunderstorms moved through. It was a very electrical batch of storms with a lot of lightning and thunder. But we were able to get our crews out there and power restored in about 2 hours. And since then, everything else has been holding up very well.
My gosh, that's
amazing.
Chris, considering, and you said it, best right off the top, like yesterday was y'all's day. Today, it appears like that day belongs to Kerrville and Uvalde. And I don't say that in a positive way, obviously. But when you look around and you see how your city has come, hopefully, knock on wood, out of all of this, the feeling is what? Relief, I'm assuming, yes?
Definitely that, to be able to come out there and report that there were no fatalities, that there were no injuries here in the city of Boerne yesterday was just, I think, a testament to folks encouraging and heeding the warnings that were put out there. We had a lot of advance notice on this. The meteorologists have been talking about the flood threat for days, and I think a combination of everything culminating the way it did, folks were able to stay safe.
Hey, Chris, 2 hours ago, the City of Boerne posted on their Facebook page that city offices are on a 2-hour delay. Kendall County offices were going to be closed today. Any new updates on that?
No, we are still anticipating city offices being able to resume at 10 a.m. Like I said, streets here, minus a few of the very common low water crossings, have reopened. And so we are going to, conduct city business today as we would.
And the thing with the City of Boerne, right, it's growing. Lots of folks have moved up there. Can you describe the typography over in that area for folks who may not be familiar, just how important it was for you guys to encourage folks to evacuate, or if you were going to stay, to shelter in place and to make sure that you and your family stayed safe if you decided to not leave yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we've been growing. So for somebody like me who grew up in the Texas Hill Country, I remember the floods of 97, 98, 02, 2015, and yesterday felt like that. Just the way that the water rose, how quickly everything changed. I did some math. I think at a time, the Cibolo Creek was rising in the heart of Boerne about a foot every 8 minutes.
Wow.
Which just shows how quickly that water rose, and again speaks to the topography of what we were experiencing, where we have these hills, we have these very narrow areas, but we also have these really small tributaries that then feed into the established creeks. And I think for a lot of that, it is really just educating folks constantly that we are in flash flood alley, that you always need to be prepared, and that you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts and notification, because water can rise so quickly.
Chris Shadrock from the city of Bernie expressed what probably many feel there is a sense of relief that things, certainly when it comes to a potential loss of life, they dodged that completely. By all accounts, business is back to usual today, Chris, for not only the city, but obviously the businesses and folks there in Bernie as well. Everybody's slowly getting back to normal, just dealing with a little bit of nuisance rain and probably some flooding. Chris, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
This is, we're looking for, there is a barge there along, is this the area, is this the barge that Christina saw from the opposite side?
Yes.
All right, so this is, yeah, so that's a great angle. So we saw from one side that barge sweeping at night, and then obviously this is the view that we got from Christina and her photographer a little bit earlier.
So that is a barge that got swept away in the Guadalupe River. Christina had mentioned it when she was doing her live shot earlier this morning, and it may have gotten stuck under there, but definitely damaged the bridge there. So hopefully it didn't damage the bridge badly, so that it's passable or usable for vehicles. But that's just the power of that water that came down.
Those areas, you know, in relation to what's happening, or what happened, I guess is probably the more appropriate way to say it. What happened in Bernie, kind of building on what Chris was talking about. Man, they just got to be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Certainly in watching what's happening today in Kerrville and Uvalde and all of that.
Well, and
comfort.
It's like what he said. It's a testament to people playing. They evacuated probably to higher ground and to a safe, dry location, and they can return to their homes, and hopefully nothing terrible happens.
This is some flooding that happened at Gibson's Discount Center and General Store in Kerrville. Obviously, this is from overnight. It's on West Main Street, close, about a quarter mile above the river. So that's a long way. A quarter mile is still a long way for the river and the flooding to affect that street, but that's certainly what we're looking at right here. And a thank you to Grant Murray, who sent us that video.
And the company behind several flood warning sirens in the Hill Country says its systems have been activated multiple times as rising water continues to threaten the area.
That was a big question from viewers earlier, whether or not those flood sirens were going off, and Christina was looking into that, and so obviously the answer is yes to that, so that's good news.
And it probably started going off yesterday when, I guess, right when the rain was really coming down.
Yeah.
So the River Sentry says flood-triggered alerts went off at the 6 tower systems serving Howdy's and River Run Campground in Ingram. The company says river conditions remain extremely high and dangerous, with evacuation still underway as emergency crews continue to monitor the flooding over there.
Let's look at those sirens. And
so that must be the different areas where the flood sirens were, that last photo.
All right, so if you have been watching us all morning long, you realize we have crews spread out all throughout the area, including some of our friends that work at our sister station up in Austin. Betty Cross is in Kerrville, I believe, with the very latest on what that is happening in there. Let's listen to Betty.
We're here in Kerrville at Louise Hayes Park, right on the Guadalupe River. I want you to take a closer look at what we're dealing with here in Kerr County, because you can see how fast the river is moving. It is also out of its banks at this point, inching up on trees that were on the banks. And it's just a bad situation all the way around for the people here in Kerr County. We've talked to several folks who say they live near creeks, and they're seeing those creeks also out of their banks. And they're worried not only about their homes, but of course the fact that those creeks feed back into this river, which is only going to make the situation worse. There are evacuations going on. Some of the people living in those homes along the Guadalupe River, right along here, as well as those creeks, having to leave their homes, leave RVs. Some people had to be evacuated from the roofs of those RVs and homes. So really a dangerous situation for the folks out here. And with this rain continuing to come down, not letting up, at least for the last hour, 2 hours, it's only going to get worse. Betty Cross reporting in Kerrville.
Another reporter we have over in Kerrville is Christina De Leon. She's been along the Guadalupe River over at Louise Hayes Park.
So all kinds of flooding that's happening there in that area. The heart, for many folks, the way they view that park. Christina's been live there all morning long. Christina, there we go. So is it letting up? It looks like it's letting up a little bit.
Yeah, the rain has let up a little bit. It's been consistent, don't get me wrong, but the rain has let up just a bit. And we were showing you the barge from that one angle. I guess you saw it from the other angle. We were listening to you guys talk about it. Yeah, it is unbelievable. You can now see the words clearly, Float Master from Nimitz Lake, about 4.5 miles upstream there, where it slammed right into Sidney Baker Bridge here. It is unbelievable. The power, as Marissa mentioned, of the water and the force that it can bring with it. And now you get a sense of it right here as day has broken, and you can really see the end result here as it just stops right here, comes to a screeching halt at Sidney Baker Bridge. The bridge now closed and only open for first responders. Something else that we also seen, and we may be able to see them here, is 3 choppers that have been flying overhead. 2 of them look like Apaches. One looked like it was a smaller helicopter. One of them looked like it had the Red Cross symbol on the side of it too. They're just doing passovers, presumably just to make sure that there's nobody stuck or nobody in need of assistance from above. Hopefully we'll get a press conference or get some information on why they were up and about and what that third one was. Maybe it was a news helicopter. I just still wasn't clear what it was. It was a white helicopter. It was a small one. But the first 2 looked like they were military helicopters, maybe DPS choppers. Incredible to see because they were flying pretty low. We got some video of those, and they were just making rounds a couple of times over around here, over the water, looking pretty low. So that might be part of protocol. You know, since this past year has gone by, just something else that they needed to do to make sure that there's no loss of life out here, maybe, and something that the governor maybe put in order, just saying we need to have helicopters ready to go as soon as day breaks and just have them fly over just to make sure in a flooding situation that we cover everything and cover every area that might have water. Unclear. Hopefully we get those questions answered, and I'm glad to see that those alarms went off, and like Marissa said and David was mentioning, they probably did go off when the rain started. We weren't here for that at the height of the storm. We kind of came overnight early this morning, so they probably had already gone off by the time we got here, and the rain was already in full throttle, you know, already going. But the water has since receded quite a bit. We could see where it kind of came to its cap. You can kind of see some of the areas here, like that sign at Louise Hayes Park. You can see how high it was at one point, and it has gone down quite a bit. So that is a good sign here as it travels downstream and kind of gets towards Comfort. We were talking about that. It gets to other places, but it was quite high here at one point. And behind that sign, you can see some geese. We saw a family of geese out here kind of, making their way out and about. We saw some duck floating also, but it does seem like the water is receding a bit, but there's still a lot of damage in the water, a lot of debris, a lot of trees, everything you can imagine, kind of what's left over from all of the flooding that we've been seeing out here along the Guadalupe River. And so now it's just kind of the cleanup phases of what is left behind as soon as this rain stops. And that could take another 24 hours or so before all of that happens. You know, right now it's just annoying rain, but eventually it will let up. and we could see some sun at some point, and maybe people can start to dry out, clear up, and maybe clean up a little bit here in the city town of Kerrville. We're starting to see a lot more cars on the road here as well. Reporting live in Kerrville, I'm Christina Del Guion. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Christina, thank you. And before you go, I love the interaction we have with our viewers, because folks who live, in Kerrville and Comfort and Hunt and all these towns, they're the experts. Like Don McLaughlin, the former mayor of Uvalde, lived there for over 60 years. So they know their city better, obviously, than we do. But I got an email from a gentleman named John Sheehan. He lives there in Kerrville. And he's talking about that barge behind you. He says, in order for the barge to travel from Nimitz Lake, which is west of where you are, and fetch up against the bridge, it had to have floated over the dam by Kerrville's wastewater treatment plant. That's a lot of information, and obviously that may or may not hit with a lot of folks who may or may not know that area. What my takeaway is, that water level exceeded the dam, and that allowed that barge to travel over it. And so that's the kind of rainfall, and that's the kind of power of the Guadalupe River we're talking about right now. That's when you say it's risen to 30 feet, that's what it is allowing to do.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. I don't know if we can show you any lines out here. We were talking about the lines. Let's just show them one. Look at the line. We can show you by some of the twigs out here. That is the line of some of the water out here, and that might explain clean water and fresh water too, if it went over the waterway and the dam too, why we need fresh water out here in Kerrville. Like Marissa was talking about, asking for people to conserve water out here. It might have damaged what's happening out here to their water in Kerrville. Yeah, you can see the water line just by that stick out there. That's how high the water was at one point at the height of this. And the water line that is coming down, this little brown line right here, you might be able to see it. Thank you, Nana, for just getting it. That is the line where we were. It went over the driveway here and the ramp, the boat ramp, went over the signs, and this is a line in our grass. And we're basically standing where the water was at some point. At the height of it. And that's probably when the alarms were going off. We weren't here when that happened, the sirens, that kind of thing. Yeah, it was pretty high at one point. So the power of that water pushing the barge. Thank you, by the way, for the viewer letting us have that information and the knowledge that you have. We appreciate it so much, because without you guys, we wouldn't have the information to pass along. Yeah, it's powerful. It's powerful stuff. That barge just didn't get here over nothing. I mean, that's a lot of water power. And water does have that power. That kind of water power is incredible and insane to push that barge all the way up here to that Sidney Baker Bridge, and to have that kind of impact is unreal. So yeah, I mean, the water has gone down quite a bit and has done that kind of damage. And now we've got another helicopter coming by. This is what we're talking about here. And I'm guessing that is something maybe that the governor put in place. As you see it come by, it's another Apache helicopter making another passover. This is what we've been seeing throughout the morning. Isn't that incredible? And they're just flying low like this. And I think it's just a precautionary, just to make sure that nobody needs help out here. This might have been one of the mandates since last year, since 139 lives were lost, that the governor put in order, just to make sure that nobody needs help out here as a safety precaution. But hopefully we will get answers to all the emails that I've been sending out, and or there's a press conference later on today, and I can ask this specific question, that why were the helicopters out here flying low? But my guess is that this was one of the many changes that were put in place since Camp Mystic and the 139 lives were lost in the Hill Country last year. But it is incredible to see that there is so much help available, so many first responders available out here in the Hill Country as the rain and the wind continues.
Gusty winds.
We'll send it back to you.
Got to hold on to that umbrella, girl. That thing will blow away.
Yeah.
You turn into Mary Poppins. Christina Del live there in Louise Hayes Park on the bank of the Guadalupe River. Christina, thank you. What an eerie scene, right? If you live in Kerrville and you have all of the flooding happening, and then the Apache or the Black Hawk helicopter flying overhead.
Right, a few of them.
Right. You have brought a good part earlier. Is it reassuring or is it disturbing? Like, or is it a mixture of both? But,
well, and here's the thing. Before we move on to our next stories, the city of Kerrville has declared a local disaster. So Mayor Joe Herring Jr. has formally requested the state and federal assistance from Governor Abbott, saying damage is beyond the city's ability to recover from it alone. So, with that said, enough damage has been done to the city that they need the state and federal help. Again, if you are living along Quinlan Creek and you haven't evacuated, you are to shelter in place. There's a number of closures, bridges down or washed out. Sidney Baker Street Bridge, Anderson Ranch Bridge, Ingram Hills Road Bridge, Henderson Branch Bridge, Main Street and Water Street Bridges, Highway 39, 480 Bridge in Center Point. So all of that, I know that's a lot of information. I'm going to post it on my Facebook page so that everyone will have it. But again, Mayor Joe Herring has declared the city of Kerrville a disaster. So they're asking for state and government aid.
It's been a minute since we've heard from Jeanette, so let's bring her in and get the latest on the forecast. Jeanette, I always hesitate to do this, and I know you don't like it when I do this, but you're looking at all the reporters, and I'm thinking, just in layman terms, I'm like, well, it looks fine.
It's getting better.
Looks like it's, the sun. In fact, somebody said, well, it looks like the sun's about to come out. And I thought, well, that's great news.
Well, that's the tricky part. You know that when we cover a hurricane, right?
Yeah.
It's like the first part of it comes in hard. And then there's the eye of the storm where it's calm. And then the worst of it comes in behind it. And that's when we see a lot of fatalities because people then venture out thinking that the danger is over, and they're caught off guard. Thank you for bringing that up, David, because that's exactly what I was going to start out with. Although there's a little break from the intense rain in portions of the hill country and out to the west, don't let your guard down. I mean, this is just going to get worse throughout the day today. In fact, some of these flood alerts extended through early tomorrow morning, especially those river flood warnings that we're seeing up across the hill country. Uvalde, I've been talking about some more heavy rain coming your way. And yes, I'm still seeing that area of storms with heavier rainfall approaching from the west. The worst of this, as I've been saying all morning long, from Kendall County, Kerr County, down towards Uvalde County and Kidney County. We're not seeing any rain in San Antonio. If the rain is falling, it's very light, it's patchy, mostly just drizzle, mist. Roads are still wet though, because we did see some widespread rain overnight and early this morning. But the worst of the flooding extending from Kerr County to Kendall County. That's where we have a flash flood emergency and also a flash flood emergency across Uvalde. In Kerrville right now, there is some moderate rain moving in. A break, though, farther east downstream along the Guadalupe from Center Point to Comfort. However, the river will be rising there even more throughout the day today. So there will be more flooding downstream into Kendall County, perhaps even into Comal County. If you're watching us in Spring Branch, you'll likely see some of that river flooding downstream later today, especially this afternoon. Portions along Highway 90 of Medina County back towards Sabinal, Canepa. Maybe not a lot of rain right now, but again, some heavier rain is approaching from the west. We have these flash flood warnings because flooding is still going on. The waterways here, they'll continue to rise because the rain, well, that's going to be on and off throughout the rest of the day today. And then we do get that final punch of showers and storms tonight into tomorrow morning. So yes, it looks like the storms will favor the western part of our viewing area through early tomorrow. Here is Uvalde County, that is Kinney County, and that is the heavy rain that's now getting closer to downtown Uvalde. That is downtown Uvalde. Light rain right now, but just to the northwest, that heavy rain is creeping in. That is now over Concan. So north of Uvalde, there is heavy rain already getting closer to Concan. Farther west into Brackettville, Kinney County, that's a pretty large area of steady, heavy rainfall. Downtown Brackettville, to the west especially, there's a break, but farther west along Highway 90, there's another batch of rainfall. So if you are seeing a break from the rain right now, anywhere between Kendall County down across Uvalde County and Kinney County. This is not over. There's more rain that's going to be moving on in from the south and west. This is Kerr County. The rain picking up in intensity around Kerrville. Also farther west of Hunt, so the headwaters there of the Guadalupe, picking up some more steady, heavier rainfall. Western Bandera County into Real County. Let's not forget about Leakey. They're seeing some drenching downpours. That's rainfall rates approaching 2, if not a little over 2 inches per hour. Over towards Kendall County, Bernie, there's a little shower nearby. The rest of the county looking pretty quiet. But again, that is the Guadalupe River. That is that flash flood emergency along the Guadalupe, all the way from Hunt to Kerrville, down towards Center Point and over towards Comfort. We've been seeing all of that high water in Comfort. Yeah, the flooding will get worse there. The flooding this morning is worse in Comfort than it was on the 4th of July last year. Let's check out some of the rainfall amounts. This is radar estimated, and you can see the bright yellow there in Kerrville, central Kerr County, even down towards Uvalde County and Kinney County. So in Kerrville, radar is estimating about 11 inches of rain. However, I do believe they have received more. In fact, I think Kerrville has picked up over 16 inches of rain since the overnight hours. Closer to 5 inches over Bernie, also about 5 inches in northeastern Bexar County. Uvalde really takes the cake for the most rain, over a foot of rainfall. And we're seeing totals over the last 3 days approaching 2 feet anywhere from the hill country to the western zone. Rain not over. Here is a future radar giving you an idea of how much longer this is going to last. This is showing 11:30. I do expect some more of the activity closer to Uvalde and Hondo at that time. There may be more of a break by about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then here's that final wave of showers and storms coming in tonight after midnight and lasting through at least 8-9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It is looking a lot quieter by tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow night. So again, just to reiterate, even though you're seeing a break across the hill country, portions of the hill country, and just to our west of San Antonio along Highway 90, more flooding is to come. Across the zones, let's take the extended for the western zone. Still pretty good rain chance for you tomorrow morning. After that, drying out. Hill country, heavy rain on and off throughout the day today. Much lower rain chance tomorrow. Eastern zone, you're looking at just some scattered activity today and just a 20% rain chance tomorrow.
Jeanette, thank you so much. We appreciate you. You are taking a look at the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office. This is their Facebook page. They're urging people to stop disobeying barricades. Also on social media, they say first responders are trying to handle rescues. So if you are driving around barricades, you are endangering the first responders' jobs as well.
What are we doing here with that?
I don't know.
What are people doing?
I mean, that
with
is just.
This is a point we hammer home all the time. I mean, I could rant on this for about 45 minutes.
As we should.
Every time you do this, you jeopardize the lives of the first responders. And then you put other lives in danger because those first responders that are having to respond to you can't respond. I don't want to say a real emergency, but they can't respond to another emergency, one that could not have been avoided.
Right.
Your emergency could be avoided.
Well, and there's a lot of things going on there where, right, if city officials and county officials are asking you to shelter in place, that's because they need the roads open for them
folks to get there,
to travel through and get to where they need to go to without all of the traffic. So this is another thing that is going on. Kerr County is officially, as we mentioned earlier, a disaster declaration has been formally announced by the county judge, Rob Kelly, formally writing to Governor Greg Abbott, asking it to be a state of emergency and to be declared from his office. Now, this declaration will be in effect for a week. Areas around Kerr County have received more than 10 inches of rain in the last 24 hours.
I want to show you this. This barge swept away in the Guadalupe River. We've been talking about this morning. This is that Sidney Baker Street Bridge, I believe. I hope I'm getting the name correct. If not, this is Louise Hayes Park there in Kerrville. The nighttime video is when it happened. This daytime video you're seeing here, this was the result. This is from Christina De Leon and her photographer. And we've been talking about that all morning long of just the force of the barge being swept over the dam and then ultimately hitting the...
Move on to this video. I just looked up how heavy a barge is.
Okay.
A lightweight barge.
Yeah.
A lightweight barge is about 2,000 pounds. So that thing traveled, you said, all the way from
Nimitz Lake, I believe.
And then all the way over to Kerrville. So that's 2,000 pounds traveling as if it's like a box carton or whatever. Box carton? A carton box? I don't know. And it hit the bridge. So that bridge that you're looking at is closed. So city officials in Kerrville have closed that bridge. They don't want people traveling over it simply because of, barges, I guess, hitting it, and it's just not safe.
All right, so now we want to go to that home video. Yeah, this is in Kerrville, in Kerr County. Marla Compton sent us this video. I'm hoping this is not Marla's home.
And I hope Marla got out.
Likely is, but you can see this is some of the flooding that they are dealing with, and it certainly illustrates the declaration of disaster from that area.
Look at flooding at a home in Kerrville.
That's the same one. Is it different pictures?
This is, yeah.
Where are we looking at, guys? Okay, this is the RV park. This is just outside of Comfort. The Comfort RV Park, I believe, is what it's appropriately called. There on the bank of the Guadalupe River. At the time that we spoke to David Mendoza, there was, I don't know, I'm just rough guess, 25 RVs. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner there that weren't leaving. I don't know if they were refusing to leave or they weren't leaving.
Right, and he said they looked comfortable.
Yes. Yeah.
Comfortable in comfort.
Yeah, well,
but I don't
I'm not
think
sure
that,
I would be.
I don't think they're seeing what we're seeing, or maybe they are, I don't know. But that water's a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, we wondered if, you got any more rain, what exactly would happen as the Guadalupe River there expands. And this was just outside the southwest part of Comfort, where that river, the massive river, the Guadalupe, and Wilson Creek meet, causing all of this.
And that orange thing that you saw floating in the river, right? I think David Mendoza
barrier
had said, yeah, it's a barrier. Yeah. Let's look up how heavy a barrier is.
Ironic, well, probably light. While you do that, I want to go to David Mendoza live. So we're looking at the video from his use of the drone, but want to go to David. He is in road cam right now. You are in Comfort. Are you still in Comfort? Where are you?
Hey, David. Well, I'm heading to Kerrville right now, leaving my my post next to that RV park in Comfort. Now, something interesting out is that they have currently closed Highway 27 westbound to Center Point from the pretty much outside of Comfort, immediately outside of Comfort. The eastbound traffic on Highway 27 is still allowed to exit. However, the westbound lanes, no one's being let in due to road flooding along Highway 27. Now, we saw some substantial road flooding in that area a little earlier in the morning. When I left, we did still have those barricades up. We had the fire department out there blocking the roadways. That's where we saw those Swiftwater rescue crews staging a little earlier in the day. Right now, though, I'm headed 10 west, just outside of Comfort right now, about 10 miles from Kerrville. I did pass over the Guadalupe River. It's still incredibly flooded. A lot of flooding under I-10 where it passes immediately under. That river is still raging right now. Outside of that area, as I make my way westward on I-10, there's a lot of hills, not really seeing a lot of buildup on the side of the roadways. Rain is progressively getting stronger as I head into Kerrville. When I left Comfort, there was virtually zero rainfall during my departure. didn't have to turn on my windshield wipers. Now we have to have the windshield wipers currently on because rain is getting stronger. But I'm curious to see what Kerrville is looking like from above, if I'm able to get the chance, rain permitting, of course, just to see how this river has affected the Kerrville area. I am also now currently listening to the Emergency Operations Center in Kerrville to see what they got going on there. I'll keep you updated. You know, about another 10 minutes I'll be in Kerrville. I'll let you know what I'm seeing there. David, back to you.
You hear any reports of water rescues or?
Not quite yet at this moment. Hopefully I'm going to find a spot to post up at near that river. I want to get my eyes on the emergency operations up there, see what they're doing. I know that we've seen what appeared to be Texas DPS as well as Army helicopters and Travis County helicopters surveying the Guadalupe River there. Air traffic is heavier in Comfort right now. I'm not sure if air traffic is going to be quite as busy in Kerrville due to the rain. We're going to have to see though. But at the time, no, I'm not hearing of any water rescues at the moment. I'm going to keep my ears on the scanner though. I'll let you know what I come across.
David, we appreciate you. Stay safe as you drive out to Kerrville. David Mendoza is just like Ethan. Similar situations where David also is by himself. He is equipped with a drone, SUV with maybe one or two cameras and one or two scanners probably. And he does amazing work because he's driving and being able to process information, or he's got the drone up and telling us exactly what we're looking at and what we should be keeping our eyes on.
We are about 5 hours into our coverage this morning of the massive weather event that's taking place here in South Texas. Now on, I don't know, day 2, I guess, starting to roll together. As crazy as that might sound, just in 2 days. I hesitate. It feels like there is at least some good news because we are 2 days into this, and so far we're just looking at some property damage. You see the woman, Marla, I believe was her name, sent in the video from Kerrville, the water pouring into her home. That's awful for her and her family, right? But if that's the least of her, or that's the worst of her issues, she'll take that. Right. She'll take that considering the things that we have seen. But we still have to go, as we have talked about. Any sort of lull, whether you go to Uvalde or Kerrville or Comfort and it's not raining there and you think, well, it's done. Jeanette's been talking about this. This is sort of being like in the eye of a hurricane where it's calm. You have the initial band, you have the calm of the storm, the eye of the storm, and then you have what really is that final knockout punch, and that's that second wave that comes.
Well, and she mentioned we're in round 3. So,
yeah. How many punches can we take?
And she's saying that, yeah, it may be that Kerrville is getting a little bit of a reprieve right now, but the worst is headed their way. So we want to be careful.
One of the areas that is really taking it right now, to use the boxing phrase, taking it on the chin, is the city of Uvalde. Ethan Trejo has been there. We've been going back and forth with him, talking about everything. Ethan, what's the latest? Is it better or worse?
Well, as of right now, I would say it's better, but I can see the clouds that Jeanette was talking about just behind the camera. They're starting to pour in a little bit now, and almost on cue, it seems like the rain is starting to pour in a little bit. But this is the Leona River. Earlier we showed you, sorry, I'm gonna put my umbrella away really quick so I can get behind the camera. This is the Leona River. This has experienced significantly more flooding than the area that we were talking about earlier. I'm going to zoom in here so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. You can still see these roads are closed off, not too bad as far as flooding goes, but this area, this bridge has completely been shut off. But I'm going to pan over here and you can see this parking lot still completely submerged here. We have what looks like tractor trailers that were for rent, completely, almost fully underwater there, as you can see. And I'm going to pan even more farther to the left as we move our camera over here. And you can see the impacts of the flooding from earlier. Another roadway completely full of water. We've seen this pretty much everywhere throughout Uvalde today. Like David was talking about earlier, they are creating these little islands. So where I am right now is currently in between the other location that we were at and the Leona River, and it's kind of boxed off on both ways. And then, as you can see to my right, we get boxed off even more with high flooding in over here is going to be the country club, and then there's a subdivision that kind of borders it. So this is just what we've been experiencing all day. We're waiting for that second round, if you will, or like Marisa said, kind of third round of rainfall to come into the Uvalde area. As of right now, it's still just a light drizzle. There have been little pockets of that heavy rain that can provide a little bit of a scare. We have seen, and man, I really wish that I caught it on camera. I was setting up my camera as it was happening, but one of the Texas A&M search and rescue teams was driving past down this road with a bus full of seemingly people that they have rescued. They were all recording on their phone as they drove by here, but we have seen several of those trucks already this morning. Not so much full of people, but this one was full of people as they drove by here. So there's still people on the other side of this river that are, obviously getting saved and getting rescued. The Uvalde County Sheriff is encouraging people that are in the area to stay off the road so that emergency services vehicles like the ones that we just talked about can safely travel to and from locations. And if you're going to be on the roadways, just try not to be, because you're kind of creating more congestion that those first responders are having to deal with. So this is the conditions that we're at right now. We'll be sure to update you with any more, and we'll send it back to you, David and Marisa.
Ethan, we saw that somebody from Uvalde, I don't remember what official office it was, but they put out essentially a warning / plea to residents who are apparently driving around barriers, and then that's causing an issue for first responders. I'm just curious, are you seeing a lot of barriers in place?
There are a lot of barriers in place. I haven't seen too many people driving around them. If you are going to be driving around them, you're going to get stuck in some of the high waters. Now this one, it looks like the bridge for the most part is pretty much cleared, but on the other side, like what we were seeing, you're definitely going to get stuck if you're driving around some of those barriers into those high level waters. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for people to be getting around, especially here in the area that we're at.
So Ethan, before we let you go, you're near the Leona River. You mentioned that the country club is near you. There's a subdivision of homes near you. So all that around, so that's the island that's created, right? That subdivision.
Yeah, it's essentially right in the middle of town. There's we're kind of blocked off two ways, as it is. There's the creek that kind of is farther where I was. That's where you saw the high waters coming into sort of the Uvalde downtown. This is closer to the Uvalde downtown, where the Leona River kind of cuts through. I believe the kind of main downtown offices are going to be just beyond this ridge. So yeah, it's created sort of a box. I don't know if an island is how I would describe it, because there is a lot of space here, and there are a few people kind of driving back and forth trying to see, like, where do I go? But it has created sort of a box that people are now kind of just staying in as of now until safer conditions come.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. Stay safe, and we will check in with you again in a couple of minutes.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so Ethan is in an area, city of Uvalde, that when we spoke with, and if you're just waking up or just tuning in, welcome. You're watching News 4 San Antonio, our extended coverage of just flooding, massive conditions happening all over South Texas. Don McLaughlin, who is the former mayor of Uvalde, that we know very well, and now is a state representative there. We had him on our air earlier talking to him about what's happening there. And you see the rain is not falling right now. It's a bit of a reprieve, maybe some slight drizzle there with Ethan, but the flooding, the absolute massive flooding, the widespread flooding there in Uvalde, Mr. McLaughlin said that is the worst that he's ever seen. Worst that he's ever seen in 60 some odd years of living in the city of Uvalde. He obviously considers himself to be an expert on that city. said that today and yesterday's weather event is the worst that he's had there. And I bring that up because the problem is there is another round, or whatever you want to call it, another storm system that's going to blow through there. They're anticipating. And so folks who maybe are cut off from an HEB or cut off from getting gas, they are going to be stuck. And so the one great bright spot of Ethan's report was the fact that there was a busload of people being taken out of that area.
Being rescued.
Right.
So evacuees that probably called the city saying, hey, this is not safe anymore.
And that's got to be really difficult. Thank God I've never been in this situation. Folks who have probably can illustrate and explain this a little bit better. But when you listen to the news and somebody says, Jeanette says, the storms are coming, it might be time to get out. The state says get out. And there's so many people who say, I'm not leaving my home, right? Where would I go? I have no place to go. I'm not going to go to a shelter. I'm not going to go to the high school. I have no idea how long I would be there. And then you get stuck. And then there's that moment of, man, I wish I had. And so my thoughts when Ethan was talking about those people on those buses was thinking, what must they think? Not knowing what will happen over the next hour or 2 or 10, and yet they're on a bus with probably, I don't know, strangers, maybe neighbors, maybe family members, but going, while they are safe, they are certainly going to a place where they don't know when they go back to their home what they will find. That's scary to me.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to check in with our reporter, Emily Miranda. She's out in Comfort, and let's see what she found out there.
We are currently in Comfort. This area is under a flash flood emergency right now. Right now we're standing on Highway 87, just right over the Guadalupe River. And I'm going to step off so you can get a look at what we're seeing out here. We have seen the water levels out here rise over 25 feet in an hour. Now, again, officials out here are asking you to move to higher ground, and you can see why here. Just look at the amount of debris that is flowing through the water. Since we've been out here, we have seen things like garbage cans, inner tubes, children's toys. We've even seen a few struggling deer moving down the river. Now, at this point, the water has not reached the level of the underside of this bridge, so that is a good thing for people who are trying to move to higher ground. And as we drove through coming in, we have seen a number of neighborhoods that were already flooded. And again, officials are asking you to seek higher ground at this time.
All right, so it is 9:40 on this Thursday morning, and yes, the Guadalupe River, of course, flowing rapidly from Kerr County right into Kendall County. There is a flash flood emergency, let me reiterate that, along the Guadalupe River from Hunt to Kerrville and downstream into Center Point and Comfort. The flooding situation along the Guadalupe, I expect that to get worse as the day progresses. Let me point out that the water has receded in Kerrville. Notice that in Louise Hayes Park, the water is not quite as high there as it was a little bit ago. However, there is more rain coming in from the west. In fact, you can see some rain droplets covering the camera there. You may recall a year ago, July 4th of 2025, the Guadalupe River did make it close to the highway there. So not the case this year in Kerrville. However, the Guadalupe River did get up over its banks overnight and earlier this morning. This has receded within the last hour. However, I would say in the next hour, this will likely start to go back up because there is more rain. And with the showers and storms to the north and west of Kerrville, that is going to be flowing downstream. That was our Raul B. Rodriguez Law Weather Camera there in Kerrville, showing you the Guadalupe River in Louise Hayes Park. And it's been collecting lots of debris as it flows downstream. Here is live power Doppler radar showing you another batch of steadier, heavier rain over portions of central and eastern Kerr County. Widespread heavier rain across the north and west. So that is western Kerr County. As I mentioned, this is all going to flow downstream. Center Point, more so light rain for you. Very light rain in Comfort. And as you can see, the showers and storms are slowly creeping in from the west. A wider picture across the region. So this is the area of concern. Showers and storms ongoing. If you're seeing a break right now or the waterway is receding where you are, don't let your guard down, because there is just more flooding to come with the showers and storms that will be ongoing. Let's take you there from Real County to Uvalde County, back towards Kinney County, some heavier downpours. Take a look at all of these flash flood warnings. This is where flooding is happening. 3 areas where there is a flash flood emergency. Talked about this earlier. This is from Harper to Fredericksburg, approaching Johnson City, and a second one there from Kerr County to Kendall County, and a third that includes Uvalde County. There is no way getting out of Uvalde because roads are closed. That stretch of Highway 90 in Uvalde County from Kennebah to Uvalde closed because of the high water. And here's a live power Doppler radar showing you Uvalde saw a break from the rain earlier. There is a very heavy thunderstorm with torrential rain just to the north of downtown Uvalde. It seems like that heavier batch of storms kind of collapsing just north of downtown. However, as you can see to the north and west, the heavy rain is slowly moving off towards the east. Back across Kinney County, very active there for the last couple of hours. We're also seeing more activity reaching Maverick County. That's around the Eagle Pass area. Live power Doppler radar moving you farther north into Real County and Bandera County. The rain here has been steady, at times light, other times moderate to heavy. And Lakeview, you're still seeing that the thunderstorm with a heavier rainfall rates there over 2.5 inches per hour. Kendall County, Comal County, dry for now. Spring Branch, you'll likely see some river flooding along the Guadalupe later today as that water flows downstream. Here in San Antonio, there is no rain right now, but I do expect some of the showers and possible storms out west to move in later this morning, but it's not going to be as widespread or as intense. Here is excessive flood risk for the rest of today. You can see that hot pink or purple area, that's a 4 out of 4. Level 3 risk a little farther to the east. Future radar showing you the showers and storms. This gives you an idea of when the rain will let up. This is now showing that by midday, still raining, especially from the Kendall County area to Edwards County, maybe a break along Highway 90. That area does see more of a break as we go into the afternoon and early evening. Well, there could be some scattered showers or storms, but it looks like it's going to be less widespread. And then late tonight into tomorrow morning, this is that final round of showers and a thunderstorm favoring once again our western areas. It's going to dry out later tomorrow and certainly as we head on into the weekend. Weather alert day today, heaviest rain, intense rain with the flash flooding across the western hill country and west from San Antonio, west along Highway 90 there across Uvalde County. A 20% rain chance for tomorrow. That's it. Slightly higher from Kerrville to Uvalde and Del Rio. Then all of us will see the drier stretch from this weekend through next week. This is most likely the last bit of rain that we'll see for the rest of the month. After this rain event, it does look a lot quieter for the rest of the month. Of course, if that changes, I'll let you know. Here's the extended for the eastern zone. Not quite as active today across the east. The biggest concerns, though, across the north and west. We'll continue to keep you guys updated as the flooding unfolds or continues across the hill country and west of town.
Never have I wanted the weekend to come so much. Not for the usual reasons, just because it's obviously scheduled to be dry.
And sunny.
That would be nice.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah. Residents in Kerrville have been urged to shelter in place as the flash flood emergency continues.
Yeah, News 4 San Antonio's Phil Sterling continues our team coverage. He is live in Kerrville with details on road closures, rescues. You got a little a reprieve from the rain there, my friend. Where are you? What's happening?
Yeah, that's right. We're here at Cavalry Temple Church, which has a roof. And I mean, behind me is the entrance to the shelter that they have set up in the back of the gym. There's just over a dozen people inside the shelter right now. and there's a few first responders there as well. There's also some staff who told me they're not sure right now if this is official, but that they're trying to open up 2 other shelters in Kerrville. I mean, as you can see, some people showing up to the shelter right now as I'm speaking. So there's definitely a need here after this emergency situation. However, they told me that it looks like they're trying to open up more shelters in Kerrville, and they're just working on that process right now. Some people looking, of course, very down. This might be their worst day today. So, yeah, taking it back to you guys.
Phil, if you can kind of, I mean, all ages, families, who are we talking about as far as staying there right now?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've seen parents with babies, parents with teenagers, just the entire family showing up here to take shelter where they can if they have to leave their home because of rising water.
Do you know, now is that shelter offering, we've talked about some shelters offering light snacks, I believe is the phrase. I mean, how long are these people planning, do you know, to stay here?
Yeah, as of now, I do not know. It really all hands on deck. I know that there aren't too many people in this shelter, but I try to ask more from first responders who told me that they can't comment right now, and the shelter staff telling me that you know, they're essentially, those running the shelter aren't there at the moment, but they gave me a quick rundown of what's going on.
Saw a little boy walk behind you there, and it's certainly. We were talking, Phil, I don't know if you heard our conversation earlier, but Marisa and I were talking about just the heartbreak of leaving your home, in many ways being forced to leave your home, and then going and staying in a foreign place, and then not knowing the condition of your home. You know, and if you're a kid, can you imagine that? You leave, you know, the things that kids cling to, stuffed animals, toys, pictures, books, things that they hold near and dear. You have to explain to a 7-year-old child or a 3-year-old little girl, like, honey, we got to go, and I have no idea if your favorite thing will be at the home when we get back. It's awful.
Well, and the good thing is all of those
I mean,
things can be replaced, right?
As I was saying earlier, I mean, there was a family here, children with their toys, of course, they probably have more toys at home. However, I mean, everyone, the look on everyone's face just
I don't know what.
Oh, there we Phil, if you can continue, I want you to build on the look on their face was what? Oh, we're missing the audio. Well, unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties there. A dozen or so people that are being displaced. Good news, bad news, whatever you want to classify it as. There's one shelter being set up there in Kerrville. More, according to Phil Sterling, thinks they're being set up. And yeah, that's the human part of this, right? Is the exhaustion of dealing with this, not just today, but yesterday, last night, probably the night before that. And by the time you are either taken to a shelter or can figure out a way to get your family to a shelter, you're just, I mean, there's just got to be, I don't know what the feeling would be except just, oh my gosh, just let me sit here for 5 minutes and clear my brain.
Right, in dryness.
Right.
Dryness, safety. Right. I do want to reiterate before we move on to our next story. Kirk County, the city of Kerrville has declared a local disaster. So the mayor there has requested for state and federal assistance from the governor, saying the damage is beyond the city's ability to recover from it alone. So again, as for the power in there, KPUB reports more than 2,500 customers are without power across the city, with 98 active power outages. Working on trying to get that situated. Anyone living along Quinlan Creek, you are asked to shelter in place if you haven't left already, but you know you need to shelter in place because, as Jeanette has mentioned, another round of rain is headed your way. Now, major bridges that are down and washed out. Sidney Baker Street Bridge, that is that main bridge that we see.
That's the one we see behind Christina's live shot there at Louise Hayes Park.
The barge had crashed into. That's closed. Anderson Ranch Bridge, that's closed. Ingram Hills Road Bridge, Henderson Branch Bridge, Main Street and Water Street bridges, Highway 39 Bridge, and 480 bridge over in Center Point. All of that closed. It's closed because it's impassable. So it's not because people are trying to make it, law enforcement is trying to make it hard on people, but it's just impassable.
Guys, what are we looking at here? All right, so it's that's that declaration that you're talking about.
The official letter
Right.
that went out to Governor Abbott.
I was having a conversation with one of our viewers. We were talking about the Phil's live shot earlier when he was in the parking lot of the mall when it looked to be dry compared to what he was just a few moments ago. And we were talking about the Black Hawk or the Apache flying over. And I had asked you the question of, what would you be feeling? And our viewer, she was very adamant, and I certainly can appreciate the passion. She said, "I'd be worried. There's no relief there. I'd be scared." And I was just thinking of, just the scene of what's happening right now, and then you put it into perspective the relation. Jeanette said earlier that, that bridge that we keep talking about, Sidney Baker Street Bridge. That was almost flooded over last year. So,
it was.
Man, we dodged it in comparison to a year ago on the 4th of July.
The crazy thing is, right, that bridge, they didn't necessarily close it when that was happening last year.
Right.
There were people driving over it, and the water lapped over the bridge.
So that brings up a good point. Is this the Gibson's Discount Center? I believe that's a store there in Kerrville. So this is some of the flooding that we're seeing from last night, West Main Street, there in Kerrville. It's about a quarter mile above the river and the nature center there. The water just destroying. Just to kind of go back to the point of last year, and you're just you're thankful of where you are, but certainly mindful of the people that are now being asked to seek shelter.
And the thing is, it was last year. Imagine all the people still trying to rebuild, trying to get things back to normal, and then this happens, right? And you want to get a break.
All right, so this is a live picture of the destruction in Kerrville. We have. This is David Mendoza. Are we able to talk to David, or just sort of a view? This is
you can. I'm here.
Oh,
I'm right
fantastic! All right, David, where are you? Where exactly? What do we set the stage here, like only you can do?
Yeah, so I was making my way through Kerrville, and I came across this bridge right here. This road is actually closed. I just found myself behind the barriers due to a certain portion of road not being closed, and I came across this. From what I can tell, this is Francisco Lemos Street. That's the Guadalupe you see right there in front of me. It really shows the amount of destruction that these floods can do. Now, this is my first time in the morning that I've seen this level of destruction, especially when it comes to trees. There's also another bridge just by this with this same amount of destruction. I mentioned earlier when I was in Comfort that I wasn't seeing really large pieces of debris heading down the river. It's a different story here in Kerrville. As I look far in my distance, we can see like a lot of debris hanging from these trees, debris all over this bridge right now. What really caught my attention is the size of this tree stump over here that's just hanging on the side of the bridge. So these waters came up high, fast, and really brought that power that we saw last year along with it. Just tons of vegetation pushed up along this bridge, and this water is still very, very high. It's cresting the bottom of this bridge right now. A lot of damage over here. We just had police here. They left before I was really able to talk to them. I think they have other things that they're dealing with right here. Fire department is still staged over here blocking this bridge immediately behind me, but just an incredible amount of damage that I'm able to see. All this green pushed up along the edges of this bridge right here. So this water was fast moving, and it really had that incredible power. Look at that root. That's just incredible to me. And you know, the camera might not do it justice, but these are actually very, very large pieces of wood that have been pushed up against this bridge. I'm going to continue in this area. I'm going to see what else I can come across. This just happened to be in my line of sight. I immediately pulled over and set up my camera. That water is still very high, If I see anything else out here, I will let you know.
David, I think, you know, yourself, David next to me, I mean, we've been in the business for a while. You're right, pictures don't do it justice, because I know probably in person it is heartbreaking, and just the power of Mother Nature, the power of the rain that fell last night, and how much of it fell, causing all of this, taking down, right, that's the water level sign that's supposed to show people, hey, don't go over this bridge because water's getting too high. These are probably trees that have been in place for decades, and now it's just been uprooted as if it was a toy or something. So,
David, you're headed, are you headed north on Francisco Lemos or south?
So this looks like it might be south, right across the Guadalupe River.
Yeah.
I was headed on Highway 20. Go ahead.
No. I sort of tried to pull up your location to see exactly where you are to sort of explain. I believe you're just north of Louise Hayes Park. So that's sort of the, you know, when we go to all you guys that are situated out in the field in Kerrville, that's sort of our center point. So the park's our point, and then we sort of branch out from there. And I'm just trying to figure out if you're in a residential area or there's a bit of a rural area where you are right now.
It's partially residential. So what I can show you over here, you know, and it's just so striking about Kerrville is, you know, these homes alongside the river. They're still recovering from last year. So we have a home being built up right here. There's the fire department. We have some more people on scene. Homes still being built up alongside the river. I don't know if that one was destroyed last year during the 4th of July floods, but just the contrast of how things are right now compared to how they were last year, it's really incredible. And you are correct, this is north of Louise Hayes Park. It's right off of Highway 27. I was actually making my way to the Hunt Ingram area when I came across this. There is destruction in the city of Kerrville. Anywhere near the Guadalupe River. I mean, the force is there, the power is there. Don't let it fool you. I know our coverage has been no death or destruction, but that doesn't mean no power when this river gets this big. It is incredibly fast moving and incredibly wide right now, and it's deadly. It's deadly. Never let your guard down around the Guadalupe River, because it will get you. Back to you in the studio.
Well, I will say this, the people, and there's no need to pan over to them because we don't know exactly what's going through their lives right now, but as you were panning over to the left-hand side and we saw the fire truck and then we saw what looked to be a couple of residents there, their lives certainly changed and likely forever. So, by the way, just in dealing with irony, David, I believe your location there in Kerrville, you're very close to a place called Water Street. And ironically, that's not the river. So David Mendoza live in Road Cam there in Kerrville. He is located just south of Highway 27 there along the a bridge that crosses over the Guadalupe River. And there is a lot of destruction, a lot of tree damage as you see safety officials there on scene. David, hang tight. You want hang tight. We'll check in with you a little bit later in the morning as well.
I did want to mention, before we head to Jeanette in just a second, I want to mention from the Kerr County Lead, which is the newspaper outlet out there, they are reporting active rescues underway. They're saying that there have been attic rescues, including one requiring a chainsaw with a roof, tree rescues, mass evacuations along Paradise Avenue, River Run RV Park and Herman Sons Road. Crews from Kerr County, the fire department there, game wardens and volunteer departments from Ingram, Comfort, and Junction are all engaged. And in Center Point, flooding at the post office is one of the clear signs that the event is far exceeding what happened last year. That's what they're reporting. That's crazy to me. But that's probably why we are seeing all of those helicopters in the air, because of the active rescues that are currently going on within the county, within the city, of all those smaller towns that surround Kerrville. And all you can say is, you know, our prayers go out to all of you. We are thinking of you. And
Yeah,
we're
right on
hoping-
cue. Right on cue. You have a helicopter right there. Let's bring in Jeanette Kaye, and as we start to sort of put the puzzle pieces together, this is all starting to make a little bit sense here. So, you know, we're on the air 4:30 in the morning. It's pitch dark, obviously, all throughout South Texas, dealing with a lot of flooding and rain, not hearing a lot of information about water rescues or anything, evacuations along those lines, people actually following through it. And now as the sun starts to come up, we have Phil Sterling outside of a shelter. We see people going in. We're in Uvalde. We see or hear reports of a busload of people being taken out of an area that has been flooded out. And now we have reports from Kerr County there of these treetops or rooftop rescues. Now they're able to do that because the sun is up. I guess my question to you as you kick off our weather coverage here in the 10 o'clock hour, is there a race against the clock as far as trying to, you know, a lull in the weather before it hits another round of rain, or are we good for a while?
Well, about an hour to 2 hours ago, you know, I think some folks were like, yay, the water is receding in Kerrville. Guadalupe River is coming down. But just like that, you fast forward an hour or so, and it's going right back up. So it doesn't take very long for the river to rise again. Just know that there is still plenty more rain to the north and west, and that's just going to continue to flow downstream. Of course, you saw that destruction where David Mendoza is. But let me take you to Louise Hayes Park. This was showing you how the Guadalupe was higher a little bit ago. It went down, but I am noticing how it's starting to go back up. It looks like the water did cover some of the brushes there. You can see they're kind of mangled. A year ago, July 4th, 2025, of course, the water was a lot higher. So this is still significant flooding. The flooding of 2025, worse for Kerrville than what we're seeing right now. Not to say that's something to celebrate, but I do want to mention that in Comfort, that is a part of the hill country where the flooding is worse today than what we saw last year. Here's radar. The rain still coming down. Maybe not quite as intense around Kerrville, Centerpoint, and Comfort, but you see the rain that's just to the west over western Kerr County. Well, the waterways there will continue to fill up, and where do they go? Well, they have to go south. They have to go downstream. So yes, I do still expect quite a bit of flooding through the rest of the morning, and even some showers and storms this afternoon into this evening could be on the heavy side, creating more of the flash flooding. Multiple flash flood warnings and anywhere from Kendall County back towards eastern Edwards County, southern Valverde County, and certainly over Kinney and Uvalde counties. Here in Bexar County, no rain. Some light showers, though, starting to creep in from the west. That's widespread light rain across Medina County. Back across Uvalde, it's north and west of downtown Uvalde where the heaviest rainfall is right now. So the highest concern for the flooding, well, that continues in Kerr County towards Kendall County and down towards Uvalde County. Back towards Brackettville, Del Rio, there's also a substantial amount of rainfall. Flash flooding ongoing there as well. I don't think Brackettville has had much of a break from the rain since about 8 o'clock this morning. As you can see, more of that rain is filling in. I wish I could say that this area will see a significant break from the rain. The storm system responsible for all of this, the weather maker, that is moving north across the hill country. However, there is still lots of energy behind it, so it's pulling in more moisture from Mexico. Here's live power Doppler radar showing you the bands of heavier rain over far eastern Real County. That extends into now western Bandera County. Downtown Bandera, Pipe Creek, Lake Hills, it's been a steady rain, but most of it has been light for you. The heavier stuff has been a little farther to the west. So again, there are some bands of impressive rain, torrential rainfall, and the widespread rain is a little lighter once you head into far western Kendall County. That is that flash flood emergency along the Guadalupe River from Hunt all the way towards Comfort. Now, portions of Comal County, some of you may be thinking like, oh, we're out of the woods. Well, I do expect some of the flooding that is upstream in Kendall County to flow downstream later today. So we could see some flooding closer to Spring Branch later today. Here is a wider picture showing you some of the rainfall amounts over the last 24 hours. I mean, this is measuring in feet. About 12 inches or so, a foot or so of rain in the last 24 hours in portions of Uvalde County up towards Kerr County. But over the last 2 to 3 days, rainfall totals in those areas closer to 2 feet, 20 plus inches, specifically in Uvalde County. Future radar showing not much of a break as we get closer to the lunch hour from Kerr County to Edwards County, even down towards Uvalde and Kinney counties. It's not going to be until later this afternoon where there is a longer break from the rain. However, as we go into this evening and then including tomorrow morning, that's when I expect the final round of showers and storms. Maybe the heavy rain won't last or won't sit as long, but there is still heavy rain in the forecast, and that's all coming in from the west and southwest. It won't dry out here until this weekend. So again, major flooding ongoing, in fact, dangerous, life-threatening, even catastrophic flooding unfolding across the hill country and just west of San Antonio along Highway 90. Cities that need to really be weather aware: Brackettville, Uvalde, up towards Kerrville, downstream of Kerrville towards Centerpoint and Comfort as well.
Okay, Jeanette, thank you. This is video from Vecinos Cafe in Kerrville from yesterday. Restaurant says the conditions are getting worse. Yeah, that much we absolutely know. They have evacuated, which is certainly safe. There along the Guadalupe River. This is just again the power of the Guadalupe River. What does that say there? It's 8 a.m. July 15th. So
yesterday morning.
I would venture a guess to say that as bad as that is right now, things look probably a lot worse 24 hours later, for sure.
Well, and right, we don't know what's going to happen throughout the day. So that's the crazy part. Let's take a look at the picture Richard Lewis sent us.
This is crazy. Can you explain to me what's happening here?
This is a picture of Arcadia Loop Bridge in Kerrville. This is over Goat Creek, and you can see that part of that bridge is definitely gone.
Let's take a.
There we go.
All right,
Here's
so
the picture.
what do we got here? So we have, is this part of the bridge, the concrete that's been uprooted, or looks like it? And then in the background, do you see that,
Yeah.
Marisa, there's a shed, what looks to be?
Yeah. Well.
Oh, it's a house. So our producer, Robbie, is telling us that is someone's home. And
So Arcadia Loop, right? That is one of those roads that has been mentioned by city and county officials as being closed because, as you can see for yourself, it's completely blocked because of the house that's on the road there. So that's one of the many major roads blocked or impassable.
yeah, Goat Creek, part of the bridge is gone, and obviously when you hear those kinds of things, obviously the loss of home is awful enough, but the kind of trickle down effect here is the fact that bridge is blocked, certainly by the house, without knowing what's on the other side of that bridge.
Right.
That just creates one of those arteries impassable, and that means that a first responder or police unit, which, all of them will need to find a different way to get to possibly where they need to go in an emergency situation.
And that's probably one of the questions we need to ask David Mendoza when we get him again, is he using Google Maps or something to kind of navigate?
Good question.
Because he really is, he runs into those roads like that are impassable. So this is...
Maciela Barboza saw some video here. A person trapped on the top of a car in Uvalde.
A rescue going
And you see the rescue crews going on. Yeah. Guys, we know when this was. Was this today? it doesn't really matter. Regardless, and I think that vehicle right there, that state trooper vehicle,
that we saw.
I believe
Ethan's.
earlier we saw that in Ethan, and you see the gentleman there. It's always a good reminder. This guy's got an SUV, right? It speaks to the.
Even high-profile vehicles need to be careful. And clearly, the only vehicles that could possibly pass is that huge armor DPS.
Well, look how is that? Look how that's a fire truck. Yes.
That's a fire
truck.
Yeah.
The red.
Yeah.
Right. So it's backed up as far as it can go there in the rear, and then it's
Before
like this
it can get stuck.
Right.
So that's why it
Right.
stays. Yeah, that is crazy. And that's what we talk about when we say, please don't make it more dangerous for the first responders who are trying to save lives, trying to get to people like this person who is stuck on top of their SUV because they got stuck in the high waters. This is a testament to just the goodness of people and first responders and how, right, when we're going away from all of the danger, they're going towards it and making sure that everyone is back home safe with their family.
All right, where do y'all want to go next? Okay, this is the same store that we've shown this. This is Gibson's Discount Center and General Store there in Kerrville. That's another area that has been flooded out. This is close to the Guadalupe River, about a quarter mile, and that is the power of that river from last night that has seemingly seeped through parts of Kerrville. To the west of Kerrville is Hunt, Texas. We have some flood video from that as well, if we can roll.
Wow.
And you can see the treetops, actually the mid-tree probably is the how high the water level is right now there in Kerr County.
I wish we had more perspective on how, what this is looking out at and from where they're looking from. So I want to say it looks like it's from someone's maybe home?
Dock of some sort, yeah.
And maybe the river is behind them and now it's swelled to what it is now. It's a lot.
All right, let's head over to Bernie, or the Bernie area. This is a heavy rain in that area. Fair Oaks Ranch has just a number of low water crossings that are now closed because of flooding. City leaders say the conditions are changing. We actually talked to a city manager or a city official there in Bernie earlier this morning,
Chris Shadrock,
who felt a sense of relief that things could have been much worse than they actually were. And in fact, he was watching our coverage and said everything that's happening in the Hill Country, Kerrville, Uvalde, Comfort, all of that, they had sort of dodged all of that now and were past that, knock on wood for them.
And he was saying that, they had been very good about informing residents there, and the meteorologists there, letting them know, hey, this is coming, so they were able to prepare better.
So what we're doing is just kind of flipping all over the Hill Country and giving you video that we have collected through our viewers and social media to kind of give you an idea of what's happening, show you how bad it is in some spots, maybe not as bad in others in comparison. This is Ingram, and this is obviously almost as bad as you can get. This is catastrophic flooding that has happened in the last 24 hours. That vehicle there partially submerged all the way up to the tire well there for that truck.
Is it? I thought it was fully, it looks like it's almost fully submerged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, certainly halfway up the body of the truck, but not a situation that you want to be in
and
as well.
And look how fast that water is.
Yeah.
And the rain is coming down. That is just awful.
All right, let's bring in Jeanette Kaye and kind of. All right, so we won't do Jeanette yet. We're going to go to David Mendoza, who's been driving all around. Kudos to David, by the way, who at 4:30 this morning was on the southeast side of San Antonio covering a shooting that involved a police officer. Now he's made his way to the Hill Country, first Comfort, now Kerrville. Conditions, where are you? We see some barricades here. Are those armored vehicles? What are we looking at there as far as a response there? Safety vehicles?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you this really quick. Just passing it, leaving that area I was just at. We have a tractor out here already lifting this heavy debris off of a bridge in the area. Cleanup is already underway, so they already have crews out here actively picking up some of that debris. That is the initial bridge that caught my attention before I just showed you that other one down alongside the Guadalupe. Right now I'm just about to get onto Highway 27 and see how far I can make it up. As you saw, a lot of streets near the river are currently closed. I know the bridge over Louise Hayes Park is closed as well, but I know you can't see it yet. Looking over to my left on Highway 27, we have another bridge. Looks like there's a lot of debris on that bridge. Cars are allowed through at the moment. I'm just waiting on a green light to show you that. That destruction I saw down there alongside the Guadalupe River really caught me by surprise. Was not expecting that amount of vegetation, and shortly after we went off, I also did see another very large tree stump floating down the river, hit that bridge, go under that bridge, and then continue across through the other side. So it must have been, that's at least 500 pounds being pushed by that water like it's nothing. That water is still extremely strong. The current is very forceful. If you're really close to that river, please stay away. I've been saying that all morning. The river's no joke. The Guadalupe River is still very fast moving, but now that I make my way past this green light, we have some debris in the middle of the street right here. This is Town Creek that I'm passing over. We can see debris on the ends of this bridge right here. But I look at the river level right below me, and that river is very, very low right there. There's also a lot of mud right here. I'm not sure what's going on with this place right here, but this looks like a business that might have been flooded. I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't expecting to see that. A lot of destruction in that business right there. And that's just on the banks of Town Creek. As I make my way a little further past that down Highway 27, it looks like the water actually reached up to these businesses in a lot of spots. Mamacita's right here. Looks like we have multiple trees down, a work crew in the parking lot. So it might have flooded up here. There's a lot of rocks all over their parking lot right now. Just a lot of debris all over the road as I make my way up Highway 27 right now. Again, I'm headed towards Hunt and Ingram. So it looks like, yeah, and over here too, let me pull off in the median. I am not sure why there are cars with debris in them across the roadway. If a little to my left, I'm unable to back up right now because I'm in the center lane, but there's a car that looks like it's been parked up on rocks. I'm not sure if that was done on purpose. It has a tree wedged under the front end bumper. So yeah, I'm not sure if the flood waters actually made it up in this direction. I'll try to pull over here and show you what I'm talking about with this vehicle. But we have this Jeep right here that's been pushed up on some heavy rocks. There's a tree directly in front of it. I'm speculating at this point that the floodwaters reached up here and pushed that vehicle off to the side of the road. Just unsure, but that business we did see back there, I might have to take a stop by it and ask the people that are there. They're covered in mud. If floodwaters actually reached their business and destroyed their business. I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio right now.